We're back. We're back. First comment. Yeah, here we go. You won it. You won it. Yeah, let's go. Uh, we are in a hot battle currently between ORT and Sector 7 Racing. Here, battle for P3 and ORT. They jumped Sector 7 Racing and the pits on that outlap, and it is quite wet. Not gonna lie. So this is interesting. All of the drivers are currently running the intermediates, at least the top 6, what I can tell. So a quick run through that grid shall be. It is the 44 Nissan GTR for Esports Race Asylum leading with nearly 2 minutes. And then Grid Life Racing, the Green Machine in P3, that Lexus RCF, AMA driving it. Then we have a third position for Overboost Racing Team, the number 1 BMW, closely followed by Sector 7 Racing Esports, the number 5 Lexus RCF with Craigu. And in P5 we have Eric's Racing, the number 7 McLaren 650S in P5. P6 goes to the 66 Corvette for GT Finland Racers Yeli. Behind the wheel, 1 minute that gap to P5. Then we have the 45 last minute Racing Nissan GTR in P7 with River Rockers doing his stint. Oh, nearly went off track. It's a bit of a laggy connection, so just a bit of a scare. No damage, he's fine, no worries. But it's still raining, so also on inters. Then Hide for the Sector 7 Racing Boomers, the 764 Aston Martin in P8. And in P9 we have Project Platypus, the number 11 AMG with Matty now driving. So we're still waiting for the rest of the drivers to perform their driver swaps. So 9 cars currently out on track, and the closest gap was between P3 and P4, Chaundi versus Craigu, the battle for P3, and it's still raining crazy, so wasn't probably expected to be that heavy, that rain in stint number 9, but hey, I'm gonna take it, and I told you it's a Jaeger stint, so we will get all of the drama, and we will maybe see that grid bunching up scenario again we had in stint number 2, where we also had like rain and trying track and rain again, and at some point the top 8 were within 4 seconds or something like that. So crazy times, and the gaps for now are quite big still. Paymay gained roughly 7 seconds on that first timed lap. Already is pushing, and those two, they're still close, and the number 5 not letting the number 1 drive away into the sunset. For now it's a second still, and we still see the windshield wipers going, so still rain falling from the skies. The wetness indicator is roughly at 45-50% now on the track, so we have perfect conditions for the intermediates. And we see Yeli in. Oh, this might be a gamble for the Corvette, the 66, so don't see any damage. They might want to risk a early stop and a switch to slick tires. So what's the call? Definitely putting in a bit of fuel now, but not too much, and it's racing softs indeed. Oh, that pit exit might be tricky. Yeah, it looks actually dry, and gets back onto the dry racing line for the first chicane, and there's no issues. They're keeping that car on track. Oh, we had other scenarios in stint number 2 where I was commentating where cars were spinning left, right, and center coming out of the pits when they went on to slick tires on wet conditions. But this is like actually really crazy to see that dry racing line appeared so quickly on the GP track. Look at that. This might have been the perfect call for Gailey and the 66 crew. Will other drivers do the same? Next up might be River Ruckus for the 45 last minute racing crew. It's not raining on that part of the track, and on those intermediates, looking for the wet patches on the Göttinger Höhe, and I'm pretty sure he will be pitting this lap and slap on some. My secret agent in the background just turned on the music. No, I hope it didn't distract you. I was like, what the hell is going on? Hopefully my noise cancellation did the trick, but I was so confused. Like, about Ruckus staying out on those intermediates. Interesting. So he doesn't trust those conditions compared to Yedi. And in the Corvette. So what's the gap at the front? 1 minute 45 now between P1 and P2, so they may gain another 10, 12 seconds. Maybe. It's definitely going aggressive, but also has the advantage of a trying track. And I'm pretty sure that gap between May and Chanty is also coming down. Shadow decides, okay, time to pit and to go for some slick tires. And I'm pretty sure many of the other drivers will follow. Now we have hit a 40 boomers coming into the pits as well. So fuel and tires for the 44, and then away we go. Still wet on that pit exit, but oh, nearly touched that white line. Just got away with it. You don't want to get a 3-second penalty here, trust me, on that long back straight. Serving 3 seconds will lose you 6 probably. So it's a nay. So next up on the long straight is May for Grid Life Racing, and So my stupid Alexa is still active. Gets triggered by some of my commentary today. Had to take avoiding actions here. Don't want to get background music or background news now. Want to focus on that race. So it sounds for Grid Life Racing, the number 3 car. Softs also for Overboost Racing team. That gap came down under 10 seconds. P4, 7 seconds the gap for Tregu and the number 5 crew. The P5, it is Eric's Racing, the number 7 McLaren, still running on the intermediate tires. Yeli, the first driver to go for Racing Softs on the outlap. Looked like a clean outlap so far. And this is definitely slick tire conditions. Look at this white racing line already here on the track. So that downpour at the start of the stint was short and heavy, but now it is back to slick racing. Nürburgring for the 45 in P7 on Inters, staying out for an additional lap compared to the other drivers, that is. So Hide on softs on the outlap, Matty as well on soft tires. Oh, nearly touched the wall there. Oh, we see a little bit of rain reappearing. Yeah, it looks like it's raining a bit again. No, it's drama all over again. Project 1 Racing in P10, the number 20 car, is out again. So let's have a look. Don't see the windshield wipers here, but on Hide's car it is raining again through that section of the track. Where is River Ruckus? He's approaching the... where are we? It is Mutkurve, right? Oh, that was Arenberg. I'm a bit too excited or too tired to see where are we. Oh, it's kilometer 15, so we are coming through Wippermann and then approaching Brünchen, the party area. That's where we are. So I know where we are now. That's good news. We still hear the boombox here on the campsite. 2 minutes and 12 that gap to Yeli, who took a gamble, and yeah, I think it paid off for now. Was a solid lap on softs. And Alessandro now also on the outlap, pitted for soft tires. We go further up the order in P4. It's the number 5. Gained a little bit time. It was 7 seconds plus after a pit stop. Now it's under 6 seconds. Where is our car? Thank you, game. I know grass and trees are nice, but we want to see cars go vroom, and go fast around racetracks. Here at this one. Oh. But look at the scenery. It looks very, very foggy again and moist. So I don't know. This could be more rain incoming. I have a bit of a suspicion here. So probably won't be staying dry for that long. Maybe staying out of the tires was a good call. I don't know. The leader, 44, Shadow, driving, is on racing softs on the out lap, and we see the rain again here through Flansgarten. Just a few drops, not really much, but yeah, it might throw a spanner into the works again for the start of this race. So just when the drivers thought it was safe to pit for softs, it's raining, and what's the decision? For the 45, they're in now, and rain has appeared once again. So decisions everywhere to make. So it's definitely raining in that final sector of that long racetrack. So coming around Geigenkopf, and you see the windshield wipers are going steadily, and just saw that River Rockers went out on soft tires now. Was it a bad decision? It is raining also on the GP track. He's suffering. He touched the inside wall, suspension damage on the rear left, but that is okay. I think won't be losing too much time. Bro, what about our race leaders? They're coming into the Hohenrhein chicane, and just a couple of raindrops here and there, and not too bad. So I think they're staying out on those softs. Yep. But it's definitely in between those two tire compounds, softs and intermediates, just above the first bar now. So it's drivable on softs, but a little mistake on those softs and the car goes flying, and there's not much runoff area around this racetrack. And if it keeps raining like that, and this is exactly what happened. He went in too hot into Schwalbenschwanz and then couldn't stop that car onto the wet patch, into the barrier. See it once again. And luckily no spin, but collects front damage and the suspension as well. What about the cars behind? It's getting wetter and wetter in this section, so they might be considering maybe switching over to the intermediates again. So pit every lap. This seems to be the theme of the opening stint. See, John Lee keeps it on track. Close that gap on Peimei. Oh, less than 20 seconds. That is, and we'll wait for the Grid Life racing driver coming down the Döttinger Höhe. It's raining, still raining, and that moist meter is creeping up. It's creeping up. We are at 40% now. This should be intermediate conditions. Oh, I'm so confused with this race. What's the decision? Fix the damage? Yeah. And intros? I don't know. We'll wait for Overboost Racing team. Will they also pit? Will they have more access to the weather? A big slide. That rear end stepping out, and it's in again for Zhao Di. Inters to softs, 2 inters. Also the number 5 with a little bit of damage on the front. Oh, we're getting into heavy wet conditions into the pit lane. Crazy, crazy. What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen, on this crazy race? Shadow still leading 1 minute 59, basically 2 minutes, but he's on racing softs on a intermediate track and has front aero damage as well. So can he survive this lap on those softs? That is the question. So it's the Peimei out on intermediates. John D using those intermediates as well. The gap comes down to under 10 seconds between P1 and P2 and P3, sorry. In P4 we have the Sector 7 Racing Esports number 5 Lexus, also just 8 seconds the gap. Then we have the soft tire runners, also on the outlap on fresh soft tires, also a survival game now for those drivers into Schwalbenschwanz, and good avoidance there from the 64 car. Get out of the way, but it's a slow outlap now. Very careful driving, and for the drivers, nearly the first drivers to pit for softs. It's still raining and it's above the first bar still, and the Rivericus with that late decision to pit just when it started with the rain again. He was on the correct tire and then had to make a decision based on whatever information the drivers had. So the problem with the Nordschleife is that it's such a big track and you cannot really judge the weather radar. So will it rain? How much will it rain? On which sections of the track will it rain? In P8, Hide in that Boomer's car also with some damage on the front on the racing softs. Matty for Project Platypus in P9 is running the intermediates, and it's intermediates for our lap in for Project 1 Racing again. So in, out, James back out on a fresh set of inters. Hovercraft probably doing the same, so they were using the soft tires. Now it's looking like intermediates. We have D35 Loose Moose Racing down in P13. Heavy rain now in that final sector. Look at that. And Warren intermediates, but they are on a different strategy. I think they started on inters. Ooh, nearly lost the rear, and now it is back to heavy rain again. And we see the 77 now also out on track, could start on those inters. So I don't really want to say it, but more damage for the leader front rear. Now completely damaged, struggling on those racing soft tires. But interestingly, they're not really losing time to May Grid Life Racing at the moment. Maybe the Live Delta needs to update. We have to wait. Pretty sure that this gap should be less than 2 minutes when I see this kind of damage on the car. And this is now survival mode for the 44 on that long lap. Now we see that the gap is coming down slightly. 2 minutes, 2 now, 1. Here we go. That's the update. I was waiting for 1:45, so that was the mistake. It looks like Bergwerk was the corner where the incident happened for the 44 car. Collected some damage, and they're so slow. They have no traction currently. The car is not really moving, so really tough conditions on racing soft tires now. And We still see rain falling down. Oh, oh, this is a big moment in that race. Again, oh, and then he's spinning once again. He got lucky that the car didn't do a 360, so that the barrier actually helped. But again, some more time lost, and Pei sees that. The same goes, of course, for Chaundi and the Overboost Racing team. 1 minute 27 that gap now, and it's coming down 6 seconds to Pei in P2, and a minute now the gap between P1 and P2. Hide is in P8, currently 10 minutes 24 seconds behind the leaders, and River Rockers made it safely back into the pits without any more damage, but that was a wasted lap on soft tires. That is, Yeli now also using the intermediate tires. We go back to Shadow under 1 minute between P1 and P2, and again struggling to get that car stopped and turn, but he's nearly there, coming out of Kleine Carousel, and then another tricky corner, the double right-hander Geigenkopf on slick tires. You have to be careful. He's taking it easy, very easy. And now he can relax a little bit for the back straight, the Oettinger. It's 44 seconds. Wow, insane. And also insane, the AMG like getting massive grip advantage here behind Pei and the number 3 Lexus, and the AMG gets past. Look at that, the gap under 40 seconds. Whoa, and it's heavy wet conditions now for the final chicane. You have to brake so early, lift, don't turn. Can he stop that car for that final chicane? Does a good job here, not losing it, and will be happy that he's back with his pit crew now. 35 seconds, that gap will come down even more. Pretty sure. And we'll now see through the Tiergarten and Hohenrhein chicane how much time Shadow actually lost. He had to take those turns so much more with ease. And Pei 28, another 7 seconds gained, and Shadow still sitting in the pits, repairing the damage back out of intermediate. So Pei back into the leader's green machine. The number 3 is leading the race. Shadow, the 44 in P2, Chaundi in P3. So the top 3 separated by less than 4 seconds. Oh, a bit of a pushy maneuver here from the ORT driver. He's not sure who owned that corner. Maybe a decision for the stewards after that race. I'd say definitely cold tires for Shadow, wasn't up to speed, but the good thing is no damage for both of the drivers. They can continue, and there is a big group of cars just in front. Pei trying to open up that gap. It's roughly 3 seconds now, and it's Hide sitting in between P1 and P2 currently. And now I think we see this effect on the Nürburgring on Gran Turismo 7, so that the cars following have such a big grip advantage. So the also so-called rain rubber banding is in place, and Yeah, this weather is mental crazy. I mean, we are, I don't know, it's 16 hours, 30 minutes in, and the top three separated by less than 4 seconds. I mean, from a viewer's perspective, what else can you ask for? Don't really know. So little gap to the Sector 7 Racing Esports. Number 5, 10 seconds, but he might also get that grip advantage now behind the leaders. So let's say the top 4 within 14 seconds, and the number 5 is gaining now. The other cars, the gaps are quite big, still 3 minutes for the number 7 car. 3:23 for the 66 and 7 minutes for the 45. So those 7 cars are still on that lead lap currently. Then we have the number 11. They are close to getting lapped, so 8 cars on that lead lap. Paymay just behind and also getting the grip advantage, so that's not a bad thing, but John D gained like crazy. Again, is back past the slipstream, and we're going on board through Fuchsröhre uphill into Adenauer Forst. And again, look at that, Yali, the 66. Pretty sure they are going for softs again, so it's crazy conditions here. And it's like no matter what you're doing, you're on the wrong tire for at least half a lap. Now this is the nature of the long track here in the German Eifel region. So, but yeah, what else can we ask for? Like after 2/3 of the race, we have a battle for P1, 3 drivers within 4, not even 4 seconds. And also the car in P4 not too far behind. It was 14 seconds the last time we checked. And we still see it is raining. So it's probably still perfect intermediate conditions, so I have to quickly jump out and see what Yali did. Yeah, they're using the soft tires. They're hoping, gambling on a trying track once again. So it worked for the first time. Will it work for a second time as well? So the question was, what happened between Matti and Hide? They're both on the intermediate tires, and yeah, Matti just a bit quicker in those conditions. So Hide, he's close to unlapping himself. He's right within this battle for the lead as well, sitting in P9 overall, but sits in between P1 and P2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, P2 and P3, that is. Oh, and Matti also with some great pace, now leading this group of cars. And now we see no more rain and a trying track. You cannot be on the correct tire currently. It doesn't matter. So it's now this second half of the lap, or the final third of the track. It is definitely slick tires again. That racing line is dry. It's big enough so you can be really aggressive. So the intermediates were good for the first half of the lap. Now this is the part where the slick tires will be the better tires, and judging the visuals, it feels like it's getting brighter, so no more dark clouds in here, so I expect that we have a bit of a dry period now for the drivers, and you see instantly the gaps going up between the drivers, so that grip advantage on a drying track is not there anymore. So it's just a pure pace, and Shadow not able to go the pace. 3.5 seconds now, the same for Pregu, but he gained. It's 12.4. It was 14-15 seconds roughly last time round, and I'm pretty sure that drivers will pit for softs again after this lap. It is a big wide dry line now, and see some darker clouds on the northern part of the track, but for this section, the GP track, it looks dry. It looks like slick tires again, but what a crazy this. Too wet for slicks on this part, I don't know, but we haven't seen like the GP track and the first part, Hatzenbach into Schwedenkreuz, Arenberg, I don't know, Forst, I don't know, but they have to go for softs now. It's just that exaggerated dry line thing. Don't have any other choice now. So the lead group, including Matti, they decided, yeah, it's time to use slick tires. We go back to the racing action and have a look. Yeah, Alessandro for Eric's Racing. This is definitely dry here. Really gambled again early onto the softs, and no damage on the car. Looks like a clean track. Rudderocus on those intermediates again. On the wrong tire again. Was on intermediates, went onto the softs when it got worse. Now is on intermediates when it's soft again. So yeah, you've been caught like in this loop now, how to get out of it. And the fuel advantage for the green machine, the number 3, helped. 5 seconds now, that gap to the number 11. And just see a little bit of raindrops again, but no way we would see more rain. No, it's not heavy rain, but it's not over. It's not over. No. But maybe just the rest of this rain front now disappearing. So 1.2, 1.3 between P2 and P3 only, and 7 seconds to P4. So yeah, we still have the top 4 separated by less than 14 seconds currently. Oh, big moment. Nearly lost that rear. Good catch, and away they go. Oh, also looking at Hatzenbach here, it is definitely dry. Also, probably you can attack the curbs. Now, just avoid the grass, so any off track will be very costly. And May is opening up that gap even more. From 4.5 to 5.3 now. And we have the 7 McLaren for Eric's Racing getting rid of the intermediates. Will they lose that position to the 66? We don't know, but definitely the 66. They gambled and they gained plenty of time on the number 7. So still sitting in the pits. Out now. Where is Yeli? Just crosses the start finish. So Alessandro should be able to keep that P5 for now. It's close, under 5 seconds between the two. More than 3 minutes the gap to River Ruckus. Then we have a run down the grid, shall we? In P8 it's the number 11 Project Platypus with Matty driving a great stint so far, also gaining time. In P9 it's the 7 Sector Racing Boomers car with Hide. P10 we have the number 20 Aston Martin Project 1 Racing, so they suffered a disconnect earlier throughout this race. But barely lost any more time, I think maybe 30 seconds since then, so they're staying in P10 for now. James for Apex Hunter Racing, the 69 BMW in P11, 20 seconds. That gap also, it's not over for AHR to grab a top 10 or maybe more. We'll see. In P12 we have Sector 7 Racing Mikugar, another Lexus and Hovercraft driving. The Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin number 35, Mr. SBS. In P13 back out on a fresh set of soft tires, and Blue Racer 4 Race Silent Plague, the 77 Beamer in P14, 7 minutes, and let's see what Blue can do with this one. 19 minutes and 30 seconds the gap to the leaders. That is, yeah, more than 2 laps at this stage. And now we see blue flags appearing. So Matty still sitting in between P1 and P2, but has a nice gap to the ORT team currently. So yeah, we know the game shows those blue flags very early on. And now, after the crazy weather, you will probably see those gaps going up between the cars. So they need to get into that rhythm. Now for the rest of the stint, I expect that it will be predominantly dry. No, but maybe we'll get another shower again. It's definitely possible. And yeah, between Eric's Racing and GT Finland Racers, under 2 seconds. Oyeli is pushing that Corvette to the limits. And Ruracos 4 last minute racing now also on those softs, and probably now on the best matching tire in those conditions. So I think we are getting ready for the big moment you've all been waiting for. Need to do my final preparations. And it's time for another Jägeroki. So introduction time for the song, right? I think we have currently 47 viewers watching, so prepare. Yeah, you have been warned. Probably give you 10 more seconds so I get to the introduction. So I will be performing a German 80s pop song. So out of the famous Neue Deutsche Welle era, it will be a song called 99 Luftballons by Nena, the famous German artist. So here we go. I'm ready. I hope you are ready as well. Etwas Zeit für mich, dann singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizont. Denkst du vielleicht grad an mich, dann singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons. Und dass sowas von sowas kommt. Nur 90 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizont hielt man für UFOs aus dem All. Darum schickte ein General eine Fliegerstaffel hinterher, Alarm zu geben, wenn's so wär. Dabei waren dort am Horizont nur 99 Luftballons. 99 Luftballons. 90 Düsenflieger, jeder war ein großer Krieger, hielten sich für Captain Kirk. Es gab ein großes Feuerwerk, die Nachbarn haben nichts gerafft und fühlten sich gleich angemacht. Dabei schoss man am Horizont auf 99 Luftballons. 99 Kriegsminister, Streichholz und Benzinkanister hielten sich für schlaue Leute, witterten schon fette Beute, riefen Krieg und wollten Macht. Mann, wer hätte das gedacht, dass es einmal so weit kommt, wegen 99 Luftballons. Wegen 99 Luftballons. 99 Luftballons. 99 Luftballons. Wait for the outro. 99 Jahre Krieg. Riesen keinen Platz für Sieger. Kriegsminister gibt's nicht mehr. Und auch keine Düsenflieger. Heute zieh ich meine Runden. Seh die Welt in Trümmern liegen, hab nen Luftballon gefunden. Denk an dich und lass ihn fliegen. Thank you. We can get back to the racing action now, as usual, of course. So the gaps haven't really changed between P1 and P2. We've seen a change between P3 and P4 though. So we have the number 5 car running in P3 now and the 44 in P4. I sounded like Nena? No way. Come on. So yeah, the top four separated by 16.5 seconds currently. So gaps are going up a little bit as predicted, and I also just noticed that 44 has a little bit of a rear damage, so that's probably why they are losing some time now to those drivers. And we also missed, while I was singing, Yeli got past Alessandro, so the 66 up into P5. And there's number 7, RX Racing McLaren, down to P6. Still just 2.7 seconds the gap. In P7 we have the 45 Nissan GTR for last minute racing. Nearly 4 minutes now, that gap. So but the good news is they have escaped that vicious circle of being on the wrong tires. Oh, now they're on racing softs and they can push. P8 goes currently to Sector 7 boomers. Hit in the car, got in front of the number 11, but they're on an outlap, so they're on a different strategy currently. Oh, yellow flag. Off track. Who was it? Don't see it currently. I pressed the button to go to the replay, but yeah, that is called music. That was like my childhood in Germany, like late 80s German pop music. I mean, we were poor, we had nothing better. Oh, hit with a mistake. Oh, maybe we can catch that. No. So the whole world of music just opened after that. Great voice. Thank you so much. So let's have a look what happened to Hide. Also running with some damage coming out of München into YouTuber's corner, and then he just sends it into the barrier. Wanted to say hello to all the photographers looking for some great shots. Nah, just too hard, no grip, and lost the car. Some big front aero damage now. So I guess it's time to visit the pit crew again after that one. Doubt it. So, I mean, it's not the first time I'm doing this, so so someone asked me a couple of weeks ago in the Discord which songs did I actually perform, and there were so many already, but I have to collect them basically all from the streams and then do a best of by compilation or whatever. So this has to happen. Yeah, exactly. Ray, at least one full album, probably yeah, a double LP will be released later this year with all the hits and classics. So it all started with Barbie Girl, but yeah. Just 3 of those classic moments here in the chat. Shadow now getting rid of the damage. Got some more even as the front and rear damage needs to get fixed. And now 50, 51, 52 seconds, maybe the gap to P3. That is, oh, again, very, very twitchy around that first little chicane on cold tires. You don't wanna touch the wet parts here again. Gailey is opening up that gap to Alessandro in that number 7 car. We see a fast charging Aston Martin, Loose Moose Racing 35 right behind, trying to get a lap back on the number 7 car. Probably has to wait for the back straight, but then we remember that Aston Martin is just slow on a straight, so probably that won't be happening as well. Definitely has more pace through those fast sweeping corners. And now you will see the flip side then. But Aston Martin barely keeping up in that slipstream now. Not that like the McLaren is the fastest car ever on that straight, but probably can keep that position now after a long run in the back in that slipstream behind. 35 gets in front, so got lucky there, and now he needs to show that he got the pace to open up a gap, otherwise the blue flag will be enforced again. But yeah, it really looks like that the 35 is flying currently. So where is that car? It is Mr. SBS in P12. So not a shabby lap, 8 minute 14.9. Under 40 seconds to James and AHR in P11. Also less than 20 seconds to P10. So James is definitely trying something here. A minute plus between P10 and P9. So here they after fixing the damage, back out on track on fresh soft tires. In P8, it's the number 11 AMG for Project Platypus. One minute 30, the gap to 45. Last minute racing Nissan, and the 45 to P7, the number 7 in P6, that way around. Gailey in that 66 Corvette still a bit quicker than Alessandro currently, so driving away from P6. In P4 we have the 44 after a pit stop to fix and repair the damage on the outlap. Now 54 seconds. So the top 3 currently: Sector 7 Racing Esports, number 5 Lexus RCF, and the number 1 BMW for the Overboost Racing team. And in P1 it's Grid Life Racing, the number 3, the Cream Machine today. So we still have to remember, like, they started in P13, so they had a bit of a mare during the qualifying session, so they went for an interesting strategy to do an out lap, in lap, out lap and then a flying lap, but they miscalculated the time a little bit, so they couldn't set a lap time, so that's why they were slotted at the back of the grid, and now they are leading this race 6.5 seconds. They may currently also with the fastest lap of this stint. Yeah, this is basically the never give up mentality, but this team is showing it throughout the entire season so far. And if you have a look at the bottom on the stream graphics, you see that they're P3 in the overall championship standings. Well, this is probably so far still the Cinderella story of the IRO GT Endurance Championship 2025. A team of underdogs, rebels, whatever you will call them. So they are managing to surprise and amaze every round. And yeah, great stuff so far. So that's enough of praise, because you know what will happen if the commentators are doing such stupid things. So we don't want to be that kind of person, obviously. Don't want to wish the drivers bad luck in any form or shape. So that's why we usually don't praise them too much. We'll wait until the end of this 24-hour race. So you see also on the top of the screen, less than 7 hours remaining. And now that we have after the crazy start, the stint with so much rain, trying track rain again, now the gaps have settled between the cars, so no real close battle currently at the moment happening. So it's probably still the closest between Yeli and Alessandro, P5 and P6. The other gap's quite big now. 7 to P8, P8 to P9, yep, P9 and P10. James, they pitted, probably. No, James had an incident. He has front damage currently. Whoa, sideways action in that beamer. So it looked good, but probably got confused. So in the IRL Nürburgring 24-hour event, there is a Falcon drift show happening, and you see those BMWs and stuff, but they're just like as a support series running after the qualifying session. So, and they're doing this on the GP track, coming down into the Goodyear hairpin. So great spectacle. If you're a fan of drifting or whatever, you should definitely check out the streams they offer. It's great fun. And in it is for AHR. Oh, looks like Loose Moose Racing will jump AHR and move up a spot into P11. James still waiting for the fuel and then to get that damage repaired. P13 for the 64 and P14 for the 77. The gap between P14 and P13 is definitely coming down. 5.5 minutes. Blue Racer is pushing, definitely. And let's have a look at the gap between P1 and P2, 8 seconds. So still, sorry, the number 3 that's setting the pace currently. 8 seconds. The fuel and tires roughly the same. So it's either this or next lap for the next scheduled pit stop for the top 2. Our tires should be okay probably, and the fuel as well, to go for one more lap. Yeah, Ray, maybe IRO needs to like hand out some kind of digital. I'm unable to work things for all of the drivers. What's the word I'm missing in English? The notice or whatever it is. So yeah, but we can probably do that. It's always the money, Jack. No, think about your health and your body and your mind. So you need some rest. John D slowly closing that gap. Look at that. It looks like they may be struggling a little bit on the tires. So maybe it's time to pit at the end of this lap. No. Yeah, no rest for the wicked. Tell me something new. So not looking forward to get up early tomorrow. Oh yeah. That's a great idea, Hansa. Yeah. The Queen ordered it. So 7.2. Only gained half a second at least. Will it be pit stop time for the leaders? Staying out for one more, extending that stint. Will we see an undercut? No, also the number 1 BMW staying out for one more lap. And the number 5 has to come in low on fuel. So basically a self-inflicted undercut with that amount of fuel in the car. 44 with a bit of an offsetting strategy now. Due to the damage, they have way better tires and probably fuel for 2 more laps. So they will definitely go for shorter stints on those softs so they can push a little bit more. Then we have in P5 the 66 Corvette for GTFR, and this Yeli fuel very low, so we will see them pitting at the end of this lap. Now a 10 plus seconds gap to Eric's Racing in P7. Yeli is definitely like pushing, get a nice little gap, so he's slower on fuel, might still maintain that position. Also see James right behind Alessandro in that 69 BMW. Having the run, unlapping maneuver, check. P7, the last minute racing. Nissan is catching the number 7 McLaren. It's 3:48. Now it's 3:37. We have purple lap times now incoming. Matti, but then Mr. SBS for Loose Moose Racing with an 8:08.9. So track is improving now. We'll see faster lap times. Also very interesting why the gap between P8 and P9 is suddenly 50 seconds. But they were roughly 3-4 seconds separated after the end of that rain period. Now it's 50 seconds currently, but a bit more fuel for Hide, but not like a completely different strategy. So that is very, very interesting. Number 20 Aston Martin in P10. Also now getting closer to their final scheduled pit stop on the stint. This guy is currently the fastest driver in the Aston Martin, 42 seconds, and 2 James, who is also improving on his personal best on the GP track. But yeah, the gaps are quite big between the drivers. Look at the 64. Personal best last time around. And also the 77 improving on their lap times. That 1 second penalty here is painful still. See that, and I can tell Blue Racer again destroying tires is on the limit, I think, already the grip. So probably see them pitting at the end of this lap. Pitting, that is also something we will see from the 2 leaders. And John D is catching from 7 down to nearly 6 seconds. The gap. A tiny little fuel advantage for the number 3. But that's, I don't know, maybe 2 seconds in the pits, so not too crazy, I think. And looking at the track now, it's basically no more wet stuff here. Drivers are using the curbs now, no problem at all. And the 45 is pitting for their final scheduled pit stop visit. Now we wait for the top 2, so 6.4, while on the Döttinger Höhe see the green car appearing, and comes the BMW. So both drivers low on fuel, tires also in a suboptimal condition, but this is fine, pretty sure. So and it is 6.3. That gap should probably go up a little bit. See 5 compared to 2. Well, that's maybe one second that the number 3 can gain in the pits due to the better fuel management. See the number 5 car with that forced undercut due to having less fuel. They may out on track already. Yeah, from 6.2 to 7.2, so yeah, that's roughly the second. So that... Okay, and the gap to P3, it is under 9 seconds, so less than 16 seconds separating the top 3. Then after quite some time after nearly... now it's getting complicated, but that's getting towards the end of stint 9. That would be 18 hours of racing. So yeah, 17 and a half hours of racing. Less than 16 seconds separating the top 3 drivers at this stage. And we have still 3 stints to come after this one. So more than 6 hours of racing. See, the 44 is on the outlap again. One minute that gap now. We're having a hard time to close that gap. Unless the weather decides, let's go crazy again. Why? Because why not? It was fun the last time, or the last times throughout this event. So far, a couple of occasions where we had like interesting weather, just put it like that. "20 seconds now and 7 into the pits." We'll see that swap of positions again between Yeli and Alessandro. So Yeli completing the outlap now, and Alessandro still waiting for the pit crew to finish the work on the car. Oh, that's a nice gap. 10 plus seconds, I reckon. Now. 15 already, so Yeli definitely one of the drivers of stint number 9. One other question will be, can the 45 stay on that lead lap? It's getting closer and closer. It's 7 minutes 52. So 20 seconds probably. The gap to P1 to stay on that lead lap. James has the fastest lap of the race so far. He's in P11, I think, currently. 22 seconds behind Project 1 Racing. And they're on their outlap. So that's no more pit stop needed if it stays dry. But definitely gained time on the cars in front. So also a very good stint. to close those gaps. Same goes for the 35 Flu Smooth Racing Aston Martin. Just 14 seconds the gap. Now they're also on a roll. Fast stint for the Norwegian driver. In P13, it's Timmy Kruger, Sector 7 Racing, Lexus to 64. 5 minutes 20. Blue Racer extending that stint. Tires are basically toast. Now the fuel is low. It is very low indeed. So we've seen it twice or 3 times during this event so far that drivers were running out of fuel on their in-lap. So I don't know. It might get very tight. Oh yeah, it has to do still a bit of the loop, and I know it's 4 or 5 liters could be my guess. We'll keep an eye on that. And May is pushing, threading the needle, gained another second on his outlap. Gap back up to 8.3 seconds. Now, I must admit, though, it's looking a bit dizzy again. And we've seen that a couple of times. So this is ominous. I don't know. Maybe we get to see a bit more rain again. Did I just see the windshield wipers? No, not here. Coming out of turn number 1, so it's still dry for now, but getting very cloudy. Snow shower. I mean, it's cold currently in Germany, but not that cold. So, but I would go with hail, Hansa. Hail would be okay. Also white. We just cycle through the grid and to give the cars, the teams and the drivers a bit of airtime, because we don't have any close battle currently. And maybe we can catch a little bit more of the weather situation here around the ring. So far it's still dry. Some cars have the lights on already. It's usually a sign that the next rain front is not far away. Here. So with this perspective, you see many clouds, yes, but no dark clouds in here. This brief little look, yeah, Hudson-Bach towards Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz. It looks a bit darker. I have a feeling. Oh, bit of rain. There is a bit of rain. You saw that as well, right? You saw this windshield wiper, or is it just a thing like the drivers manually activating this? No more windshield wiper action here. Let's see if we see other drivers with that wiper going on. But James is in the pits. What did he see? Sees that he wants to use softs again. And he dropped behind the 35 Aston Martin for now. Let's go back to our leaders. Yeah. Oh, this looks very, very dark indeed now. No more sun, definitely, in here, so very overcast and very dizzy. And I would probably go for a bit of rain soon. As some of the team drivers, some intel, have access to an actual in-game weather radar to tell us if there is something on that radar appearing. So a bit of blue sky as well now, a bit of everything. Around this long track. John Dee was pushing also through the mid section here through Wippermann goes fast flowing chicane going downhill into München. Your Germans are still partying like crazy on the campsite. Gap is not really coming down from John Dee's perspective. It is 9.2, so they may gained another second on that lap, and he's going purple. Can he beat that 8:03.9? Schwalbenschwanz, also a bit of party music, like blasting out of the speakers. Great run. Keeping it at 9.2. Sorry. He's still purple. Looking promising that we will see a new fastest lap of the stint happening. So I can prepare then in upcoming driver swap. Let's have the link ready. You. So in a couple of minutes time, you will see stint number 10 with the one, the only, the amazing GT45 gaming. What a legend it will be, broadcasting stint number 4. So he also knows what he did for the 24 hours. Got us underway in stint number 1, then covered the night time stints here for the Europeans. Stint number 6 and 8, and he's then now back for stint number 10. So big shout out to GT45 Gaming for his commitment for these broadcasts. And indeed we saw May in proving that fastest lap 803.6 and 804.1, so not that much slower for Overboost Racing team driver John D in that number 1 BMW. And personal best on lap 12 for Sector 7 Racing Esports 8039, so that's 4/10 separating those top 3 drivers on their personal bests. Yeah, that's how close it actually is throughout this IRO Nürburgring 24 hours. And you see it's less than 20 seconds between the top 3. Shadow with a bit of an unlucky stint. He was up there with the top 3, and I think he had to pit twice now for unlucky tire decision and damage. Like comfortable P4 it is. If it stays like this, then I would go for Yali and the 66 Corvette for GT Finland Racers for my driver of stint number 9. The hell of a stint so far. If he really did the best he can and got past the number 7 RX Racing McLaren, and now has a 25-second lead. E7, the last minute racing is on the number 45 with River Ruckus. Probably also a what could have been stint if those decisions at the start of the race, staying out on inters or changing to softs and then switching back to inters, switching back to softs every time, it was the wrong decision. So probably 2, if I can say that, unnecessary pit stops. But after that, a great solid drive from the German driver here on home soil, and keeping that car well inside the top 10 now for quite some time. In P8, it's the number 11 AMG. You've spelled that correctly, Mr. Prodigy. Bonjour, comment ça va, mon ami? I'm fine. I haven't slept a single minute, but that's good. That's okay. Just I'm cycling through this grid at the moment because we don't have any close battles currently. And if I'm looking at the rest of the weather forecast, so I'll bring that up for you. See, we should have made it through the rainy bits of that race. So stint 10, yeah, it says drizzling, but it also said drizzling for stint number 9, and what a crazy start we had for stint number 9. So maybe we'll see the same for that next stint, but then stints 11 and 12, it's just overcast. So I had a look at the detailed settings. So there's a IRO1 here and there in those settings, but that is usually like a few raindrops, if at all. So crazy weather is probably over. That's true. Those small gaps after nearly 18 hours of racing between the top 3 is mental, yeah. And yeah, with those tricky weather conditions, this race just, I don't know, it excels. It's amazing. It's exciting. We don't know what's gonna happen. The drivers don't know. So there's the uncertainty, and also like if you're a spectator, of course, then it's like the drama. We're all here for a little bit of drama, are we? Maybe some of you were there already for a little bit of singing, but that's a different story. So it is the penultimate lap now on driver stint number 9. So this is actually my call to prepare the driver swap sequence now. I totally forgot about that, but I will get that sorted. So bear with me for a few seconds. I need to hum to get into the groove for pressing the correct buttons, by the way, so don't worry. I'm not insane. I'm not speaking to myself, right? I wouldn't call it a concert. Yeah, Project, you can always rewind the stream. And yeah, it was, I think, roughly 1 hour ago. Aggra 99 aggressive bad balloons. Alright. I thought my pronunciation in German was quite good. So, big run through the grid on that final lap of Racing Sim number 9. Ame P1 for Grid Life Racing, Chandi in P2 for Overboost Racing Team, and Dragu for Sector 7 Racing Esports. P4, it's Shadow for Esports Race Asylum. We have Gaili in P5 for GT Finland Racers. In P6, it is Alessandro for RX Racing. P7, it's Last Minute Racing. P8 for the Project Platypus AMG. P9 Hide. 764 Aston Martin Sector 7 Racing Boomers. P10 for the 20 Lapin GT for Project 1 Racing. P11, it's the 35 Smooth Racing Aston Martin Mr. S, B and S. The 69 in P12 AHR's very own James. In P13 we have Hovercraft for Sector 7 Racing Mikuga, that Lexus RCF, and in P14 it is Race Asylum Black E77 BMW Racer. Right. So then we can stay with Pei Mei. Also an awesome stint for the Green Machine. We'll be handing over that car to the picture is too small, I can't see it, but one of his very capable teammates. So I don't know, Jakey, Lucas, King Ears. One of them will be taking over that car. Hansa, you're too late. We already made that decision. An album is not enough. It's a double LP. Shaky is next. Thank you, Ray. Someone can put in the effort and go through all of the 24-hour streams and then grab all of those amazing Jaegeroki performances, put them together on a playlist, and then we can sell it on the IRO as our first merchandise article. That sounds like a plan, right? Yeah, LP, long player. It's the black gold, the vinyl. We need to have it. We don't want to go digital. So, last couple of turns on that loop. Wacken would be a dream, but I need to choose some different songs. I think I only had like 2 or 3 hard rock songs so far. So if I do something like Barbie Girl or Sherry Sherry Lady, yeah, will be like throwing all of their beer cans at me or whatever. Those crazy metalheads. So, no, help! And now Paymay comes down the Döttinger for final time of driver stint number 9 and has a 8.2 second gap to John D in P2 for ORT. The fuel is low, but he will make it. And into the pits we go for Paymay and the also John D now in the pits. Wait for the next drivers and we bring up the transition screen once again. Come on, screen, do your magic. Here we go. See it in the small window already. We will go full screen very, very soon. Do that. Just sing a little bit. Oh, I think kinda okay. Need to. Oh, Shadow is running out of fuel coming into the pits. Just realized that. Oh. He made it, he's in. Oh, you can see in the small window already the racing action in stint number 10 with GT45 Gaming. So we will be we will go full screen with stint number 10 once we have River Rockers in. So the cars that are on the lead lap, wait for them to perform the driver swaps, and then we'll go full screen, and the next 2 hours of racing action will be presented by GT45 Gaming. So here comes Daily 466 down die Döttinger Höhe. No last minute are still driving. We had 1 disconnect so far for the entire event. That was the Project 1 racing car. Everyone else didn't suffer a disconnect. So we knock on wood or something. It will stay like that. Gailey coming in P5 for the Finnish team. Yeah, Eagle Eye, because I'm just seeing 13 drivers in stint number 10. That is correct. Next stint. That would be very unlucky if you have a disconnect before you can actually start your stint. But yeah, it's confirmed we have 13 drivers in lobby for stint number 10. One team is missing. They suffered a disconnect. Yeah. 999, yeah. Probably what, if it's last minute racing, is what and Nürburgring will be saying right now. Oh, Jakey disconnected. No! It's no freaking way. You're telling me the race leader, they disconnected. Racing gods, lobby gods, what is wrong with you? No! No! Rewind, please. This is so not right. Please. Yeah, why? Oh, that is quite a bummer. A downer, definitely. Hearing that, so probably we'll hear that story from GT45 Gaming when we switch over to them. Just realized I don't have the graphics on. What a plan. Stream HUD is so important, people. I can't believe. Oh, yeah. It was indeed. So they can still return for stint 11 and 12, but they're probably out of this battle for the podium. Oh no, probably something like a lap down when they can rejoin. Roughly that. Or the admins will sort that time loss out for all of us, but yeah, that is a big moment in that race. And Nürburgring is running out of fuel again, so he has a bit left, just saved enough, and he forgets to pit. No! You cannot reverse. No, you cannot get into the pits. You will get a reset. Oh, another mistake. He will get spat out again. Oh, yeah, it's not happening. Oh, what am I watching here? No way. So if you got to pit, try to reverse and the game says 999. You're not doing this, but yeah, we go to GT45 gaming now. Oh. So, over to you.
stint each driver was in, but that's all right. We're going to together. And clearly a very large gap here from 5th place on downward. I mean, we're 4 minutes behind the race leader here with the Eric's Racing team, and we have not seen that 6th place car come out yet. So it's hard to say what that gap is. We'll find out shortly. Welcome in everybody on GT45 Gaming, and just so we can confirm to everybody what has happened, the number 3 Grid Life Lexus has had to bring the car in behind the wall. They've had to put that car into the garage, and they've had to assess a failure on that car. So they're going to deal with that situation. They're going to get that car back out on track, and once safety approved from tech officials, we will see them back out in stint number 11. Everybody take a deep breath. It happens. This is racing, and adversity is a big word. They're facing it right now. They have already had an incredible drive here today. They've been able to show that they can make time up on this racetrack, and they've got the pace for the race. 4 minutes is not impossible with 4 hours to go, so it is not done for them yet. Their race is not over, and judging by what I'm seeing here, they are going to come out in 6th place, not that far behind the Eric's Racing McLaren currently as it sits right now. Now obviously that's going to change, but it's not all said and done for the number 3 Grid Life car here yet. We've already had the number 20 car have a similar issue here today as well, and they are still in this race and they are still fighting. So it's not all over. It sucks. It's definitely a heart wrencher, but these are professional drivers over there at the Grid Life garage. I know these boys very well, and they're not going to be happy about the situation, but they're going to deal with the situation, and they have some high caliber drivers coming out here in the next few hours, so it's not done for them yet. Let's see what they can do. CLR Richie is on track here for the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR, and the gap is 12 seconds in behind PX Royal, and just now off the lead lap here, 8:51 in behind the leader, going to BX Royal for the Platypus Racing number 11 Mercedes here as well, is just off the lead lap here himself as well. So now currently it's only the top 5 on the lead lap as we hit our 18-hour mark, and just as I say that, we see some rain dropping on the racetrack, and there go the windshield wipers. Boy, I gotta tell you, Mother Nature's version of a drizzle is very cruel, in my opinion, here today. We've got Candyman coming into pit lane, and it is raining significantly more at the beginning of the GP circuit, at the beginning of the circuit here, so they have opted to come into pit lane. I guess the bigger question is did ORT and the number 5 Lexus, were they aware that this was happening or coming, and then was this a choice that they made to not make the pit stop? We are seeing the ERA team making the pit stop here, so I guess now we'll have to wait and see what our GT Finland Corvette is going to do next here, as again, Mother Nature's version of a drizzle is let it rain. So the boys are back at it in the grueling circumstances here, and honestly I was really hoping just for a nice clean dry stint here. I really wanted to see the speed pick up and really let these drivers put their pace down and see what these drivers can do to close up gaps and see what kind of battles they can create under just nice dry-ish conditions. Unfortunately, we're not going to get that necessarily here, but the race will continue on and these drivers will give it everything they've got. That is one thing for sure, because it has been an absolutely doozy of a race here over the last 18 hours. It's been full of heartbreak, it's both full of drama, lots of accidents, lots of great action on the racetrack, and a whole lot of rain. Strategizing here today has been near next to impossible for these teams, and just as we're talking about that right now, we see a massive off here from our race leaders, managing to escape damage on that racing car there with that off. A very, very good save there from Pyrex there, and oh boy, he's going to do a couple of 360s there, and he's not going to miss the wall this time. Unfortunately for him, he is going to get a piece of that wall, and he is going to find himself now losing the race lead to the number 5 Lexus from Sector 7 Esports Racing, and Pyrex there, very unfortunate, absolutely beautiful save in the first attempt there, and it just got away from him. And and that was a pretty gnarly spin there from Team ORT. So I do suspect we're going to be seeing a pit stop coming from them here at the end of this lap. So if the drivers have not opted to get intermediate wet tires at this point, that looks to be the wrong decision. Candyman from the Esports Race Asylum team, he did not hesitate. He dropped right into pit lane and immediately went to that rain tire. That may be a very important decision here for that 44 car as this stint goes on. There was no signs, as far as I could tell, that there was any rain coming in the immediate future here. The track was dry, and the racers were looking like they were going to be able to run a little bit here, but Mother Nature, again, her version of a drizzle is very, very cruel. So I guess the biggest question is now is we also have a field of cars that is essentially halfway around the racetrack still and are also caught in these rain conditions on potentially racing slick tires. So we're going to go through the field and we're just going to see what we see here. This is what I mean. When you talk about our race leaders right now, this can happen. And it can change everything. So the race is far from over for any of these drivers. Alright, so BX Royal in the Platypus number 11 Mercedes here has about a quarter of a racetrack left to go here. It is most certainly raining in all areas of the racetrack right now, so you are not going to get away with not having to deal with the water here no matter where you are on the racetrack, no matter what tires you got on your race car right now. And as we see our 45 last minute racing car here in trouble here, just coming off of a spin, and it is pretty evident that unfortunately a lot of the drivers that came out quite a bit after our race leaders and the driver swaps have got caught out in these conditions on racing slick tires due to the very dry conditions at the start of the race. So this is some tough sledding here for these drivers. We have Visual Racer here for the Sector 7 Boomers 764 Aston Martin team. He's got some damage on his race car right now. We've got Kevin GT behind the wheel for the... Oh my brain is drawing a complete blank. Project 1 Racing Team. There it is. Wow, we went completely blank there for a second. We got so much going through our mind right now with the chaos in this race. He is opted to, or has decided to come out on rain tires as the driver swap sequence has happened. And much of the same goes for Dino here for our Racing 35 Aston Martin. So some drivers are on the correct tires for the conditions. Jacko is also on the appropriate tire here. So there was a couple of drivers that got kind of caught out in a very just bad spot in the weather pattern, I guess. And of course a couple of drivers that may have just got caught out ahead of the weather on the racetrack as well. Timing and where you get caught up when this rain hits here at Nürb is just absolutely everything. And we've got... Ooh, do we have a potential issue here with our 77 car? An immediate thought comes to mind is they may have an issue with intermediate racing tires, perhaps. That particular driver, within how the game works, has not purchased wet tires for the car and may not be able to safely continue on at the moment with the track condition. We may see that car come back out as if it starts to dry up again, but my suspicion and very early on here is that the driver may not have wet tires purchased for their car and are just kind of waiting out the weather at this point. That's my suspicion. Just my suspicion. It does happen. This is Mother Nature's version of a drizzle, apparently. This is insane. I don't even know what to say. Antonio has 10 seconds right now over Pyrex here. And I mean, just both these guys struggling a little bit. One less than the other at the moment. But the storybook is so far from over. This is, I don't know what we could classify this story here this weekend for this race, but a drama. This is just an absolutely crazy race, and it has just turned this thing upside down so many times here today with just absolutely unexpected weather. Weather that doesn't necessarily make sense for what is forecast, I guess. I mean, I guess that's NERB. I mean, what do you do, right? But these drivers are just up against it here. Kukas here in the GT Finland Corvette, the 66 Corvette, minute 52 in behind Candyman in third place there. Very curious to see. Let's sit with Candyman here for a second as he continues around a few of the corners here. I'm just watching the timing gap between second and third place at the moment, and I mean it's literally just 1.45, 1.44, 1.43. Every corner is 100. Every corner is 100. Every corner is 100. Every corner is 100. He is really making up some time here. All right, so our race leaders are finally in a position to where they can get the car into pit lane and probably fix the damage to their racing cars, but get the appropriate tires for the conditions. It is wet on this racetrack right now, depending on where you are on the racetrack. It is anywhere from 50 to 70% moisture on the racetrack. The meter is all over the place, and it all really depends on what part of the racetrack you're on right now. This is just craziness. Eric's racing McLaren here, 55 seconds in behind the GT Finland number 66 Corvette, and it's really hard to kind of gauge what's going on in this race right now until these racers really kind of settle into it, because a few of the drivers caught with their pants down, so to speak, here, and are now just trying to kind of get in and looking for a rhythm and getting into this stint. So BX Royal here now coming in for some tires. Richie is most certainly going to be looking for some tires here as well. That is Candyman, I believe, coming around there. And some damage to sort out here on this GTR, and he's definitely going to want to most likely get off with these tires, if I had to guess. So he is going to probably make that left-hand hook here into pit lane and sort this car out, and that is exactly what I expected to see. Much of the same thing here, I think, for Visual Racer, and I think this is the last car that ended up getting caught out there on their lap on the soft tires when the rain hit. So it should see much of the same thing, and you can see already the signal coming from that 764 car. You can see that right-hand signal light come on. That's signaling to the car in behind. I'm hitting pit lane, go on the left. That's exactly what's going to happen here, as our driver, who's now taken 8th place, the number 20 Aston Martin here, is going to grab that position. But of course, this driver is on the appropriate tire. Dino's going to grab that position as well. So that's positions gained and 2 positions lost, unfortunately, there for the 764 Aston Martin. Jacko is a little bit too far behind here to take advantage of that, but what it does do for Jacko is it definitely closes that gap. We should probably see 10, maybe less than 10 seconds once Visual Racer comes out of pit lane. Again, the AHR 69 BMW here has made that call and come out on the appropriate tire for the current racing conditions. But that changes so quickly here, we've seen today. It goes from crazy wet to kind of right in between wet and racing slicks to all of a sudden you need racing slicks to, oh wait, hold on, I was just kidding, you need to go back on intermediate. It's just been a crazy day today. Crazy day. We got Spiteri here in 13th position right now, and if I'm not mistaken, this is Just Gaming, another broadcaster in behind the wheel of the car. I could be wrong, but I believe that's who that is. I'm sure Ray will correct me if I'm wrong. She knows all her drivers like nobody's business, so yeah, but I think that's who that is, if I'm not mistaken. I definitely recognize the name. Pyrex here back in the race lead now, so 14 seconds to the good over Antonio. Interesting. Currently taking advantage of... Interesting. Okay. All right, we got all kinds of crazy things going on this racetrack right now. I can't even begin to explain what I'm looking at right now. We've seen another sequence of pit stops. We've got drivers changing tires. Again, as I was saying, we're kind of right almost in between those conditions right now where you can run slicks if you're skilled enough and cautious enough, but it's not ideal for intermediates, because if you stick to that drier line, it's just going to absolutely destroy those tires. So this forces you to do a lot of offline driving. If you're not used to doing offline driving at this racetrack, that's just scary. It's just sheerly scary. So there's a lot of things going on here right now. My brain is having a really hard time processing everything that's happening right now, because it's happening so quickly. But Pyrex here, 16 seconds in the lead over Antonio 5, Sector 7 Esports racing car here. They have a 1 minute lead over ERA's Candyman in the 44 ERA Esports GTR. That takes us to Kukas here, who is a minute 28 in behind Candyman and has 52 seconds to the good over Eric's Racing's Ben in behind. So yeah, lots of things changing. I don't even know where to begin. We got our Platypus Racing team here, and they've been a big mover here today. They started in 14th position, currently sitting in 6th place. It was the Grid Life number 3 Lexus that was our biggest mover here currently, or at the point in the race, but they are having an issue with that car, so sorting that out. They will be back out here in a little bit's time for the start of stint number 11, pending a safety tech inspection, of course, but they should have that car sorted out and brought back in, and should roughly come out in a figure about 6th place, maybe 5th place, somewhere in around there, and roughly at about a 4-minute gap, if I had to guess, maybe a smidge more, based off of the formula for the situation. We have our 45 last minute racing GTR here, just in behind our number 21 Project 1 Racing Aston Martin. Love it. We got a battle, and 3.5 seconds in behind them is Prima Dino, as well for the 35 Loose Racing Aston Martin. So we have 3 cars here currently, all within 3 seconds from each other. And where's Jacko? 27 seconds in behind, and he's got Visual Racer right up in his rearview mirror here as well. All right. Got some action happening, and Mother Nature is definitely giving us some racing action today. We will definitely give her some credits right there. I mean, she has created a pretty good race for everyone here today, because it has absolutely kept it pretty tight in little packs, and it has made it very interesting within those little packs. Alright, we have a lot going on here. So BX Royal right now, who's closing in on what looks like the 77 BMW of Race Asylum Black. That's why I'm on the wrong spot. I was confused there for a second. Alright, so we got Kevin GT here, we got Richie, and we got Dino, all fighting very closely here for these positions. And then in behind them, we've also got this battle for 10th. So we've got 2 battles within these 5 cars here between 11th through 7th place here at the moment. So we're just we're going to be jogging back and forth between these guys here for a minute. We want to definitely not miss any passes or any good car action. So we're going to hold on to it here for a minute and see what is brewing. Where is Dino in all this? He's 4.6. He lost touch a little bit there. He lost about a second on the racetrack that time around. And Richie also losing about a second on Kevin GT here. So that has very quickly fizzled. And then we've got Jacko and Visual Racer here battling a little bit as well. So Visual Racer is 1.6 seconds in behind. So Jacko ultimately did get that position from the pit stop of Visual Racer there, and it just, bad timing on the Nurb. Like I said, it's tough when you get caught out halfway around the racetrack in just a rainstorm like that lasts for 10, maybe 15 minutes tops. just enough to be unsafe to race on necessarily with racing slicks, and then of course pick up some damage, have to fix the race car, and I mean it's just what do you do? What do you do? You just gotta take it as it comes. Strategy is completely thrown out the window here all day long so far. The teams behind the scenes, the crew chiefs, the race engineers, they have got to be a little bit grayer, and they might be a little bit balder from pulling tufts of hair out of their heads here today, because it's just unpredictable. You can't predict what's going to happen here. This is a drizzle condition, apparently. Mother Nature figures. We've had in the forecast where it should have been a steady rain shower, and we've seen a drizzle, a little spit here and there, and then we've got a drizzle, and it's just absolutely soaking wet on the racetrack. So that mean yeah, craziness. He is closing in on Pyrex as we decided to go and take a look there. However, though, there is a tire difference between the two drivers, without a question of a doubt there. Like I said, some very interesting pit stops happening here. We have... what is going on here? Our third place driver here with the four-ways on. Doesn't appear to be anything wrong with the car. Hopefully everything is okay here. We are going to see the number 20 Project 1 Racing Aston Martin get that lap back there from the third place car, Candyman, as well. So I'm not sure exactly what was going on there. But for some reason, it seemed like the car was having an issue up the back straight there. But whatever was going on there, it seems like Candyman has got it sorted out. The car is back under full power here, and everything seems to be okay. What a crazy stint. Wow, okay. We continue moving forward here. Keep an eye on things here. Kukas in fourth position here, minute 24 in behind the ERA driver right now, and he's got 54 seconds over the Aaron's Racing driver, number 7 McLaren, in behind as well. So we do have a separation, definitely some good separation at some points on the racetrack here. 54 seconds, like I said, separating the 4th and 5th place, and then there's a big gap, basically 2/3 of a lap at that point from 5th to 6th place. So moving down, as we get down to that second group of cars, essentially, it is BX Royal leading away from Project Platypus Racing. He's got a 38-second gap over CLR Ritchie, and right now with the conditions of the racetrack, I wouldn't call that comfortable, but it definitely eases your mind a little bit. And then we've got Ritchie in behind the wheel of the 45 last-minute Racing GTR, so 38 seconds, and he's got 15 seconds to the good currently right now over the Project 1 Racing number 20 Aston Martin, who we just saw unlap themselves from Candyman and then go into pit lane and give that lap back. But it's just a weird situation there. Dino here in 9th place for the Loose Moose Racing 35 Aston Martin has only 12.5 seconds behind Kevin GT and 5.6 dropping to Visual Racer here in 10th place. So Visual Racer has gotten around Jacko in the AHR number 69 BMW and grabbed 10th place there from him, and now has his sights set on Dino up in front at a 4.8 second gap and closing. So we may be paying very close attention to Visual Racer here for a minute. Jacko 15 seconds in behind, and that is a pit stop, it looks like, from what I'm seeing here, so that makes sense. We've got Kaz in the 12th position here for our 64 Sector 7 Racing Cougar team, and this has been a tough day for these guys, I tell you what, on the racetrack here today. So they're out there, they're still pushing that car as hard as they can, and we'll see where they end up, and then you just move on to the next race. I'm not sure how all the teams decide to post-race, but I'm sure these esports organizations especially, they probably do much of what we see in professional sports. They probably do they probably sit down, they talk about moments on the racetrack and different situations on the racetrack. They probably break it down, they probably discuss it, and they probably discuss how maybe options and how they can try to avoid or handle that situation better in the future. You can also break down stints you're driving. You can pick out your errors, where you went wrong, And it's all essentially the same thing that you'll see professional sports leagues do. You watch tape, essentially. You learn about your opponents, right? The only difference is you do that as well, but you're also trying to clean up your own mistakes to make yourself more efficient as well, right? So that is important to a lot of the racers at this level, I believe, and I think that there's a lot of reflection that does happen after a large event like this. Probably not immediately after the event. I'm sure there's definitely a break period and a rest time in between that, but when it's time to get down to business and start thinking about the next round of racing and preparing and testing and getting the cars ready, that's when all that starts to happen. So this one, where do you even start? I mean, you just make best of a crazy situation at this point, and you just got to take it lap by lap and literally second by second and cloud by cloud, it looks like. I mean, I'm looking up in the sky right now. We've definitely got a little bit of fog or mist, what seems like coming off the racetrack as it's probably drying out, but from what I can tell above all of that, it seems to be just fairly like a light overcast. So yeah, this weather is crazy today. Springtime at the Nürburgring. I mean, what can you say? Eric's racing number 7 in 5th place here at minute 5 in behind. Let's go see where Visual Racer's at here. He is closing in still on Prima Dino, so we are going to hang out here with our number 764 Aston Martin car in 10th place here. Has already grabbed 10th place from our number 69 AHR BMW and tracking currently on our number 9 car of the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. So battle of the Astons potentially about to happen here as the drivers continue around stint number 10 here, and we are roughly 18 and a half hours in. There we go. Alright, so that gap has closed extremely quickly. A little mistake made there by Dino, and that was just a huge gain for Visual Racer. So Visual Racer is now on the doorstep of Dino here, and it's just a matter of picking the right time, the right place, and the right moment to make this pass. Again, the outside edges and the curbs of this racetrack are still extremely wet and extremely dangerous for drivers that are on racing slick tires. Patience is going to be key here. You either got to wait for a really good opportunity and just commit and make it happen, or you just got to be patient and wait for a safe opportunity to go side by side and make that pass happen. It looked like he took a look there, maybe thought about going out and trying to grab some position there, but I think realized very quickly that, woof, it's still pretty wet out there, maybe I better just tuck back in. So I think that's what we saw there. It did kind of look like he took a little bit of a look there, like, this looks like maybe a good spot. But at the end of the day, it is just very dangerous right now to take those racing cars out on the edge of this racetrack with those racing slicks on. So Visual Racer is just going to hang tight here. He's going to settle that car into the carousel and try to gain up back on the back of that 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. So battle of the Astons here as they are looking to, one's looking to get ninth place and one's looking to hold ninth place here as we continue on around the track here. And we're going to stick with this. This is definitely the closest thing right now currently on the racetrack as far as the battle goes, and definitely brewing. Cheers, appreciate it. I'm sure that the paint designers are really appreciate those kind words for sure. Antonio with an 8:12.756 here, setting the fastest lap of the session as you come across the start-finish line there. Ooh, and a mistake made. There it is. There's the opportunity for Visual Racer to get the job done in the more technical sector of the racetrack. The 35 Loose Moose Racing car just went a little bit wide there, and that was all the opportunity that the 764 car needed. So take a second look at that there. You can see he's just playing it safe right now. He's driving at a safe distance, and that's why you stay at a safe distance. He was roughly about 5/10 of a second in behind the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin there. That was by design. And two reasons for that. One, it gives you a little bit more of an opportunity to get clean air so you can get your car to turn in properly while you're chasing it behind another car. Dirty air is a part of that reason, but another reason for that is reaction time. This is a technical circuit. It's wet, it's slick out there, it's dangerous, and it's very easy for drivers to make a mistake. They're all very well aware of that, and that is giving you a safety net to react, and that's exactly what that was. Visual Racer had enough time to pull the car in underneath the 35 Loose Moose racing car and very safely get around them. So no contact, no harm, no foul for either two drivers. A mistake made by the 35 car, but he's right there tucked in the slipstream and has an opportunity to potentially fight back here by the end of the straight as well. So we'll have to wait and see. There's no advantage here between the two cars, obviously, besides probably just maybe how they got the car set up at this point. But you can see that 35 car is closing in on the 764 car, but I think he's going to run out of real estate here before he gets the opportunity, and I don't think that the track's quite dry enough yet to be going too wide through the final set of corners here leading up to the start-finish line. It is still a little bit dicey on the racetrack as it's still currently drying, and it is battle on here. We're going to stick with this. We're definitely not leaving this. Richie is coming into pit lane there. You can see he is going to most likely be making a tire change as he's sitting on that intermediate racing tire. And that is going to be now becoming battle for 8th position here between the 764 and the 35. So game on, and very, very good gain right there for the 35 car. And oh boy, let's have some fun here at the Nürburgring. HR. Oh, do I see another battle happening here? Did we miss the battle? HR is definitely going to be closer now with that pit stop from woohoo, little slide there as he catches a little curb in turn number 1. Again, very slippery on the edge of the racetrack here. 9 seconds is the gap between Richie and Jacko here as well. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that here as well. And of course that happens. We always do that, right? That's right. We go like this, and hopefully we catch it. Oh, a mistake made. Very, very, very clearly a mistake was made there by Visual Racer, and that allowed a 35 Aston Martin to get back around, so he's going to move himself back up into 8th position, and Visual Racer now finds himself chasing back to the rear bumper of Dino. And it is you can see that time is coming down. So okay, we got a couple of battles happening here. All right, we got some stuff happening. We love it. 12 seconds between Visual Racer and CLR Richie and the 45 last minute racing team as well. So essentially this is about a 20-second gap from 8th to 11th place right now. So definitely some good potential battling happening in the mid-pack here throughout this stint here right now. 18 seconds from a bit. Ooh, yellow flag in front of the Project 1 racing team. Interesting. Let us see who it was. We're not seeing a position gain. We're not seeing a significant time gain on our 6th place car here, so I don't think it was our 6th place car that was the yellow flag. It was potentially a blue flag car that may have caused the yellow flag. We just didn't see it. But 18 seconds is the gap between Kevin GT and Dino right now. So 2.5 seconds separating Dino and Visual Racer. And then we have 10.9 seconds separating Jacko and Richie. 13 seconds separating Richie and Visual Racer. So we definitely got some potential battles brewing here currently in the mid-pack. And then we've got Kaz about 2:45 behind Jacko, and we got Spiteri here about 4:57 in behind Kaz at the moment. So again, driver's work, and that 77 Race Asylum car just continues to push forward through this 24 hours here, and it continues to find that time on that next driver ahead. There is potential, there is still time for that 77 car to grab up a position or two here yet in this race, without a question of a doubt. Well, I mean, the viewers are loving the race, I think, but I don't know how the racers are holding up. I think there's a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety and a lot of pressure right now in the paddock with what's going with this unpredictable weather pattern that we're seeing here this weekend. So this is definitely a very difficult race. The conditions, the unpredictability of the weather here this weekend has amped the difficulty factor up from this race tenfold. A strategy, you can't really come in with one because you don't know what the racetrack is really going to throw at you anymore. You start your stint in completely dry conditions, and then by halfway around your first hot lap, you're caught out in pouring rain conditions, and you're a long ways away from pit lane. So I mean, it is so tough out there today for the teams, the racers, and I can't even imagine how the vibe in a lot of these paddocks is right now. Even for racers that are doing well in this race, I think it's a lot of stress. I think it's a lot of question marks here still with 5 hours to go, right? So this race is not settled yet. I mean, we cannot call a winner at this point in the race, even still after 19 hours of 24 hours of racing. We cannot determine who is going to win this race with 100% certainty. You just can't. I mean, the gap is not big enough. A minute, that's not enough. A minute's not enough. We've seen it so many times today. A minute is not enough. We have 19 seconds separating second and third place right now. I mean, a minute 20 between third and fourth place. A minute between fourth and fifth place. I mean, this battle is not over in the top five at all yet. There's a story still brewing there, and then we have some spacing, right? I mean, we've got a 6 minute gap between the top five and the rest of the field, but then the rest of the field starts really getting tight. We got 11 seconds separating sixth and seventh place. We've got 8 seconds separating seventh and eighth place. So I mean, gaps are closing quickly here. Right now between these drivers. We got 7.9 seconds now separating Dino and Visual Racer. We've only got 7 seconds now separating Richie and Visual Racer. We've only got 10 seconds. That hasn't changed too much. About 0.4 of a second that's changed between Jacko and Richie here. So, I mean, this is anybody's game still. I don't even know what to say. Wow, this is mind-boggling. You know, I've been around a while. I've done a lot of commentaries. I've done a lot of long-distance races. I've seen a lot of things. By far, probably one of the craziest races I think I've ever seen to date in 5 years of commentating now in the GT7 sim racing community. I cannot even begin to predict who's going to win this race right now. I honestly do not have even a close remote clue. I mean, it looks like that number 5 Lexus currently has a good, solid shot. They've been up there fighting all day long, so they're definitely in the discussion, but so is ORT, so is ERA. And I mean, I don't know if you can count out GT Finland or Eric's Racing. They've had pretty solid races today, too. I mean, a few more mistakes from those front runners, and it's a whole new race for number 4 and number 5 positions. I mean, yeah, I'm baffled. I am right there with the fans and the viewers right now on the edge of my seat, just waiting for the next crazy thing to happen, because when is it coming? I mean, that's where we're at.
That's definitely where we're at.
Alright, so 21 seconds between Kevin GT and Prima Dino, so that gap has kind of stabilized a little tiny bit. We have 8.5 seconds separating Dino and Visual Racer, so Dino is actually opening up the gap a little bit now on Visual Racer. We've got Platypus Racing's BX Royal is down from 6th to 9th here. So, yeah, there's been some craziness happening while we're just talking about all this stuff. Richie's down into P10 here. Still in P10, pardon me, and closing in very quickly on the Platypus Racing Mercedes here. Just kind of regaining with what we were seeing in the mid-pack here. And you can see that 45 car going in and getting a little bit of coolness in their tires. So again, we're seeing that strategy being played out from our from the drivers while they're on the racing slicks. While there is a little bit of water on the track, they are kind of utilizing that a little bit to cool down their racing tires to try and save tire degradation here around the racetrack, and we are going to see this move get done here as we head into the final sets of corners. And there is some damage there on the Project Platypus Racing Mercedes, which explains why they've gone down 3 positions here, and they're probably coming into pit lane. And I am correct because the racer also had some significant damage on their race car and is coming into pit lane. So I wonder if there was a potential incident between the 2 cars as they were closing those gaps up on each other, or if maybe one driver made a mistake and the gap wasn't, I mean, there was only 8 seconds separating the drivers at that point in time. Did that incident just happen for those 2 cars to come into each other while one was regaining on track and one was still at race pace? And was there, I mean, there's so many things that could have happened there without unfortunately catching it. But that does put BX Royal here down into P10, so 4 position loss here in whatever happened over the last lap for the number 11 Platypus Racing Mercedes here. But we've seen these guys go up and down this field all day long, and with the weather and the craziness, I mean, we're just taking it as it comes at this point. Yeah, we're just rolling with it. I've never felt so unprepared as a commentator in 5 years as I do today, because you know what the weather looks like. You see the weather settings. For us racers, I mean, we know what that should relate to as far as expected weather. That has not been what we've been getting today. So it's been unpredictable, just highly unpredictable. That's the dynamic weather model. I mean, you can't disclaim that the dynamic weather model definitely works in GT7. I mean, you never know what to expect, and I guess, I mean, that's the whole point of it. It keeps things lively, it keeps things rich, it keeps things very interesting. 8:06.338 here coming from Antonio as he continues to improve the fastest lap of the session here. But the fastest lap of the race does still belong to Macho Monkey, teammate one of the other drivers with the number 5 car here, and that was 2 or 3 stints ago. It was, I believe it was an 8:07 if I'm not mistaken. ORT Pyrex here has really started to fall into a rhythm. He hasn't really let that gap grow anymore from the Sector 70 Sports Racing team, but is not really able to close it up, and has allowed Candyman to start to close in a little bit here as well, which tells me that Candyman is at least pacing quite well with Pyrex up in front. Obviously, Antonio's on just a different level currently than the field, and that's why he continues to open this gap up a little bit overall on the field. But it seems like second and third place are doing a pretty good job at managing just the beast mode that Antonio is in at the moment. So Gukas here is a minute 22 in behind third place. That hasn't really changed too much. It's been right around that mark here all stint long. Much of the same goes for the Eric's Racing. Except for McLaren, that gap to fourth place has been fluctuating a few seconds in both directions, but it really hasn't changed too much. And the gap from sixth place has grown a little bit by about 15 seconds, but I don't think the big concern here now for obviously the Eric's Racing team really is that sixth place and beyond car, because each of these cars at this point is officially a lap down in the race here, and even if they do manage to catch up and get that pass done, they're only getting their lap back. They're not actually gaining that position. So the top five, especially fourth and fifth place, really don't need to be too concerned with what's happening in behind them right now, because right now, as the race stands, it shouldn't affect the overall racing position, having that size of a gap to the cars. I mean, again, anything could happen, I suppose, but we're talking about a pretty good sized gap there. 6 minutes is a big gap. I mean, is it impossible? Most likely not, but we are starting to run out of time in this race as well. I mean, we are under 5 hours, just under 5 hours to go. So, man, it is only lap 6, and all this craziness has already happened. Goodness, this usually happens over 2 hours. Wow. What a treat. What a treat. I gotta tell you. 7.9 seconds now separating Jacko and Richie. So Jacko is closing in on the 45. Last minute racing GTR here a little bit. 10th here, 10th there, but over the duration of 97 corners, that definitely starts to relate to some time gain. But Richie is starting to show a little bit of strength in that GTR in certain parts of this racetrack, and they are on a very high-speed part of the racetrack here. And of course, the GTR is going to trump the BMW in a sense when it comes to top end. So we are going to see the time be gained back by the GTR up ahead on the long, straighter, faster sections of the racetrack, but we should see the BMW start to peel tenths away again through the more technical parts of the racetrack, as the car is just a little bit better than the GTR in the more technical sectors here at the Nordschleife. Alright, so it is BX Royal in the 10th place here. It's been a tough about 20 minutes here for the number 11 team here. They went from 6th down to 10th place, but they're still there and 12.5 seconds in behind the 69 AHR BMW currently. They got 10 seconds to the good over the 764 Aston Martin with Visual Racer behind the wheel. Looks like he's just made a pit stop and picked up a nice juicy 3-second penalty for himself there. And it isn't going to affect too much in behind him there, as Kaz has 2 minutes and 20 seconds to catch up yet before he needs to concern himself there with the 64 Lexus. But 3 seconds is still 3 seconds, and on this racetrack, by the time you're done serving that 3 seconds, that's probably cost you 4.5 to 5 seconds. So not ideal, but not the end of the world either. And Spiteri is closing in here, 5:14. It was 5:37 last time we checked here in behind Kaz, but that very well could be a pit stop difference. Maybe not. Maybe not. Just closing in. Hashtag QC. Alright, minute 19 now is that gap from first to second place, so Antonio is most certainly starting to grow that gap here for the number 5 Lexus. Pyrex here is had a penalty. I was like, why is it red? And struggling here on the racetrack right now. Has been all stint long. Had a really nice save, and then had an unfortunate followed up spin shortly after it. It seems like that knocked him out of his groove a little bit here, and struggling again a little bit there. We've seen him go off, and he was carrying damage right before we've seen that moment on the racetrack there as well. So had a couple of moments on the racetrack here recently, causing unfortunately some minor repairs to that race car in pit lane here before they can get back out to 100% efficiency again. So that is fantastic news potentially for the GT Finland 66 Corvette. However, with that being said, they are getting about to that what I would assume would be a scheduled pit stop at this point, if there's such a thing in this race this weekend. Anyway, so he may be also making a pit stop at the end of this lap himself, which is essentially going to kind of negate that pit stop from Pyrex up in front, but time gain should be at least the time gain for the time it took them to repair that number 1 BMW ahead of this number 66 Corvette. Lots of things happening. So many numbers going through my head right now. My brain is working overtime trying to figure all this out here, but it's just a crazy race. Eric's Racing's number 7 McLaren here, a minute 50 in behind. So again, not a lot has changed there between the 4th and 5th place drivers. Our Project 1 racing car has gained a little bit of time, however, though there's about 30 some seconds gain there. That may have been a pit stop, but no, it wouldn't be a recent pit stop. And we actually see the Project 1 racing car here just in behind our number 1 BMW after they make their pit stop there. So got a nice fast car up in front there, maybe potential opportunity to continue to utilize the slipstream of that number 1 BMW to continue to close that gap to Eric's Racing perhaps. We'll have to see how this works out. Very hard to pace these leaders when you're a blue flag car. They just eventually start to drive away from you because they don't necessarily make a lot of mistakes most of the time either. So it's tough sledding when you're trying to use a faster car to gain track position yourself. And of course, you don't want to make a mistake in pile into that car or something by accident either, right? So there's a fine line there. But we've seen it work very well here today. Blue flag cars tucking in right in behind lead lap cars that have done the blue flag transition and pace with them for 3-4 laps and really gain time on the opponent they're chasing. So I mean, it works. It's effective if you can handle that situation. But again, it's just hard to keep up with the sheer pace of the front runners sometimes, and that's the tough part, is just keeping that pace enough to keep that slipstream in range. But Jacko's closing in here. I mean, 6.5 seconds now to Richie, the 45 GTR here. So we're starting to see some gaps close up here, and we're starting to see Dino open that gap up a little bit. So Dino's giving himself a little bit of a cushion at this point now from the 45 last minute racing car, and trying to close in on that Project 1 Racing Aston Martin here as well. 20 seconds is that gap between the two drivers currently, but has a nice little cushion right now behind him in 8th place. So he's kind of negated some of that four-way battle that we've seen developing here. And those four-way battles kind of essentially just turned into a two-way battle, three-way battle, I guess, with Project Platypus Racing only 10 seconds in behind, and really essentially Visual Racers only 11 seconds in behind them as well. So there's still a potential four-way battle here in this mid-pack as we continue on through our 19th hour. Are we there yet? Yeah, I think we're there. Almost. All right, we got Kaz coming in here. I'm assuming this is a scheduled pit stop. I'm not seeing anything wrong with the car, so this looks like a scheduled stop here for Kaz and the 64 Sector 7 Mini Cougar car. We've got Antonio here in the number 5 Lexus, a minute 31 at purple, an 8:05.511 last time around. I mean, he just continues to improve every time he goes around the racetrack right now, so the racetrack's pretty dry. We're seeing a little bit of moisture still pop up on that moisture meter as Antonio does dip on the outside edge of the curbs and a little bit further on beyond the track. So it's not 100% dry on the racetrack yet. There's still some moisture on the outside edges of the racetrack beyond those track limits now. But for the most part here, the guys are starting to be able to run the curbs at least a lot more safely and efficiently, which obviously means that they're able to get better lines through the corners and the sectors, which means that's going to relate to faster lap times. So now that it appears that the track is starting to dry and turn into a better grip condition for our racers, we should probably start seeing the pace pick up a little bit here, and Antonio is most certainly doing that right now, picking up the pace. And we're going to sit with him here as he continues around here, and it's unfortunate for him actually, because this is going to be an in-lap for him here, as he's not going to have the fuel to run another lap around the track here. So as he heads to the mini carousel, this will be an in-lap here for Antonio, so we will not see an improvement on that 8:05, but it most certainly potentially was an improvement in the making there for sure. Candyman is a minute and a half to Antonio right now and has 30 seconds to the good over Pyrex. So Pyrex down into P3 now after just an absolutely crazy stint for this number 1 BMW here today. And it has been a pretty crazy season for these guys so far this year as defending champions. But they will continue doing what they do. And continue pushing forward. Sorry, I got distracted. We had somebody that just entered the lobby that shouldn't be in the lobby here, so race control will deal with that. But as it is, just a fair warning, everybody, too, for the viewers, especially our new viewers here. If there is, you see a lobby and you see that there's a space open in the lobby, that's not an invitation for you to come in and watch the race. This is for our registered drivers only. So if you see the International Racing Organization official lobby up, we do not want unregistered drivers or what's the word I'm looking for here? Drivers that have special permission to be in the lobby at that specific time. So please, I'm not saying it is viewers that are doing that, but we do see that from time to time here in the GT7 world. So just to give the heads up out there, you got to really pay attention to your lobby titles when you're on GT7 looking for a lobby to race in. Please read the lobby titles, because there are lots of official league races going on. and if we could password protect them, we most certainly would, but we cannot. So the reason why we ask that is because what happens in GT7 currently is every time a driver enters, exits the lobby during an active live race like we have right now, there is the potential to create a lag spike, and that creates potential for drivers to disconnect from the lobby. So that is the reason why we do not want people coming into the lobby if you are not supposed to be in the lobby, because you are actually putting each and every one of our 14 drivers on track at risk of picking up an unnecessary penalty for a disconnect because somebody came in and spiked the lobby. So please refrain from coming into the International Racing Organization official lobbies, and please make sure that you just pass that information along to your racing friends and that are in the platform, because it's not just International Racing Organization, it is all lobbies. Just read the titles. All you got to do is read the titles and just make sure that you're not interfering with something official. Fair play. It's all about fair play and respect, right? So I know we just want to see what's going on, we want to get involved, but we do have to respect the fact that, you know, there's something going on there, right? So, you know, just pass the word along. Pass the word along, you know, just for every open lobby. As a content creator, I host races and events and championships and all kinds of things myself through my own page, and you know, through my own content, and I deal with the same things sometimes too. It happens all across the board in the community, just in the platform. You know, people want to see what's going on, but people also don't realize what it can potentially do as well. So in a situation of the format of a race of this stature, that would just be absolutely terrible to see happen. So we don't want to see that happen. So please refrain. Alright, so we have our Project 1 racing team coming in for a scheduled pit stop, I would assume, at this point, and that is going to give the position to, I didn't want to say that too early there because I knew it was going to be close on pit exit there, to the 45 last minute racing GTR, so back up into P7 for the moment is the 45 GTR here, and Richie's just going to settle in just behind 3/4 of a second. Now, the difference is we got one driver on scrubbed in, warmed up racing tires, and we've got one driver that just came out of pit lane on ice cold, unwarmed up racing tires. So it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds, but by the end of the lap, I do suspect that we'll see the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin be passed, or if not, putting pressure on the 45 GTR. And we're not even out of the GP sector yet, we're already seeing that. So we should see an attempted pass here, and honestly, for the number 20 car, if they're going to get this done, they want to do it in the GP part of the racetrack. This is one of the best spots of the 24 hours of Nürburgring to get a pass done, and we see a lot of passes being made on the GP circuit here, because you know, once you get into the Nordschleife part of the circuit, it gets tight, it gets narrow, and it gets a little sketchy. So you know, you could be stuck in waiting for a little bit and having to be patient, and we see exactly that happen. The number 20 does just make it happen on the GP circuit here, gets out ahead of that number 45, knowing that they are on a different pit sequence than they are, so they're aware that they're on fresher tires, and they made sure that they got out in front of that car before they got onto the Nordschleife part of the circuit. So that was just some good strategic racing right there from the Project 1 racing car. Jacko 6.4 seconds in behind that number 45 GTR here. That hasn't changed a whole lot over the last couple of laps. Seems like those two drivers are equally on pace, and it's 9.2 seconds in behind Jacko for the Project Platypus Mercedes. Much of the same thing, on pretty equal pace. So unable to really gain on each other at that point. Visual Racer has gained about 2.5-3 seconds currently, though, over the Platypus Racing Mercedes, which means he's essentially gaining on all three of them because they're not really gaining on each other. And then we see 77 Race Asylum BMW just in behind there as well. Starting to my voice a little bit, apparently. We've got Kaz here in the 64 Lexus. Almost 3 minutes in behind Visual Racer here now, and oh boy, he's just struggling. It's been a tough day for this car. That's for sure. I can definitely say that. Spiteri here in 13th. It's been a tough day for these guys here as well, but you know, they're tracking 520 currently in behind Kaz right now. He did make that mistake, so that should relate to a little bit of gain time for these guys here. Once they get through that live timing sector where he made the mistake, it'll probably relate to about 5 to 8 seconds time gain for him there. So a little bit of give and take between 12th and 13th currently here on the racetrack, but overall still time gain from the beginning of the stint for them. So Antonio has definitely gained from the beginning of the stint. He's gained about 3 positions and currently leading this race here. So, and now with a minute and a half gap here, he's looking very comfortable in leading this race and a very dry racetrack in front of him for the time being here anyways. Esports Races Sounds number 44 GTR here. Candyman coming around. He's cut a little bit of time out of the race leader, but not a huge chunk. But time gain is time gain, man, and that's all that matters. So, Candyman's giving it everything he's got behind the wheel of that GTR and just trying to get what he can as far as time gain goes here before we are at the end of the stint. We've got Pyrex here for the Overboost Racing Team defending champions. He is closing in on Candyman here. 8.4 seconds is the gap there, but it does seem like it is growing slightly as we see here. Watching our number 1 BMW go through a very high speed sector of the racetrack here at 8.6. Again, that is a BMW essentially up against the GTR. The GTR does have the straight line prowess over that BMW in the grand scheme of things, so the GTR will gain time in the faster, straighter parts of the racetrack again over that BMW, and that has been kind of the battle for the ORT team here this season against the GTRs, essentially the Lexus and these Corvettes. They've been very strong. The Aston Martin's been very strong too. So that BMW has been up against it here so far this season, and I don't think that was their number 1 pick either for the season for the car. So maybe not in their ideal choice either, maybe part of it, but they are there today, and they are fighting hard. I mean, they have been as high up as first place in this race, so they are far out of this race yet. We got a 1 second penalty over the RX Racing McLaren there, but that isn't going to hurt him any as far as what's happening behind him goes. Hurt him a little bit for the chase to Kukas, but there is a large gap there they're still trying to close up. Yeah, they have it down to number 17, so they're starting to close in a little bit here on the 66 Corvette. 1 second penalty, going to cost them probably about 2.5 seconds overall, maybe 2 on the back straight when they have to serve it. So going to give that time back. They basically gain on that driver, but when you're a minute and a half behind, I mean, 3 seconds really doesn't seem like that much, I suppose. Dino here is 12 seconds to the grid over the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin here, but with that being said, that gap is closing. I mean, there was a 20-second gap to the grid for Project 1 Racing, I believe, over Dino before the sequence pit stop started. So, I mean, he's already closing that gap up. So when Dino does finally make his pit stop, that gap is only probably going to grow between the Project 1 Racing car and the 35 Boost Moves Racing car in the favor of Project 1 Racing. Richie is closing in a little bit here, or is closing, maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. I think he may have actually just been recently passed by Kevin and the number 20 car. But my brain is just not working in full function at this point, apparently. I don't know. It's having struggles in this stint, keeping up with everything that's been going on. We got Jacko here in 9th place. We've got BX Royal in behind now, 4.6 seconds. So the Platypus Mercedes is definitely closing in. And it's down to 4.3 and dropping here. So we've got a little bit of a wide exit there, but you can tell that this driver is definitely pushing hard. They obviously are aware that they are closing in on the BMW up in front of them here and are trying to close in a little bit quicker at this point. So 4.1 and continuing to come down. So I'm just going to go jump on Jacko here real quick, take a look at what I see. I think we're going to be seeing a pit stop from the AHR team here, and then I think we're going to see one more lap coming out of the Mercedes, and then I think we see the Mercedes pit. So I think it's going to be an undercut style strategy coming from Jacko here. I can guarantee you they are pitting at the end of this lap. They are not going to have the fuel to go around again. So it is guaranteed that they are coming in for a bare minimum of fuel in this BMW here. So the 69 AHR team here will be making a pit stop once they navigate this long straight and come through the last few corners. And then of course make that left turn, not even really a turn, left hook into right hook, pardon me, into pit lane. I always keep saying left because I guess I'm staring at the cars that are coming in, even though I know that's not the case. So Dino in pit lane here. That's going to give the 45 last minute racing up into 7th place, and we are seeing exactly what I thought we were going to see here. And there we go, the Project Platypus number 11 Mercedes is indeed going to go around again here. So I guess the brain's not fully unfunctional, but I can't even keep up with the chat. My brain is straight up on overload today. I feel like I've missed so much in this stint. My goodness. Alright, let's 7 seconds here between Candyman and Pyrex. So that gap is indeed closing. So we'll be noting that. We're keeping our eye on that. Just getting a little bit of a idea on the separation of the heroes right now at the point of the racetrack where these guys are at, so I can kind of keep an eye on the radar, so just bear with me here. Because we do know that we need to get back and down into this part of the track here, because I mean these guys are all within striking distance. We got Visual Racer and Dino right nose to tail here almost too as well, so Dino had made that pit stop and came out just in front of Visual Racer there. Who... Pit maybe 2-3 laps ago, something like that. So definitely got some different tires between the two cars here as well, and got that exit a little bit wrong, got a little bit past the curbing and into the dirt there. Now it's going to stem that charge just slightly up to the 35 Loose Moose racing car here, and we got the 77 BMW up and behind these guys here as well. So we're going to stick with this here for a moment, as obviously this is a little bit closer than 8 seconds. It's going to take, I think, a little bit more time for them to close up that 8 seconds from turn to second than it is for this 1 second gap to potentially close here in 10th and 9th place. This is interesting. Again, we've got two drivers on two completely different pit sequences here right now up against each other, but it's the other way around this time. The chasing driver is actually on the older tires, so and completely, very quickly closing in here on Dino as well, so very interesting battle brewing here. And it's going to be interesting to see how well the 764 car can get the grip down in comparison to those fresh tires under the 35 Loose Moose racing car. And it does seem like that's potentially going to be the difference maker here, so we'll have to wait to see how this plays out. We're just going to take a quick check here. Okay. Where was that? Right there. And there we go. Basically two car lengths separating two Aston Martins, and it is the battle of the Astons here again in hour number 19. So, different situation this time around. Last time we were in this position, we were in the exact same position. It was the exact same car chasing, the exact same car leading, and the only difference is in the earlier situation was there was still a very wet racetrack on the edges, very defined wet area of the racetrack. Now the racetrack is dry. Even as the drivers get off track here and start to dip their tires even into the grass a little bit in certain parts of this racetrack, there is no moisture coming up on that moisture meter. So we are definitely in dry surface right now. So this is a different kind of battle here now. I don't suspect we're going to see the same mistake made for the 35 car that we seen the last time around with the pressure from behind. This is a dry room, and then I say that and they make the mistake.
Almost in the same spot, actually.
So that is going to be a position change there for Visual Racer, and I guess if they want, they can blame that on commentator. I don't know, but commentator's curse is real. We don't do it on purpose. I swear to God, it just happens. All right, it just happens. So Jackal 31 seconds here, but he did make that pit stop. Keeping in mind, 2 minutes and 42 seconds in behind is Kaz, and 4:57 in behind is Jace Pateri here as well in 13th. So looks like it was yeah. Candyman, 1 minute 40 seconds in behind the Sector 7 Esports number 5 Lexus, piloted by Antonio. So Antonio is opening that gap up again here over the second place driver, and Pyrex is still slowly but surely nibbling away here at the second place driver. Candyman, the Esports races 744 car, and of course we are on board with our number 1 BMW, our defending champions, the Overboost Racing team here, currently being piloted by Pyrex and Pyrex, perhaps. I'm not sure exactly how that's pronounced, but 6.5 seconds is that gap, so a little bit of a slide right there as they were coming up out into the S's out of the YouTube corner there. So we're going to see the drop, boop, and they're going to hook that car around, get right back on the throttle, and get ready to prepare for the back straight here. So 6.5 seconds, unfortunately, is not going to be close enough for them to do anything this time around, but and they will have another lap to continue to try and utilize on closing up that gap. So it is Kukas here now, a minute 25 in behind the ORT team, and he has, a minute 27 over the Eric's Racing's number 7 McLaren. So not a lot has really changed there. Still two guys, very equally paced cars apparently here on the racetrack. So, and then we got the big separation there. We got 6 minutes in between top 5 and our bottom 9. That's it. So 16 seconds for the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin here, our number 20 car over our number 45 car. 45 car, thank you. Last minute racing GTR here, and Richie currently behind the wheel and has 7.2 seconds over the Project Platypus number 11 Mercedes here. We're going to sit on with our 45 car here just for a few seconds. Apparently the camera guy didn't want to show us the right car, so I mean now he's going to get extra time. That's just the way it works. $10.45 in behind the overall race leader here, currently in 7th place as well. So our top 5 are lead lap cars, and the bottom 9 are officially a lap down over those top 5 cars, at least the race leader at this point anyways. So not too surprised to see that we have lap down cars. Obviously a little bit surprised that we see it that deep in the field, but again, the unpredictability of how this race has gone today, I guess it's not really that shocking, just based off the craziness of this race today. So 5.6 seconds here for Project Platypus Racing, the number 11 Mercedes here, and they are closing the gap up here, but Richie is making a pit stop here, so is Project Platypus Racing. So there's going to be 5.5 seconds separating the two of them, and we'll wait to see what that gap is once they do their pit services here and get those cars back over the track. Do still have this ongoing battle here between Visual Racer and Dino. So Visual Racer has gotten around Dino here recently. Actually kind of slipped my mind that battle was happening, so I apologize to the racers and fans. But it's not done. It's still ongoing here as we have the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin in behind chasing, and I do suspect that this battle is not over yet because we have a pretty significant pit stop difference between the two drivers. So I would expect that we're going to see the number 35 Aston Martin start to close back up and start to apply some pressure on Visual Racer here. We'll have to see how it plays out, but Ooh, huge slide right there, in behind by Dino. And the 35 car, but he doesn't seem like he really lost any gap to the 764 car. Pardon me. I need to take a drink of water here from the 764 car. Bear with me, chat. Alright. I had to get the throat more talking here again. Alright, still on board with this battle for 7th place here between Dino and Visual Racer here. And again, I was just saying that I do suspect we should see the 35 car come back at the 764 car here, but Visual Racer showing some very good pace on those wore out tires in comparison to the car in behind, but it seems like the dirty air is maybe catching Dino out a little bit here as they enter in and out of the corners, and it seems like that's kind of caught him out a couple of times. We've seen a couple of wiggles and just some wide exits from the 35 car, and that just may very well be just dirty air factor there and just catching him out a little bit and just not anticipating an early enough turn in while in behind that car. I'm not exactly sure, but we've seen a couple of moments there in the last few corners between those two where it seemed like an uncharacteristic mistake was made in that corner from the driver chasing him behind the 35 Aston Martin. So I do have a suspicion that dirty air is playing a factor there. They have built a good gap up there now, obviously with the pit stop from Richie made up ahead of him here. So 21 seconds is that gap, and we have a little bit of damage on this car here as well. So incident on the racetrack here at some point after that pit stop too. So that is going to ultimately slow them down over the lap here. Jacko is 11 seconds in behind, and a good opportunity here for Jacko and the Platypus Racing team here to potentially close in on that 45 car here and gain some position there as well. So Platypus Racing Mercedes is closing in ever so slowly here on Jacko. And this has been a fairly active battle between the two cars here for a little while now. So now 10 seconds in behind that 45 car, and again it just continues to come down there. It's just a tenth every corner, a tenth. So it's not going to take very long at that rate to close up 10-second gap, and he is just pulling that number 11 Mercedes right along for the ride with him here as well. So there is definitely some potential positions to be gained for both those drivers here up ahead with that number 45 last minute racing GTR, and we're on lap 10 of 15 racing laps here. We'll probably see that 45 car come in to sort that out. Right, so Kaz seems to be dialing back in a little bit, getting back into his rhythm. He's starting to grow that gap back over Jay Spiteri here in the 77 BMW. It was about 4 something, now it's 505, so they're kind of giving and taking on each other in a sense, but overall still a small gain. And there we go, we see some changes. Pit stop coming from Antonio here, and don't believe. No, this looks like a scheduled pit stop here, based on fuel load. But we are seeing some raindrops there coming down on the racetrack as well. So I wonder if the number 5 Lexus has caught that on their weather radar, and obviously what that weather system that's coming in looks like is going to determine what these drivers are doing. But we're not seeing windshield wipers on certain parts of the racetrack, but we are seeing them in other parts of the racetrack. So, roughly about a a quarter of the way into the Nordschleife part of the sector, we're seeing some light rain. We got the windshield wipers on in the latter part here as well in some spots. So I think these are some intermittent spot showers, was what I was looking for there, on the racetrack currently right now. They don't seem to be too overly heavy, so I don't think it's really going to change the tire situation for the drivers by any means here. So 10 seconds down to 6.7 seconds now for Jacko, and has opened the gap up to 6.3 seconds on the Project Platypus racing car as well. So I'm not sure what happened to our number 11 Mercedes here. Made an interesting decision when they made their pit stop, I think is what I'm seeing there. Unpredictability. It does keep teasing. It really does keep teasing. That was just a couple of little spot showers there, for sure, on the racetrack. But I mean, in all honesty, I really think that after to almost 20 hours of completely unpredictable, crazy, rainy weather here, I think the drivers are just wanting some dry conditions at this point to bring this thing home. But Mother Nature has plans apparently here today, that is for sure. So Antonio is out after making his pit stop here. We've got Candyman and the Overboost Racing team here in pit lane as well, doing what appears to be scheduled pit stops. So that is Kukas coming around here, and I'm thinking we're probably going to see the same thing coming from our 66 car here as he gets near the end of their lap, and we've seen a pit stop just a lap ago here from our number 7 car, and I wonder if that was too early. They may need to make another stop, or if they're anticipating another forced stop due to Mother Nature potentially, maybe, or hoping on maybe to force another pit stop from the rest of the field as well. I'm not sure what that strategy is going on there, but we will wait and see how that plays out. The one thing that has done is it's closed up that 6-minute gap to 5 minutes. So somewhere there, a minute is gained by Project One Racing car here. That's a good gain. Dino in 7th place has had 1.7 seconds to Visual Racer, so did manage to get back around there. But Visual Racer now has come into pit lane for a scheduled pit stop in Pierce. So Richie, who pit last lap around, let's see what he's going to do here this time. He did pick up some damage in that lap, so I did kind of expect to see him pull into pit lane, so Jacko will get that position from him there and move himself up into 8th place. So the Apex Hunter Racing team currently sitting in 8th place as it stands right now. That will potentially change moving into stint 11 once we see the reinsertion of the number 3 Grid Life car after we pass the safety inspection. And boy, out of nowhere, there's the rain and the wind. Wow, look at that. The wind change has just drastically changed. That wind went straight sideways, massive gusts. It brought the rain. Boy, the track got wet real quick, and that timing for Richie and the decision making there for Richie, that could be crucial, because there are cars that have just got caught out in an absolute freak rainstorm here on Nordschleife. And like I said, it sucks when you get caught out in the middle of the Nordschleife and something like that happens. And here we go again. Alright, 9.5 seconds separating Candyman from ORT. We have the Project One Racing Aston Martin just in behind. It's a blue flag car there, so shouldn't factor into anything here. But here we go again. We got the ORT team out wide there, and that is going to allow the Project One Racing team to just slip right on through there. So they are going to get that lap back over the ORT team, and boy oh boy, I bet you Pyrex cannot wait to get out of this racing car in this stint. It has just been a stint to forget for him here, I think, today. It's just been, the weather has just absolutely kicked his butt here on track in these last couple hours, without a question of doubt. Eric's Racing, number 7 McLaren here, is moving and grooving, and I guess let's see what he opts to do here. These drivers have the option to make that decision here because they are not at pit lane yet. He's opting to continue on around. We are going to see a scheduled pit stop coming from the Project 1 Racing car here once they get to that point. They're still a long ways away around before they get to that point, but we will see a scheduled pit stop coming from them. So it'll be interesting to see what they choose to do. And I mean, that freak rain has just turned into a lot of wind gusts at this point. 19.8 feet per second straight west right now across the racetrack. That is an insane speed. That is basically 7 meters per second.
That's a noise, Michael.
PTSD, and yeah. I'm starting to get PTSD here from this stint. My goodness, I don't even know what to do in this stint. This stint is just upside down and wrong. I don't know. It has definitely been emotional roller coaster for our racers here, without a question of a doubt today. They're gonna need a week of recovery time just for the emotional stress that they suffered from the 24 hours of Nürburgring this weekend. These poor drivers. I mean, you take your hat off and you just tip your hat to them because they're all still here. They're all still on track and they're all still fighting through this thing. So, just crazy racing conditions today. It almost would have been better for it just to be a sheerly rain race, I think, at this point here for the racers, because at least they would know what to expect and they could come up with some form of pit strategy. What's right and what's wrong today? Your guess is as good as mine. I wouldn't want to be a race engineer behind the scenes today. This would be absolutely stressful. Heart attack stressful. I don't know. My goodness. I'm stressed out and I'm only sitting in the booth watching it happen. Ooh, big slide there. I think that was the ORT car there. We just seen that slide there from in behind there as well. I could be wrong. No, it's not. It's the Project 1 racing car. We just seen the big slide from it. Oh man, this is just getting from bad to worse here for our racers today. I mean, Mother Nature is just absolutely playing cruel jokes at this point. I mean, the drivers are stuck. You're caught in just the middle of the racetrack, and you got 12 miles of track you gotta go yet, and that happens. So thankfully for Antonio, he's got a 2-minute gap. He's got a cushion there, so that spin did nothing but just cost him time, aggravation, and some damage to the race car at this point. Candyman had, like I said, 2 minutes 24 seconds behind. He's going to gain time from that, but it looks like he's had his own struggles here since this last spurt of rain has hit. Pyrex here, top 3 are all carrying damage, various forms of stuck out here on the racing slicks in this absolute torrential downpour that just hit the racetrack. Oof, big wiggles here, and I mean, we just got a cluster of cars going on here. We've got lead lap traffic, we've got blue flag traffic, we've got cars going on and off the racetrack. Hold your breath, folks. This is going to get interesting. I couldn't even imagine the feeling of that 66 Corvette racer right now. Just knowing, just watching all of this happen. You feel me? This is the craziest stint. This is the craziest stint today. I don't care what anybody says. This is an insane nuts stint. It's nuts. Yeah. It's pretty rare that you catch me this jumbled up and speechless in the booth. It really is. I'm flabbergasted right now. I'm just absolutely flabbergasted. It's just kind of watching and waiting for the next thing to happen, right? I mean, the Project Platypus racing car here is just all over the GT Finland racing car there. I think he just tried to get out of the way there. of the Project Platypus car there, and there was just a small touch there. I think that was a miscalculation on Project Platypus's part, but you can clearly see that the Project Platypus car has made the right decision here, and they are on intermediate racing tires, and they are massively gaining track time and position here, up in the 7th position. Let's stick with Project Platypus for a minute, shall we, because they were down in, 10th? Not that long ago. Make a pit stop, make a decision, now up into 7th place. We've seen this story how many times today? How many times have we seen this story today? Here we go again. That 12-second gap that he's now closing up on the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin is now down to 3, 2, 2.6, 2, 1.5, 1, and battle on. And pass done. And he continues on. Next target, Eric's Racing, 7 minutes. Let's see how much time he can gain. Oh, wow. Decisions, all about decisions. Got to make the decisions. And you know, that's unfortunate for Antonio in number 5 Lexus here, because they were in pit lane when that tiny little intermittent short hit. They had an opportunity to maybe take a look at that weather radar right there and make a tire decision, and opted to make their tire decision, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them because Mother Nature kicked in a massive little burst of rain here at a crazy intensity, and it was just like, I don't even know. It was just like a cloud just absolutely busted open above these racers, and it just decided he just couldn't hold it in. This is drizzle conditions here in these 2 hours. I mean, this is just we got ORT sideways in a very, very awkward spot on the racetrack here. You can see the 4-ways on just to signify that he is moving slow. He's just going to bring it right into pit lane, right in behind Candyman there. Candyman coming into pit lane there as well. He just, again, on racing slicks, trying to get through the corner to get into pit lane, and made him, and got it sideways, got it wrong, got it wrecked, and that is not a great spot in the racetrack to be sideways. And I mean, we've got cars gaining positions all over the place. GT Finland Racing Team, the number 66 Corvette, now up into P2, but absolutely overshot turn 1. They're now driving through the mud. They're going to give a lap back to the 45 GTR here, and he is nursing that Corvette around that corner there. He wanted to be very careful when he got down on the loud pedal there. Now Candyman is closing in here, and he's got the ORT car making the move up the inside, so ORT moves up into P3, and game on. Here we go. Kukas is at the mercy of these guys here right now. Project Platypus Racing is right there in behind them now, trying to unlap themselves from these guys. Are we enjoying the race, or I don't even know what to say. Oh, this is pure insanity. Oh my goodness. 1.4 seconds separating Kukas from ORT's Pirates to Candyman right now, and can he hold them off? Oh my goodness, this is insanity. There is about 40% moisture on the racetrack, give or take, depending where you are right now. ORT are having a moment right there out of the exit. They're coming off that curb and it just snapped the car sideways there. He had to gather that thing up underneath of him there, so he does gather it up. He doesn't lose any position due to it. He loses a little bit of time in behind Kukas there, and Candyman is feeling some pressure from Project Platypus in behind right now as well. So that is our 8th place car currently on the track. Absolutely just applying massive pressure to our 4th place driver here on the racetrack, and that is all sheerly tire difference making all this craziness happen right now. We have drivers on different tire compounds and different weather conditions, and it is creating absolute chaos. I do not envy our steering officials. I really don't. I really don't. I don't know. I don't envy the distaste towards Mother Nature right now, I think. Either from our racers, this is insanity. Never seen anything like this before. The weather has been so all over the place. They're all over the place. It's just all over the place. Stunned. Absolutely stunned. I mean, look at these gaps now. I mean, these gaps are incredibly close. We got a battle right here between Project 1 Racing and Dino here. This is now 10th and 11th. These guys were up in like 7th and 8th place battling it out. This is just sheer insanity. Sheer insanity. Dude, sheer insanity. I don't even know where to begin. Good battle there. Project 1 Racing getting the job done. They're moving up into 10th place over the 35 Loose Moose Racing, who got a little bit of overspeed there on the outside of the corner, and he is going for a ride, but that slow down sand doing its job. They're slowing that car down. He's able to get it back out on track. Oh my goodness, this is just sheer insanity. Absolute sheer insanity. Kaz coming in for a pit stop. We got Spiteri here. He's about 6 minutes in behind Kaz right now, so let's go catch up. Alright, we got Antonio in the lead, 2 minutes 42 seconds, half-second track limit penalty, and carrying some damage on that race car currently. We've got Kukas GT Finland, number 66 Corvette, now up into second place. He's got 2.4 seconds to get over ERA's Candyman, who has now passed the ORT number 1 BMW and taken over third place. And Jacko is now in behind that 66 GT Finland Corvette, potentially trying to unlap himself all at the same time as well during all of this great battling. We've got Candyman right here with the ORT number 1 BMW literally right there behind him, and then we've got the 8th place Project Platypus number 11 Mercedes applying pressure to the number 1 ORT car, trying to unlap themselves. You cannot make this up, chat. You can't make this up. Goodness. Are you all confused yet? Can't make it up. Alright, I'm just trying to figure out where we need to be watching right now. I mean, everybody's very close together, but not quite close enough together to make anything significantly happen right necessarily at this exact second. But I don't want to miss the craziness happen, so we're trying to just not miss the craziness happen. There we go. Project Platypus is going to make the move here. He's going to pull out beside the number 1 ORT BMW here, and side by side as we head up this fast, straighter section of the racetrack. Definitely the ideal place to be doing that, and he does get the job done. He does find himself up ahead of the ORT number 1 BMW there, and does get his lap back successfully. So he's going to have basically a lap to prove that he can maintain pace ahead of the number 1 BMW, or he will have to be forced to give that position back up as a blue flag scenario. Eric's Racing's number 7 car here is 2:27 in behind the ORT car here, so a little bit of lost time with all this chaotic weather changing. Jacko has been a big winner out of all this here so far. He's up into P6, and he was down fighting in P10 there just before all the chaos started about 2.5 laps ago. So Jacko is a big winner out of that lottery so far, up in 6th position, and that BMW is looking real good now here on the racetrack, and he's got Candyman all up in business here there as well. So down the inside goes Candyman, gets around that blue flag situation and continues on with his race. Now we got the Project Platypus Racing Mercedes up in the 69 BMW's business here. This is a battle for position between the two cars, so we're not going to see that 69 BMW just give this one away. You can see the four-ways are still on that BMW, I think, from giving way to Candyman. And, a mistake made right there from the BMW, and that's going to allow the number 11 Mercedes to get up the inside and get that job done. So it is Platypus Racing number 11 now up into 6th place, and Jacko now closing in on him, trying to get that position back. And just in behind here in 8th position is, 8th position, here's the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR, just 3 seconds in behind Jacko as well. 11 seconds is Visual Racing. Racer got that a little bit wrong, went a little bit wide there. That's going to cost the 45 a small amount of time there. We've got 6 seconds separating number 20 Aston Martin and the number 764 Aston Martin. We've got 7 seconds separating 35 Aston Martin. It'll be a little more here in a second as we just seen that car come off of a spin. So let's see what happened there to our number 35 Loose Moose Racing team. And it sure does seem like we've seen just a whole lot of replays of crazy accidents here today on the racetrack, doesn't it? And I mean, just outside on the curbing, and there she goes. Just the car just has a little bit of wheel spin, and that's it. It just points the nose in the direction it wants the car to go at that point, and you're just holding on. Kaz here 3 minutes in behind Neo Spiteri. Ooh, he's going for a ride now. Oh my goodness, we are getting some craziness here. I mean, we saw it. We got to look at it. I mean, that's just the way it goes. I apologize. I know the racers aren't necessarily love watching themselves make mistakes on the racetrack, but hey, the fans love to see the cars wreck, so we got to show it, man. We got to show it. Oh, he just gets out into that wet line a little bit there, and it ricochets off Barriara there. And boy, I hope the International Racing Organization's insurance is really, really well paid up here, because there is definitely going to be some safety barrier repairs at the Nordschleife after this 24-hour event. So you may want to go check the insurance policy, just saying. There has been some safety barriers absolutely whacked today, without a question of a doubt. So there is going to be some repair work from our track officials here post-race for sure. Antonio is not in trouble there. That was just the end of the replay. It was just frozen because that was the end of the replay real time. So do not panic. Nothing wrong with Antonio there. He is still in first place, still doing his thing. 2 minutes ahead of Kukas. So Kukas's gamble paid off for him there. It seemed like that was a very big gamble, and I wasn't sure it was going to work out for him there. But currently it seems to be working out all right. He came out in all that wet with soft tires and managed to hold second place off from Candyman and ORT, who were on intermediate tires, off for second place there. So that was actually a pretty incredible run for the last couple of laps here by the 66 GT Finland Racing team. I didn't really want to say anything because, again, I don't want to give away that free information. But now all the drivers are on the same tires here, so it's irrelevant at that point. But that was definitely a strategic move made by the 66 car there, and it looked like it may have paid off for him here, potentially leading in towards driver swaps. So Platypus Racing, big winner out of that lottery, the rain lottery there. Jacko also did pretty well out of that lottery here as well, in 7th place. Currently, Visual Racer is closing with 17 seconds in behind, but he does have that Project 1 Racing number 20 Aston right there too. So potential battle here. We're just going to keep our eye on this and see if we're gaining or losing in behind Visual Racer right now. It looks like it's a little bit losing. So I think Visual Racer may have actually just taken the position from Project 1 here. So I believe that is 9th to 8th for Visual Racer. And the 764 Aston Martin there. There's just so much going on, I can't even keep up with it all anymore. We're just doing our best at this point. Richie here in the 45 last minute Racing GTR, 14 seconds in behind. We've got Prima Dino here. He's got 24 seconds in behind Richie. He's got 3 minutes to the good over Kaz. That 64 Lexus has been having a tough day on track here today, as well as the 77 BMW there. It's been a day filled of carnage here in the 24 hours of Nürburgring due to Mother Nature, without a question of a doubt. Well, with that being said, there's still 4 hours to go. The forecast states that it will be overcast for the next 4 hours of the race. Now, what that means exactly, I can't tell you. Does that mean we're going to see dry weather for 4 hours, or does that mean that there is potential that it should be dry and it's just going to rain randomly for 4 hours again? I guess we'll have to wait and see how that's going to play out, but it should be, based off of the forecast, it should be drier conditions for our racers for the next 4 hours leading into the chase of the checkered flag. So we can only hope and pray at this point that the racers can get some dry conditions to just get to open these cars up and just get to run some really good, fast, clean laps, and see if we can get those battles to happen. See if these guys can close these gaps up, because I think Mother Nature owes that to the racers at this point. I think she owes them some dry conditions for a couple hours and just let these guys go. My goodness. Ray, you're cut off from the rain dance. That's it. No more rain dance today. Done. I'm locking the VIP room. That's it. You're not allowed in there. No more rain dances. There we go. We have Grid Life representative Lucas coming into chat saying they'll come out roughly about 5th place there, a minute in behind the next driver. So, like I said, it's not all lost for that car, for that team. It definitely sucked, but they'll get back out and they'll continue going on with absolute chaos we've seen all day today. Anything is possible. Anything is certainly possible. Alright, so we got the Candyman starting to close in on Kukas a little bit here. The 66 Corvette, the gap is 2.6 seconds, and it is closing now. So let's sit here with Candyman for a moment, as even if we have some battle for position in the mid-pack right now, this is a battle for podium position here. So we're gonna sit with this for a minute and see if Candyman can continue to reel him in here. Kukas has been having a good race here so far, and use a little bit of pit strategy to their advantage here to get them up another couple positions on the racetrack. And I mean, they gained a minute and a half in that chaos to get themselves up into 2nd place. So how many times have I said in the broadcast here today, in my commentary shifts, that a minute and a half gap is nothing here at the Nordschleife? Point in case. It was a minute 47 seconds in behind 3rd place when all that chaos started. He's now 2 seconds ahead of 3rd place. So, point in case. Yeah, it's most certainly created one epic race. I'm not going to repeat your words exactly, so obviously I like to keep things as PG as possible, even though it's not really a bad word in a sense, but yeah.
It's just so flabbergasted. That is the word, flabbergasted. 2 minutes and 6 seconds now, the gap for a race leader here, in 8:02.622 there on lap 10, so not quite as fast as the overall fastest lap, but by far the fastest lap of the session without a question of a doubt. Here 8:07 is the fastest lap for the 2nd place driver here currently, who has 2 minutes in behind 1st place, and then we've got Candyman, who's chasing 2nd place right now, and his best lap of the session currently is only an 8:19, so Antonio is just in beast mode right now. Pyrex here, also in 8:09 so far for the best lap of the session here as well. And like I said, I think this driver is probably very happy to step out of the car and hand it over to the next driver, because it's just been an absolute devastating drive for that driver, just due to the absolute chaos of weather conditions that we've had here. And you know, we're paying attention to the weather, to the wind necessarily now, and I mean, the wind has completely shifted again. It hasn't changed speed, but it has shifted now to a southwestern direction, so that could catch the drivers out here as well, coming into certain sections of this racetrack. Wind, it really does matter, and especially a strong wind like that. Jacko has 10 seconds in behind the Platypus Racing Mercedes and has 12 seconds over the Project One Racing Aston Martin. He's got 6 seconds over Visual Racer, who has a 19-second gap over the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR. He's got 14 seconds over the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Kaz is about 3 minutes in behind them. And then we've got, having a little bit of a moment right there. He's going to tag Barry and have a little chat real quick. And Spiteri here in 13th position, having a little wiggle coming up the hill there as well. So we do have Antonio here, and has picked up some recent damage on that racing car. And boy, I'm sure these drivers just cannot wait to have the cars over at this point. There's been some chaotic stints today, without a question of a doubt. So here we go. We're going to key in here on this battle right here. We have Candyman here really starting to put the pressure on the 66 Corvette of Kukas right now in the GT Finland racing team. And as we head into the Goodyear curve here at the GP circuit, the gap is 1.8 seconds. So I'm trying to take a look up at the sky while I'm in cockpit mode here, so we can actually get a really good view of the sky here. I mean, there's definitely overcast. There's definitely some poofy clouds in there, and it definitely looks like it's got some moisture built up inside of there. So I'm not entirely sure if these drivers are done with the rain here yet, but we are on that in lap now, and we do need to get some live timing here for our race officials here. So where's Antonio? We better do that now. And just keep our eye on that battle. So Antonio in the lead has 2 minutes and 6 seconds over second place right now. I don't want to leave this battle. This sucks. We've got Candyman here. He's 2 minutes and 7 seconds behind the overall leader, and we are going to do this efficiently as possible here so we can try to catch that. We got ORT's Pyrex in fourth place, 2 minutes and 43 seconds behind the overall race leader. We've got the Eric's Racing number 7 McLaren, 4 minutes and 38 seconds in behind the racing leader. We've got our Platypus Racing number 11 Mercedes, 10 minutes and 16 seconds behind our race leader. That leaves us our Apex Hunter Racing team number 69 BMW, 10 minutes and 29 seconds behind the overall race leader. We've got our Project 1 Racing number 20 Aston Martin, 10 minutes and 40 seconds behind the race leader. Visual Racer for 764 Sector 7 Racing Boomers team is 10 minutes and 50 seconds behind the overall race leader. We're cutting hairs here, it seems like. We've got the number 45 Last Minute Racing in GTR, 11 minutes and 9 seconds in behind the overall race leader. We've got the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, 11 minutes 21 seconds in behind that race leader. We've got the number 64 Sector 7 McCougar Racing car, 15 minutes and 16 seconds behind the race leader. And last but not least, our 77 Races Island Black car, 20 minutes and 48 seconds behind the race leader. And we haven't missed it. Fantastic. All right, battle on. A car length separating Candyman and Kukas here now, and as we head around this very high-speed corner, we are going to see some action very, very late here in our racing stint. We are on our final racing lap here of stint number 10. We will see Antonio lead the pack on the lead lap into pit lane for driver swaps at the end of this racing lap here. So he has a 2-minute lead, so he is getting fairly close to that point where he is going to start to transition into driver swaps here, and we'll be handing the microphone over to Jaeger for stint number 11, and then from there it will be the amazing Webbo commentary to bring this race home in amazing style and fashion, and I hope he's prepared for chaos because that's how it's been all day. Rain, storms, accidents, and the number 11 car decided to take intermediate wet tires at a very, very important time in the decision-making process, and that paid huge dividends for the number 11 Mercedes, taking them from like 11th to 6th place in a matter of 2 laps. That is how quick it can change here at the Nürburgring. Alright, so the 66 is doing a pretty good job at keeping Candyman in behind him for the time being here, but I think this is just really only a matter of Candyman realizing that he has to wait for a good opportunity to get around in these technical parts, or just wait for a longer, straighter section. But the difference is here is this GTR does not have a straight line speed advantage over this Corvette. I think in comparison, these two are probably pretty equal, and it's going to require slipstream, I think, on a long straight run to get the job done. So I think on overall sheer straight line power, Candyman is not have the advantage on that Corvette. I think that they're quite equal in that sense, so it is going to come down to exit and slipstream, or a mistake, or just getting an advantage out of a corner. And there we go, a small mistake made by the 66 car there. He did dip a tire into the grass there. We've seen Candyman take a look there. He got some position for a moment, but he couldn't get the job done, so he settles back in behind Kukas here. I'm just keeping an eye on when Antonio comes in. We do need to keep an eye on this, of course, for driver swaps as well. We do have something we need to try and keep an eye on, but we are keeping an eye on this battle here as well, and it is only separated by a couple of car lengths right now, so I know where the arrow is. That's what's important, and we only need to catch that just for a few moments here. So he is just entering that final few corners here right now. Antonio is to finish up this lap here. We're going to see Antonio just in a moment bring that car into pit lane. So Antonio is coming into pit lane here, and we'll start our driver swap sequence for stint number 11, hour number 20. So it's game on between the 66 and the 44 cars here, and like I said, no real advantage in my opinion, I think, here between these two cars right now. They're both got fairly equal power, they both got fairly equal attributes, so it's going to come down to driver skill and experience in utilizing slipstream. Ultimately, I think this path is going to be made on the back straight. I don't think Candyman is going to try and force an issue here unless he, again, can just gain a clear position off of a good exit or something like that. I think that he's just going to play nice. I think he's going to sit in behind this Corvette for the time being, and I think that once we get to this back straight, that's when we're going to see that GTR pounce on the Corvette. That's what I think. What do you think, Literally only a car length separating the two here right now. Candyman is applying serious pressure right now to that Corvette, and the Corvette is feeling it. So as we head to mini carousel here, this is the point where Candyman just needs to be close. Just needs to be within that car length coming out of this final corner here, and let the power of slipstream do the rest here for him. And he is most certainly close enough. He is going to get the exit he needs there to stay in that slips range of that Corvette. Let's see which one of these two cars really has the straight line prowess here. Breaking this toe is going to be Kukas. He goes across again, and I'm not sure what the allowance for defensive moves is here, but he's going to have to be very careful here with how many times he's going to cut back and forth across the racetrack, because there is potentially a procedure for that here, and how many times you're allowed to make that transitional move. But Candyman ain't wavering. He's going to continue to make the move here, and the GTR is going to get the job done heading into the final bits here, and these two cars are going to head into pit lane, not side by side, but nose to tail here. So second and third place are separated literally by half a car length as we enter pit lane. The number one BMW here, our ORT team, is just coming up the back straight here right now. He's about 30 seconds in behind that absolutely crazy battle right down to the driver swap there, and has about a minute and 50 to the good in behind him here. So he is definitely going to be looking forward to getting out of this car and handing it over to whoever it is from ORT that's going to be taking the helm here. I'm guessing it might be Vicente. I'm assuming Jown or Zorian is probably going to be just going to be between Jown and Zorian, I think. Yeah, that's my call. Alright, so we got Ben coming here for the Eric's Racing team, and I'm not sure who we're going to see coming in next for these guys. We haven't seen Yavi in a while, and we haven't seen Eric's in a while, so I'm expecting maybe see one of those two pilots in behind the wheel of the number 7 car here. We'll have to wait and see once that driver swap sequence does take place. And you can see that the multi-screen is up, so for the viewers that are unsure why we have two different screens right now, the top right-hand smaller screen is the Stint 11 lobby. This is the driver swap sequence. This is how we have to do it on GT7. We do not have the ability for one driver just to jump into the car. Yeah, we have to have a separate lobby. So we pit, and then as soon as the car comes to a complete stop in their pit box, that's when they release their driver into the other lobby. That is how we maintain the live timing gap between the teams. And from there, if there is a penalty assessed or any time differences that need to be adjusted as the driver swaps progress, race control officials are there in behind the scenes directing that traffic, releasing the drivers when those drivers are supposed to be released. race. So that's why we have the dual screens. So you are seeing right now on the smaller screen the drivers that have made their driver swap transitions, and what we're seeing here on the bigger screen is the end of stint number 10 here as these drivers continue to come into pit lane to start their driver swap transitions. So for those of us that may be new here or unsure what we're seeing on the stream right now, this is the driver swap transition moving from stint 10 to stint 11. This is also how we transition for our broadcasters. So once you see that small screen turn into the big screen, you will lose me and you will have Jaeger sitting there in the booth with you. Alright, so Eric's Racing is in pit lane, and it is going to be a slog here. Now we got about 5.5 minutes for Platypus Racing number 11 Mercedes before he gets around to get that driver swap secured for their team. But the big winner in the rain lottery here at the latter part of this race, 11th to 6th place, because they made the right tire decision at the right time. Timing sometimes is everything at the Nürburgring. Right place, right time, right call. Huge gain. Whoever the crew chief is behind the scenes right now in the Platypus Racing Garage, give that man a gold star. Because he has made the decision of the day for sure for this racing team right now, without a question of a doubt. Or she. Let me quit being so what's the word? Yeah, I don't know. Let me quit being so gender neutral. Let me be more gender neutral is what I'm going for there. More gender neutral. I'm tired. It is after 3 a.m. in the morning here where I'm from, so my brain is definitely already trying to go into sleep mode, and we're still awake. So it's not 100% in the program apparently, so I do apologize. It's been a little bit scattered this stint. It is definitely outside of my normal usual realm of on the ball commentary, just because of the absolute sheer insanity of this last 2-hour stint, and just the sheer chaos and unpredictability of everything that happened over the last 2 hours. But it may take my brain a few hours to even process what just happened over the last 2 hours here. So yeah, I do apologize for a little bit of scatterbrain commentary here over the last couple hours, but it's just very late. I'm very tired, and it's been very chaotic. It's just been a combination of a whole lot of craziness right now, and I think my brain is on adrenaline overload. I don't know. What's the penalty for a DC? I believe it's a second a mile. 15.7 miles, obviously per lap. So that's 15, call it 16 seconds a lap. You disconnect on lap 1, it's roughly about a 4.5 minute penalty. Roughly. Something like that. Not quite the exact formula, it's a little more in depth than that, but roughly the basis around it. You know, Tom, you know what the funny thing is? As soon as I seen that number 3 car have to go behind the wall before the stint started in the booth here for myself, that was the first actual thing that crossed my mind. Tom's getting kicked out of his stint. Jakey's going to want that stint. That's exactly what crossed my mind. I know Jake so well. Oh my goodness. No, I am not at all surprised to see that happened. But you know what? It doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day, this is a team. This is a team effort. It's not one driver that's doing the work for these races. It is up to 12, up to 10 drivers that could be taking on the workload during these races as far as driving tasks goes. So It is a 10 maximum driver roster here this season for the IRO, so you are allowed up to 10 roster drivers. And the rule is once they've raced, they are slotted in on that roster. They cannot be moved to a different team. They can't go race for a different team. They are there. That's it. That is the team they are racing for. So you do have the option of up to 10 drivers per race, and each race does have a minimum required amount of drivers. And I believe for these 24-hour races, I think that minimum is 4 drivers, maybe 5, but I'm pretty sure it's 4 without going and refreshing on the specifics in the rulebook. I do that before every racing round for our races and split too, but that's not till next weekend, so we'll do that refresh here in a couple of days. But I believe it's 4 driver minimum for 24-hour races here. And as long as the teams meet that requirement, it's really irrelevant how many drivers partake in the particular event. So, you know what? It's a team effort. Sometimes the best thing that a driver can do for their teammate is give that seat up to a different driver, and you know that can reward the team in the overall grand scheme of things. So you can't even think that. I mean, that's a decision. That's a team decision that needs to be made there, and that's what a team is about. You have to make tough decisions, and you got to do it together. So that's exactly what this is all about. This is a team game. This is a team sport right here, endurance racing. So I'd love to see that team decision making going on behind the scenes between these teams. This is a tough day of decision making. I can't even, like I said, I would hate to be a race engineer this weekend. I would be balder and grayer without a question of a doubt. I'd be ripping my hair out right now. I wouldn't even know what to do. I never once said anything about pace of the driver. Not once do those words come out of my mouth, chat. I said sometimes a driver has to make a decision to relinquish their seat for another driver. That's all I said. Sometimes that's the best choice to make for the team, sometimes. I didn't say...
Right. Let's continue with stint number 11 then. Thanks, GT45 Gaming, for your service. Here, 4 stints on the comms. Well done. Get your rest, buddy. Now, much appreciated, your commitment. So yeah, less than 4 hours to go. And what's the current racing situation? Then we have the number 5 Lexus RCF leading that race. 2 minutes and 8 seconds the gap to the 44 Nissan GTR for esports race asylum in E2. E3, the surprise of the race at the moment, the 66 Corvette for GT Finland racers. It is on the podium. Who would have thought that after 20 hours of racing? P4, 32 seconds for the number 1 BMW Overboost Racing team on the hunt for a possible podium. Would be their first of the season. Then P5 Grid Life Racing, number 3 Lexus, after that unlucky disconnect in the previous stint, they're back out on the track now, 3 minutes 30 behind the leaders. So those who weren't there, they were leading the race when they arrived at the driver swap, and then the driver disconnected in the next lobby, so they lost all their lead. 3 minutes 30 seconds now the gap, so still on that lead lap. P5, what a big comeback drive needed. Now in P6 we have Eric's Racing, that beautiful McLaren with the number 7. Then Project Platypus. The car with the number 11, that AMG, started P14, now running P7. So I think they will be happy with that. So far, 5 minutes and 40 seconds, though that gap to the next car in front, that's quite a bit. In P8 we have Project 1 Racing, also a team that suffered a disconnect. Now slowly moving up the order up to P8, again that number 20 Aston Martin. P9 we have AHRs, 69 BMW M6, just under a second that gap to Jake for Project 1 Racing, who has more pace. It was close on the previous stint, it continues like that, a little bit of a slide happening for the Beamer, losing some time and momentum. P9. In P10 we have Sector 7 Racing, the Boomers, Aston Martin 764. P11 Loose Moose Racing 35, and P12 Last Minute Racing 45. So both LMR teams close on track, fighting for position maybe. 11 P12 now. Who gets the better run? Looks like for this section finalized for Last Minute Racing is catching, gaining a couple of ends every timing delta update. It's 1.1 under a second coming out of Bergwerk. It's a good run and gets a toe uphill. It's nice. In P13 it's the third Sector 7 Racing car, the 64 Mikuga Lexus, and then we just wait for the 77 Race Asylum Black BMW to get out on track again. So leading this race, 1 star for Sector 7 Racing Esports, also with the fastest lap earlier on, an 8:04.9. I think this is probably one of the few stints so far that has a dry race start. We had plenty of rain drama so far throughout these 20 plus hours, and the recent stints we always had like a moist or wet track to start the stint. Now dry conditions, soft tires, drivers can push, and an 8:04.09 on that first time lap. Not too shabby, I'd say. We wait for Shadow's first lap time. Hope he lost 2-3 seconds since the pit stop. But at the same time opened up that gap to the 66 car behind. So should be still a very good lap. 8:06.7, something like that. 8:07.2. And then 8:08 for E66. and in P3. So next up is Vicente for ORT, the reigning and defending champions, trying to score their best result of the season so far. And an 8:03.4. So Vicente did the qualifying on Friday for the team and put that car into the Super Bowl. And you can clearly see he knows that track, can drive very fast here. Then the unlucky team in the later stages of that race, the Green Machine, GTEC also with a rapid lap to start his first timed lap. Improves that fastest lap a little bit. But here we go. No time to waste, I reckon. Now go, go, go! All the drivers. All the drivers are a bit laggy. On the spectate mode, at least for me, we had an emergency lobby host change, and so maybe that's why we don't have the best connection, but it looks like stable enough for racing. So double fingers crossed for the lobby and all the drivers to stay in that lobby and enjoy the experience in it. So what's the lap time for Eric's Slim? Not as quick as the other drivers. 8 or 10, something like that. Maybe a bit faster, 8 or 9. But very good lap times from all the drivers. And there was a battle. I knew it. It finalized. He got past Toto Wolff. So the 45 up to P11, the 35 down to P12 for now. And it was still their outlap, so we have to wait for the actual pace when they cross the line in roughly 6 minutes. For now it looks like that Toto Wolff can stay with finalized on the first sector of the Nordschleife. So around Flugplatz we go. And yeah, good draft coming towards Schwedenkreuz. Oh, let's get a little bit of an onboard footage. So braking for Arenberg, the downhill right-hander, early on to the power. Now we go downhill towards the Fuchsröhre. Still in that slipstream. Now braking for Adenauer first. Fast left into the right. Slow down that car for the next left-hander. That slow chicane. Over to the right, onto the power. Again, leaving Adenauer first. And now approaching the Rebel tree on the left-hand side. Say hello to that tree into the left-hander Metzgersfeld. We go the left, right. You can use it with the inside curb usually. Now approaching Another tricky section, Spiegelkurve, so this should be flat. And then miss the triple right-hander. Losing a bit of time to finalize now, braking down for the slowest part of the Nordschleife, Wehrsiphon, coming out of that turn in second gear. We go further downhill, braking for Breitscheid over the bridge, over the city of Adenau. Right-hander Exmühle early on to the power. Again, with the run, a little bit of up and down through the Niki Lauda Knick left-hander. Flat out brake for Bergwerk, the important right-hander, as we go uphill now for quite some time. So we are now running through Kesselchen, the uphill part, and Toto Wolff still has that slipstream. Stays within a second. Upshifts to 6th gear, but can do it because of the toe. He's losing a little bit. That 6th gear is not strong, so approaching Mutkurve, the fast flowing left-hander, nearly crashes, but keeps the car under control, coming out of Klostertal and braking again for the slow right-hander. We go further uphill towards Stahlstrecke. At the end, there is the carriage roller carousel. Brake down into second gear. Oh, don't run that high. Not the ideal line through the carousel, but we continue the wild roller coaster ride. We approach the left-right combination Hohe Acht, and we go over the crest. Oh no, Project 1 Racing suffered disconnect. No! Not again, the second of this race. While Toto Wolff is coming through Wippermann into the right. We're going downhill left, right into Brünnchen on the left hand side, the campsite with the party people. Right uphill, the exit, so-called YouTuber's corner, and braking for the uphill left Eiskurve. Very slippy usually, that's why the name Ice. And heading into Pflanzgarten, the little jump hill. Boom! Yeah. Right hander early on to the power. Nail those apexes, carry the speed, and we go downhill, exit of Pflanzgarten 2. No more jumps here, but still fast through the Stefan Bellow S. No drama, braking for the entry of Schwalbenschwanz. Carry the speed. Don't carry too much speed to run too wide, that was nice. Braking the exit of Schwalbenschwanz, the Kleine Karussell. Oh, that car got loose on the rear, and you see finalized disappearing. So it's Geigenkopf now, the double right-hander, little lift, and running a wide line. And now time to relax for a little bit. And the long Döttinger Höhe on the right hand side, we see the tourist ride parking lot where you can just buy a ticket and do a lap on the Nordschleife if you want. If you're around the area, you can use your own car, you can rent some of the cars, you can go for a taxi ride with experienced drivers, so it's a great experience. I've heard of. I've never been there on the track. Drove past that track many times, but never actually went to the track. So this is definitely something that is on my to-do list still for, I don't know, the next 3 years. I'd say I have to go to the Nürburgring, and I'm not sure if I actually want to drive myself or maybe just take a ride. See, Jakey went into the pits out on fresh soft tires didn't catch if they had some damage. But yeah, so it would be very tempting to do a lap, but I don't want to use my own car. So I have to drive, I think, 500 kilometers from where I live to the Nürburgring, and then with my car, and then go on to the Nordschleife, and then maybe bin it. Oh no, how do I get back home? It's my biggest fear. Also, if you rent a car and if you have a crash, it's not cheap. So that's also, I don't know, maybe just book a taxi ride and then see what's the feeling like. I mean, of course I did hundreds of laps on the game, but I think you have to feel like the G-forces in some quicker track tools, track machines, like I don't know, BMW M2, M3, maybe go for the famous Porsche Ring Taxi. So many options, but yeah, it has to be done at some point. Yeah, I can imagine it is more up and down as you can experience in the game. I think you will get quite a nice taste in VR. Yeah, but like on a flat TV screen or monitor, yeah, you can just get a small glimpse of those undulations. Okay, you went last year and you want to come back again? Yeah, that's probably what would be the most worrying, like you want to come back over and over and over again. So, looking at the tires currently, a pit stop is not too far away for most of the drivers. So in dry conditions, you probably just get 4, maybe 5 racing laps out of those soft tires. Jakey still has the fastest lap of the stint with that 803.382. I did an early pit stop to get oops, sorry, my voice is starting to crack again after some long hours since the start of the race. So yeah, fresh tires for Jakey, slim, Fireworks Racing, consistent lap times 809, 810. Matti also very quick, 804. The 8, it's the 69. Yeah. My voice is not working correctly. Oops. I guess I have to leave you with a couple of minutes to get me something to drink and see if I can restore that voice. Now it's annoying me, but yeah, go a bit radio silence, leave you with the engine noises. So back, I hope the voice stays now for the rest of the stint. If not, then I can only apologize, but yeah, sometimes the body doesn't want to work as intended. So we have all remaining cars now running on the track. 77 BMW. Under 5 minutes the gap to E12, and yeah, we had that disconnect for Project 1 Racing. So they will rejoin the race in the next and the final stint, and the rejoin time is currently calculated, and so they will know their time very soon, so they can hopefully finish that race. I think this is the main goal for all of the teams and the drivers. You want to see that checkered flag, you want to make it to the line and you say, I have survived the green hell, the 24 hours. Windshield wiper running. There was not really like rain expected. It's very, very, very light rain. Or is it just the windshield wiper just going for no reason? And no, it's on the other car as well. So Oh, okay. So I just want to bring up like this forecast. Right, so we are in stint number 11, and it says overcast. So it is overly overcast, and it's actually like rainy, very light rain, so it doesn't really hit the track. It's still wet from above. See if we can catch it on the onboard. We can barely see the raindrops on the window, but a few drops are visible. So this is just like a little bit of a cool down, and so nothing the drivers have to fear. Don't think we will see those crazy rain showers again. It's still very, very light rain, and still nothing to see on the track surface. And will it increase? That is the question still. So Monster, the number 5, the leader, is approaching the end of this lap, and the tires are very, very worn, so I expect him to go into the pits. There's probably just one option, new set of soft tires, and away we go. Yeah, that's it. Now looks the same for the other cars on track as well. So windshield wiper is running, was running for 44. Don't see it currently on 66 car. Maybe it already stopped. And all the other cars are just driving around, no rain. See that windshield wiper is still going on that Nissan on the 44. Maybe it is a manual activation. I don't know. Go to the Corvette, and yeah, there is no windshield wiper going, so a bit confusing. It looked like some raindrops at Geigenkopf. And the Döttinger Höhe as well. Still nothing hits the track at the moment. So the only decision is a pit for a new set of soft tires. Do we see? Oh, maybe the Corvette has disabled the windshield wipers. I don't know, the BMW as well. So why are people running with the windshield wipers and others don't? I don't understand. Time to pit for all of the drivers now, by the looks. Monster is back out on the track. Still see some raindrops falling. Now we see, I see a little bit of the surface getting wet, but it's very low, 10% maybe at max. So at the exit of the pits and into the first chicane. A little bit of moisture on the track now. Corvette still no use of the windshield wipers. So we don't believe in light rain, so we just ignore it. Same for that BMW. But you see it visually now. Definitely now the rain is increasing once again. Maybe it was just the first sector, but hey, here we go. We see on the start-finish line, we see rain, and the rain intensifies once again for this 24-hour race. No way. But this is definitely more than overcast, and it shouldn't be anywhere near that. We had a look at the settings at the forecast, but this is the weather forecast, and this is the unpredictable weather here at the Nürburgring in the Eifel in Germany. It's like you can get all 4 seasons within 2 hours at that track. And yeah, if we would have snow and hail in the game, it would also like happen at this track. So we are above the first line on the wetness indicator now. You cannot believe it. You cannot make up this. Come on. I mean, no one was expecting like this kind of rain on the track, and now it's pouring down. It's getting into intermediate territory, and the drivers, they are all running on those slicks, on those Facebook of tires. Look at that. Still, the Corvette. Well, let's get it on board. Use your windshield wipers, come on. It's raining. You all see it? Oh, it's just like we go just very, very fast. So the raindrops won't stick. Genius decisions here. But it is, I'd say, now on the edge with grip levels. Or is it just the spectate mode that is being bugged and the drivers are saying, what are you talking about? It's not raining on my end. So I think we had that as well in the early days of the game. That for some drivers it was dark, for others it was daytime, then some had rain, others don't, on the same very track, in the same lobby. It's mind-blowing today what is happening. You can clearly see that McLaren was struggling for grip coming out of the Goodyear hairpin through the Michael Schumacher, and there is definitely lifting going on. So it is raining, and it is raining way too much for those settings. So the Nordschleife at the Nürburgring never stops to surprise and amaze us at the same time. So what a challenge it is for the drivers. And the first victim is Matti. Damage on the front on his AMG for Project Platypus. Lemons the 69 struggling for grip. The rear is like it's fishtailing. Oh, he doesn't know what to do. He's right behind. E44, that is a shadow, right? Yeah, also a shadow with damage on the front end. So the madness continues. And Shadow loses that position to Nibelheim. 66 moves up into the second position, gets past the BMW as well, and also the Overboost Racing Team BMW just 2.5 seconds behind. Oh, he's closing that gap 1.2, so Shadow is really struggling in those conditions. And Vicente gets past the BMW, the 69, and has definitely more grip currently. He will get that P3. Maybe has a chance for P2 as well. So up towards the carousel, and so much more speed through the corners. Is he going around the outside of the carousel? It's taking more speed. It's quite laggy, so a bit difficult to follow. The gap to the 66, 2.4 already. Clearly see that Vicente is losing some time behind Shadow now, but you're on slick tires. It's wet everywhere. You cannot send it around the outside. And the leaders are in. They have damage. 3 minutes that gap still. And what's the decision? It is soft tires again, so they don't believe in intermediates. It's wet on the pit exit. Shadow still defending that P3. Vicente all over the back. He has to be patient. Then he needs to probably get a better run somewhere. He dives down the inside. No, has to back out once again. Ice Kurve into Pflanzgarten, who is brave over the jump hill. No, still behind. I'm not losing that much time to Nibelheim in that Corvette. So that's probably still good news for both of the cars. That GTR will lose some top end with that damage, though on the long straight there was a short moment where that inside line had an opening. I think Vicente just decides, oh, nearly lost the rear. What a moment it is. And the 69 BMW close, and also Nibelheim has some damage on the front, so Vicente can get 2 for the price of 1. Now on that straight, both cars in front have front damage. They are sitting ducks on the straight, and through goes Vicente down the middle, and that sneaky little BMW, the 69 HR, says, hey, I'm gonna follow you, BMW bros, let's go. And Vicente into the second position. Shadow, Nibelheim both with front aero damage. The 66 just stays in front of the 44, so probably both will pit this lap to repair the damage and maybe go on to the slick tires, and Nibelheim stayed out. Alright, the 66, but I'll try to see first how much time I'm actually losing in those conditions. You cannot really go that fast, and no, ORT car is off. Went too fast into the first turn and somehow manages to avoid damage. So what happened? Brakes cannot get that car stopped, and luckily there is some gravel, some muddy parts, and doesn't get any damage he loses just a little bit of time. Yeah, what a save. Lucky Luke. I say, Jakey again pitting, but staying with the racing soft tires. Still P5. Did gain, like, since the retry in a couple of seconds. Oh, to the leaders as well. The leaders had some damage. It's not raining anymore, so probably that call for slick tires now was the correct one. Still, you see the racing line not completely dry on the GP track. We'll have to be careful. And Vicente catching the back of the slightly damaged Corvette in P2. Shadow after the pit stop, no more damage. P4, Jakey in 5th for Grid Life Racing. Then we run through the grid to see where the rest of the teams and the drivers are currently running. In P6 we still have the number 7 McLaren. In P7 it's the 11 AMG for Project Platypus. 6 minutes a day. Also, he's on intermediates now. Again, yeah, I think you have to toss a coin into softs. It's so crazy. The 69 AHR BMW in P8. 35 Blue Smooth Racing Aston Martin got in front of the 45 Last Minute Racing Nissan GTR. Both drivers on the soft tires. We saw it earlier. That stint finalized was behind Toto Wolff and got past him towards the end of the lap. Just under 10 seconds the gap to Hide for Sector 7 Racing Boomers in the Aston Martin. On soft tires as well, we have Banana for the Mikuga Sector 7 Racing team on intermediates and struggling already. I can see the wear on those fronts. Blue Racer is running very worn softs again. Didn't bother to change them during this little wet period and might be gaining. Still nearly 5 minutes, so that's probably very difficult, but you never know. And you see the battle again between the 66 and the number 1 car. Massive run for the BMW. Will he get alongside before the next kink? No, can't. And still you have to be careful. You don't want to touch the wet bits on those soft tires. Oof. That was close with the curve. Now gets the run. That Corvette has front aero damage, so will be losing some speed uphill through Castellan we go. Can they go side by side? No, not quite. So that Corvette can be a wide car, a very, very wide car. And then with this laggy connection, I think it's the smart decision here to not risk the race now. We are nearly 21 hours into this 24-hour race. and you don't want to throw your car away now because of a little bit of netcode issues. Oh, that makes me dizzy, driving with Vicente through the carousel. But he's still close. Oh, those curbs are still very wet. You cannot be too aggressive. But at some point you have to use them for the optimal racing line. Ooh. If it's anything like that for the drivers to judge, then don't envy those drivers then in those situations. You have a trying track with wet bits around the edges of that racing line and a quite laggy connection between the cars. So that takes maximum concentration, focus. And after a long event so far, so many of those drivers are on their third or fourth stint of the event, so they will be probably pretty tired. But also maybe now the adrenaline is kicking in. It's a hypnotizing battle, not gonna lie, between the two. Get to the TV camera to get maybe a little bit less of this lag. It's less than 3/10, and that BMW should have the lags with the help of the slipstream to get past the Corvette early alongside, using that speed for now. That Corvette with that damage, but the slipstream is looking. He's not, as soon as he pulls out of that slipstream, he's like standing still. So that damage is definitely not helping Corvette, and had a poor exit out of the chicane. So a second between the cars. Now we have the number 11 heading into the pits, getting rid of the intermediate tires. The gap to the P8 is still big enough, I'd say, to stay in front, coming out of the pits on racing soft tires, that is. And having roughly 7 seconds. Oh, Lemons is on those racing softs already, got used to the track, and we have another close battle in that mid-pack. 35 versus 45. Smooth Racing versus Last Minute Racing. How much risk are you willing to take? Now, that tri-racing line is getting wider and wider, so you can probably place two cars now just next to each other, but still the risk of a spin if you're touching the wet bits and turn or use the accelerator. It makes your car go round. You don't want to do that. So again, patience is the most important attitude you need to have here at the Nürburgring. even if you have more pace. And that closing speed was crazy, approaching the Nordschleife for another run. So half a second into the Hatzenbach section. Steady and still not attacking those curbs. Yeah, soon as you go over the curbs, that wetness indicator goes up to 50%. So it's still tricky. I think some of the curbs you can use, but it's now lap by lap, turn by turn for the drivers to decide, can I go for it? Let's go back to our leaders. Monster has everything under control. 2 minutes 29, so there is still a very big gap for the number 5 car. Vicente opened up the gap for his overboost racing team, the number 1 BMW. 4.2 seconds now to Nikolai in the 66 Corvette for GT Finland racers. Shadow closing that gap slowly under 12 seconds, so it was 13-14 seconds last time. They are gaining. Same for Jakey, under 9 seconds the gap to Shadow the 44 in P4. Then we have Slim for Elk Racing in No Man's Land in P6. Marty P7, but the gap to Lemons is just under 10 seconds. So that was way bigger. Marty was one of the drivers on the intermediates, and that extra pit stop definitely made that big gap vanish. Will we see a run for finalized uphill approaching Mutkurve? It's half a second. Getting closer. It won't be enough. Both drivers keeping that car on the track. So easy to understeer through Mutkurve and touch the grass or even the barrier. So good stuff in those conditions. It's still formation for the two teams and drivers. 35 leading the 45, but not by much. So we can briefly have a look at the remaining 3 drivers on the track. A 1 minute gap to Hide in P11. Hide driving that 764 Aston Martin for Sector 7 Racing, the Boomers. Banana in the 64 Lexus, also a Sector 7 Racing entry. And a Blue Racer, a bit wide. And those tires, there's nothing left on them. But he continues. And he probably wants to go for a one-stop on softs in those conditions. We'll see how that ends up. The 7.64 we sent it, definitely increasing his gap over Nikolai in the 66. Is it time to pit now? Lap 9, end of lap 16, so maybe one lap still to go. This would be my guess. The tire wear still okay, so with that little bit of rain helped with the tire wear on those softs, so will definitely be a longer stint now. It's possible for most of the drivers. And decision for the 66, staying out. And the two chasing cars and drivers, Shadow and GTEC. So 6 seconds between both of them, and they're on the hunt for that P3. Just 8 seconds up the road for Shadow, and 6 seconds on top for GTEC in that green machine, the number 3 Lexus RCF or Grid Life Racing. Let's have a look at those lap times in those trying conditions. 8:06.5. Wow. 8 minutes 12 for Shadow. 8:17 for Nikolai. And then 8:09 for Vicente. 8:09 for Monster as well. So GTEC is on a mission with that 8:06. 3 seconds at least faster than anyone else currently. Wow. And Matti is keeping the distance, 2 lemons behind. Quite stable, roughly 10 seconds. And Toto Wolff still running in P9. Finalized, saving some fuel maybe. Behind 35. Has a bit of a fuel advantage at the moment. Yeah, probably if you cannot get past, the best is to save tires and save fuel running behind another car. Then has a look down the inside, and again, it's tough to judge with the laggy connections. Looked like there was a bit of contact between the two cars. But a deep entry, and then it's tough to tell. So there's definitely no damage on the cars. Was there a bit of a contact? Maybe. Did Toto Wolff go deep into that left-hander? Yes. Was the gap on the inside? Yes. The rest, not my call. But I say, let's continue with the racing. It's still close between those two drivers and teams. P9 and P10 currently. See a little bit of sunshine now coming through those clouds. And let's have a little bit of a look what the leaders are doing. 2 minute 31 for the number 5. So it looks very, very solid. It's lap 10 currently, end of lap 16. So 6 laps and the rest of this to go before the final driver swap of this 24-hour race. And finally some lovely conditions here. A little bit of sunshine. I think we're getting also warmer track temperatures. We see some of the spectators now looking through the fences. So also, if this would have been a real race and the fans, they would have endured quite some bad weather in this 24 hours. But that's part of the experience as well, I think. And we've seen it many times in real life, that just bad weather conditions at the Nürburgring, even with complete red flags for multiple hours, or some cancellations in the end. It's an outdoor activity, and Mother Nature decides in the end what's gonna happen, and not a race calendar by a motorsport series. That's one of the benefits of sim racing. So you're not really dependent on real life weather. You have other challenges, right? So you need to rely on good connections, stable servers, stable game features, and also solid hardware, no matter what you're going with. A controller, a cam brake, stick drift, whatever. If you're going with a wheel and a rig, you know, pedals can break, springs can break, even your entire rig can fall apart. Your monitor can have a blackout moment. There's so many things that can go wrong for this. So what I was trying to say is don't underestimate like the achievement, the tasks the drivers are really doing. Yeah, I know, Hansa. I don't know how I can now get out of this in a good way. So I basically mentioned everything that can go wrong. So, but yeah, it's still a tough challenge for the drivers that are competing in those endurance races. Yeah, so it may not be as physical as in a real life car, but it's still the mental side, and you're still like being tired. If you want to support the team, of course you usually don't do a 24-hour solo event. But if you're running with a team with 3 other drivers, let's say, so you're a 4-driver team, that is yeah, four stints, or 3 stints with a 4-driver team, 4 stints with a 3-driver team. That way around. That is quite some time you're spending there with your console and your preferred hardware. And you may need a very, very good recovery. And yeah, Jakey is right behind Shadow now, challenging the number 44 for that final podium spot. Oh, look at that, the 44 indicated. Come on, you can have that. I don't want to fight you. I know you are currently the quicker driver. And just like that, the number 3 back on a podium spot. So we said it earlier, like that disconnect isn't the end of all hopes for the number 3. So they're fought their way back onto the podium, and now it's just 22 seconds to P2 with 2 hours and 43 minutes to go. So one entire stint. 22 seconds. That's doable. It all depends probably on the drivers for that final stint. So we see it often that the teams will put their strongest drivers, their fastest drivers, on the first and the final stint of those events. So I wouldn't be surprised to see John D back again for ORT for stint number 12. I think I've read that Jakey will hand over that car to Pei-Mei. Pei-Mei did a fantastic job earlier on. And Shadow stay with Jakey now. Still within a second. Maybe trying to use Jakey's raw pace to drag him along for a bit. We used that inside curb. That car got unsettled a little bit. We have blue flags coming up front. Oh, that's the number 11. So E7 will be getting lapped by P3 and P4 very, very soon. So we still have 6 cars on that lead lap. That is the number 7 McLaren for the RX Racing team. It's the 66 Corvette for GT Finland Racers, and it's the 44 Nissan GTR Nismo for Esports Races Salem, the number 3 Lexus RCF for Grid Life Racing. Ooh, that was a little wiggle. It's the number 1 BMW M6 Endurance Model 4 Overboost Racing Team, and the leaders with a big gap, 2 minutes 32 seconds after all this chaos in those previous stints. The number 5, another Lexus RCF for Sector 7 Racing Esports. So then 1 lap down, it is the 11 AMG Mercedes GT3 Evo model for the Project Platypus team. 69 BMW M6 for Apex Hunter Racing in P8, while the leader is pitting. No damage, just a regular pit stop. Right, so we are not missing anything crazy. We have the number 45 Nissan GTR Nismo for last minute racing. Still in a close battle with the 35 Aston Martin Vantage, the V12 for Loose Moose Racing. And P11, another Aston Martin, the number 764 for Sector 7 Racing Boomers. P12, the third Sector 7 racing car, the 64 Lexus RCF Mikugar, that nickname, that team name, and Race Asylum Black, running the number 77, the third BMW M6 on the grid, with one car missing, suffering a disconnect. That's Project 1 Racing, also in a Aston Martin. That number 20 entry will return for stint number 12 in roughly 50 minutes, I don't know, so something like that. So hope to see the full grid starting that final stint of the 24 hours. Oh, let's go back to this close battle. The two teams still close. Finalized got past Toto Wolf, but unable to get away. So still has to defend. Tries to break the toe, directly going to the right, then one defensive move to the left. Still half a second. Big disadvantage for the Aston Martin is the top speed. You see now only gaining in that slipstream, so that Nissan GTR also not known for like the craziest top speed ever on planet Earth. Finalized managed to stay in front. For now it will be a run into turn number 1 and exit for the Aston Martin, but finalized has the inside in his Nissan GTR, who is going to brake late for turn number 1. Well, Aston Martin forced around the outside again, a little bit of contact, and has to back out of it. So robust defending from the 45 last minute racing driver keeps that position for now. Shaky dropped Shadow nearly 3 seconds. The gap. Must take a look at the gap. P3, P4, that is 15 seconds. The lap times Shadow 8 minute 10s. The last 2 laps. Vicente is on the outlap with some fresh tires. At 806 is 809, so it's more raw pace. And has a pit stop. So both Shaky and Shadow, they need to pit again. We will see, and the number 1 car gaining those 2 positions will be running P2 when the 44 and the number 3 are visiting their pit crews, and this should be happening at the end of this lap. Another one entering the pits, Slim with some damage. It's inside of a pit stop window and still driving in no man's land. Also, what is possible for the 66? P5, 35 seconds the gap to P4. On the same strategy now to go till the end on those tires. So this is an actual gap between the two drivers now. Slim back out, still a comfortable gap. Then Matti versus Lemons. That gap went up, didn't it? 16 seconds. Looking at the lap times, yeah, Matti is quicker. So 8:09s for Lemons. And finalized and Toto Wolff. It's changing between 8:13s when they're fighting and 8:10s when they're probably not fighting. Well, no one really can get a big advantage, and looks like also this will be their in lap for their final scheduled pit stop. We have a slight tire advantage for the Aston Martin and a fuel advantage for the Nissan. So in an ideal world, the 35 would go for the overtake, open up a gap with the better tires now, and then they come out basically next to each other after pit stop because of the better fuel management for that Nissan. If it stays like this, then it's quite an advantage for E45, I would reckon. But yeah, still nice to see to have close racing after that many hours. Opening up that gap now slightly in roughly a second. Our initial run out of the carousel was good. Now the run up towards Hoyacht and Hedwigshöhe, the Aston Martin gaining back some of the time. It's half a second. A nice run through the fast, throwing left, right, left, into the right again. It's close. Will stay close probably till the end of that stint. And Lemons now also low on the fuel. We'll see them pit. Matti as well. 19 seconds already. So he's showing some decent speed here. And we have a look at the tail end. Blue Racer 5 minutes and 12 seconds currently, but that's because of an earlier pit stop to Banana. They will be pitting this lap. That gap will come down under 5 minutes again between the two teams in P11. That's the definition of no man's land. 1 minute a gap to P10, 3 minutes plus the gap to P12. Just doing your laps now, and Toto Wolff didn't really manage to get past the Nissan, and I reckon both drivers will be pitting now to go for those final 6 laps. It's into the pits for finalized, and when we see that's 7 liters of a fuel advantage. That is at least 2 seconds. We have 1.1, so I expect probably 3 seconds after the pit stop. We'll see how much fuel they will taken into car. We have a link for the final one, and it is even more, 4.6, so gained definitely some time. So couldn't see that. All right, sorted for final driver swap. Then it's not too far away. We're under 30 minutes, and 5 seconds roughly between P9 and P10. Let's go back to the leaders and look at those gaps. 2:36. So not slowing down at the front. And after the round of pit stops, it's Sente in P2 again for Overboost Racing Team. Jakey in third for Grid Life Racing, and Shadow in E4 for Esports Race Asylum. Gaps between P2, 3 and 4. It's not over. Let's include the 66 as well. So without any more disconnects or hardware failures or whatever, we should see that number 5 car then cruising to the victory. Yeah, I know it's still more than 2 hours to go, but that gap is massive, so they can basically do 3 additional pit stops. They would still lead that race comfortably. But between P2, 3, 4 and 5, one little mistake and you lose or gain positions depending what perspective you're looking at. So this is far from over between those 4 teams. Fight for the remaining 2 podium spots. And the first of the No Man's Land drivers is Slim for RX Racing. in P6, 2 minutes 30 that gap to P5. The good news is still on the lead lap, just under 6 minutes to the leaders. In P7 we see that Matti is still putting in very strong lap and sector times. Open up that gap 2 lemons to nearly 25 seconds both on that same strategy, going till the end on those tires. Ten seconds to finalize, so has the American driver that will to go for that final push now. It is roughly 30 minutes, maybe a bit more for those drivers. And then this will be the end of their driving day, arguably, at least for this event. Don't know if they will compete in other races later, but for this event, just the final push. It's 5 seconds to the 35 in P10, so still one of the closest gaps between two direct opponents on the track we currently have. P-Day again in no man's land. Minute, just under a minute, but roughly 10 and 3 minutes plus 2 P12. And we should see that gap coming down now once the racer crosses start finish straight, so it will be less than 5 minutes. Yeah, Lucas, I get you. I mean, at 3 minute 31 penalty with a disconnect, and you're less than 3 minutes behind the leaders now. Doesn't take like rocket science to get the idea where that car would be running. And you also had a couple of seconds gap in stint number 9 at the end. Take the positive. You're still running. You're fighting for that podium. And I say it's just 20 seconds to P2. Just going for the optimistic approach, point of view. Shadow cannot keep up with Jakey. Nearly 8 seconds in that gap now. Monster flying now on that final push. 8:02.4. That's not too far behind the fastest overall lap time during this event. So it was recorded by Macho Monkey, teammate in that same car. I think 8 minute 0.8, roughly like that. I have a sneaky suspicion. So the schedule for that car, the 45, is that Eddie should be doing the final stint, and Eddie put that car on pole position. Super pole with a 7 minute 57. And if he actually drives that final stint, we might see some hot laps from the French driver. This might get very spectacular. The gap between P8 and P9. Ooh. That was the Corvette, a bit off-road. Okay, we see what happened. I think we got the entry wrong. And coming out of Sabine Schmidt's curve, I think. Just... Whoa! Avoided a massive one. Nearly lost the rear. So good catch. It's 23 seconds now, the gap to the 44 in P4. That cost a little bit of time. But we see that the 69 is going for that unlapping move. We see that Jakey is still pushing. 17.4 seconds. The gap to P2. Did something happen? It's just Jakey flying. Gaining on the number 1 BMW. Also crazy push till the end. We saw the 69 car getting past the 66. One unlapping maneuver completed. P9 still finalized for last minute racing. 7 seconds to Toto Wolff in that 35 Smooth Racing Aston Martin. So since the pit stop, that gap went up from 5 to 7 seconds. So probably we won't be seeing a wheel-to-wheel battle between those two again. And let's keep an eye on Jakey. Riding through the carousel and under 17 seconds, so tick tock, TikTok. It's 2 laps and this one still to go. And personal best for Jakey. "16 seconds and a bit." Get the extra boost of motivation coming. Sees that gap is going down. Without a bigger mistake, won't be catching Vicente, but he will be like closing that gap and yeah, giving his teammate a good opportunity, placing him into a better position or a possible fight. Not really slowing down at all, under 16 seconds, so he's pushing to the very, very limit. 15.6. Not too far away from that fastest lap of the stint. We wait for Vicente then to cross the line, see that lap time. Nearly touched the wall there on the exit. It's a 3:06 incoming. Jakey going for a 8:03, probably. $8:02. That was close. So 8:02.5. This 8:06.3. It's nearly 4 seconds gained on that lap. 2 more laps like that. It's 8 seconds down. That's, I mean, any get that gap down to under 10 seconds. If you can keep up with that pace, I'd say yes. And Shadow with his personal best last time round, 8:05. Nikolai the 66 with another mistake, but it looks 8:15. There's still nothing to fear from behind. 2:25. That gap too slim for Eric's Racing. Lapping quicker currently. And Matti as well with great lap times recently. Now nearly 30 seconds to the AHR driver in P8. Finalized 4:45 in 12 seconds, so losing a bit, but gaining or increasing the gap to the car behind slightly. So those positions seem to be now very much settled. So don't see any lows racing at the moment. Let's go for the praise of the drivers to see if we can apply the curse. No, don't want to do that, of course. And I hear some noises in the very distance. Is that you, Bebo? Still sorting out the mic, maybe. Pretty sure we will hear Bebo's lovely voice very, very soon. He will be bringing it home for all of us. In what's that? 10 minutes, roughly 10 minutes until the driver swap. So, looking forward to that. I think, Weber, you should hear me now. I think I should unmute my mic for the party chat.
Yep, I got you.
Yeah, here we go.
Testing. You can
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I knew I clicked something here and did something on the setup. So there's always
No
this one little switch or button that is turned off.
You're quite quiet for me, actually. I'll increase audio balance.
No, I need to like my mic closer to my mouth, so I then need to talk louder again for that one. So I'm just concentrating now on the rest of this race. So my voice had a little bit of a crack at the start of the stint. So I don't want to shout too much. But
No problem. Yeah.
I will leave it
All
to
good.
you for the crazy times. Maybe we will get them. Yeah, you know.
Hopefully.
We had rain in the stint where it shouldn't rain. So yeah, that's all I need to say.
Ooh. So we might have some more.
It's basically the same settings, I guess, for the final two stints. So
Great. Okay. Look forward to it.
yeah, everyone does.
Awesome.
Jäger and Bebo show probably need a little bit of
I imagine you'll be
rest.
taking a break, right?
A little break, yeah. So need to grab something to eat and then drink and get maybe a bit of fresh air, and then I will be back definitely for the final hour or so. That's the goal at least.
And it's real time, isn't it? We're not going to go into the dark. I don't need to change the exposure.
No, we will stay in the afternoon. So you missed all the it's so dark stints. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and I understand that Ray's been having trouble hosting because she's on PS4. Is that right?
PS4, and she got a used PS5, and that didn't go to plan as well, so that broke down. So,
Okay.
but don't really.
We won't be talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so, hashtag too soon.
Yeah, sorry.
Oops.
Right. Okay.
No one is listening, by the way.
No, I just put. I've got the stream on a second screen, so I'm trying to sort that out. Good. Okay. Are they roughly in order on my stream, or are they just in random order?
They're in a random order on your side, so it's the number 5 that has a massive lead.
And that's the Lexus, isn't it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
If it has the same livery as on my stream,
I've
then
checked
we
them
are
all.
good.
Yeah, I did do the delete temp files plan. So
Nice one. We are on that final of the stint, by the way. So I need to prepare something on my end, right? To get that smooth
No problem.
transition for the final timer slot. Again, so it's the final one. It has to be perfect.
And the current overlay is the correct order. Is it 1, 2, 3? Grid life in third. Because I think earlier I heard you saying it was the Finnish team in third.
On the bottom, and overlay,
Yeah.
that's the championship standings. We are not doing
Championship.
We are not doing live release
All right,
updates in it, so that's yeah.
That makes
That's-
sense. Okay, super.
That makes sense, yeah. I mean, if we can hire someone that does the real-time updates and presents us with some graphics, no doubt about. So, if you're interested,
Well, do you know? Let's talk about it because we've got an amazing coder in SVR, and he's doing live overlay
hey, here we go.
with an audio engineer
Mhm.
for VR racing. So yeah, I'll show you some stuff.
Excited. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
definitely. I mean, that's the next level stuff we are basically looking at
Right.
to how to improve everything. Yeah. But now you have to endure my bare skills in overlay stuff. So I don't design them. So kudos to Evo who makes all those lovely looking overlays. I just know how to place them somewhere onto the screen. And
Yeah.
enough of that tech jumbo wumbo stuff no one is interested in. We are here for the racing, the final 2 hours. We are close, So leaders on that final lap stint now. Again, a great stint with the fastest lap of that stint so far. That 8 minute 02.4. Can you confirm that we have Maddie in the lobby for stint number 12?
I have Hafidi as
Yeah,
the
yeah.
leader.
Yeah.
So that's yeah. I think that's him, right?
Okay. If you see Graffiti, then you should probably switch to PSN IDs.
I wondered. Yeah, but he's showing MCET
yeah.
59.
Exactly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So then my guess will be that Maddie will be doing hot lap after hot lap to get that fastest lap of the event. It's currently
Okay.
at 8:00.8 or 9. So expect him to go for that sub 8 minutes lap time.
Nice.
Nice, yeah. At least
forward to
that's
that, for sure.
my expectation. I mean, the team is running in P10 currently. Oh, they had some damage there on outlap again. No, finalized. What are you doing? They had it under control, the P9. So yeah, maybe that's then the goal for the final stint for the team. To get yourself into the mood, what we can expect. So, right from the get-go, no real close battles, but between P2 and P3, so the number 1 Ovo Boost Racing BMW and the number 3 Grid Life Racing Lexus, it is less than 10 seconds. This might
Super.
develop into a battle.
Absolutely. Well, any key disconnections or race penalties to this point that we've suffered?
At the number 3, yeah, they were leading, had a disconnect
Mhm.
on the driver swap, so they had a 3-minute 31 penalty. Gained back that time. Now they are 2 minutes 54 behind the leader, so in theory they would be leading this race, but still they're on the way for a podium finish. And then we had a disconnect.
I have some news.
Yeah.
Either something is going kind of crazy on my stream, or we've got rain in the pit lane right now.
Here we go. That's the madness we want to hear.
I think we've got a sprinkling of rain in the pit lane on the concrete apron, and the drivers be sitting there. Yeah, the wipers are on. The wipers are on the number 5 car. So drivers are
Here we
sitting
go
by,
again.
and their hearts are sinking, knowing that they have to go out on cold tires and attack this historic racetrack in the rain to start the stint. Jeopardy for the final 2 hours.
You heard it? Chat is going like, so, yeah.
Well, hey, by the time we get there, for some of the drivers, they very might have stopped. But right now, anyway.
Challenge for the leaders now, so leaders will be coming in now for that travel swap sequence. So I can go to transition for the first time to see picture in picture. Come on. Do it, here we go. That is solid.
So tyre change happening then for the number 5. Little bit of fuel going in after their warm-up. I see the soft tyres on board, certainly at the moment, but we'll see if that holds as they exit the pit lane. We can confirm though, wipers are on for this final 2 hour. The final stint then, the final driver stint of the race, and out of the pits comes the number 5. Macho Monkey is your driver. And let's have a look at those conditions as he pulls directly across the racetrack to get that wide entry in towards the main hairpin here. Looks like the race surface not too wet at this stage, just the tiniest amount of standing water at this current time, but I anticipate that's going to get worse, although on Macho Monkey's point of view, we do not have any wipers on at this stage, so it may have been a very short passing shower just to raise the heart rate of our drivers ahead of leaving the pits then for this final stint. The car getting a little bit out of shape through Dunlop, through the hairpin, and up over the crest of the Schumacher S we go. And I'm going to wait until Jaeger has gone for his break before I attempt to pronounce any of the Nordschleifer turns, because I was hearing you earlier, and I know I'm not going to do anything like justice to those turn names. So I'm going to wait. I know the this one's quite easy, right? The bit curver, quite an easy one, and the Vidal chicane coming up.
That was the old day, by the way. I think they changed it. Meantime, bit curve, yeah.
How dare they? How dare they?
I think that is not the Advan Bogen, but it's.
I don't like that.
No.
I don't like that.
But whatever. So.
At least call it by a driver name. That's for me.
Bit was like a German beer brewery, so that's also not a driver.
So it's the turns for sale. It's the turn names for sale
here
at the
every
Nürburgring Grand
year,
Prix circuit anyway.
Yeah, definitely. Looking for sponsors.
Whoa, okay, a bit of a slide from Macho Monkey. He's not taking this carefully. He is out there to generate the temperature in the tyres by hook or by crook, and certainly doing it stylishly. Over the crest we go.
That is true.
Great to see him.
So he's currently holding that fastest lap of the event, by the way.
Fastest lap of the event, and that is the 8-minute 0.8 or 9, something in that region.
8:00.8 or 9, yeah.
Wow, terrific. Okay.
So it could be a battle between Macho Monkey and Mediban for that fastest lap. Both basically have nothing else to race for. Of course, you don't want to throw it away if you're leading that race, but mindset of race drivers, we all know that.
Absolutely. Yeah, full bore and go at it. You don't want to turn the wick down too much from your focus, from your pace. ORT number 1 out with Pirex of the pit lane, shortly followed by the Lexus of Paymay, the number 54, and I think possibly the Lexus livery hasn't come through, I'm afraid.
That should be the number 3, the green machine. Oh no.
No, that's right. So we've got 8.3. I promise you, I did the hack. I did the trick. before we went to
Yeah.
we tuned in. It's now become a habit of mine. Every time I load up a new lobby, Nick is out as well in the 44
Nick is
for
driving.
Race Asylum.
No way.
Way.
Nick is driving.
Most definitely way. In the Nismo, I've got ERA Nick 88, unless someone has gone round to the house and got into his seat and his gamer tag.
You can sell everything nowadays. So
This is true. This is true. So 10.5 seconds between the number 3 in P3, which is very handy for me, and the 44 in 4th. Fantastic. That's what we want. So we just need that number 1 to get into first place, and we should be making life extra easy.
You're making friends in Portugal right now.
The snowman is out, and let's hope he's not going to be walking on in the air here for Finland. P5, the number 66, out with 1:10 between himself and 4th place as they start the stint. So Snowman out in 5th place. Certainly has a snowy rear end on the car on this Chevrolet. I do like driving the Chevrolet. It's a fun car, personally. So
we wait for the number 7. Now they are on the touching away for that driver swap, and then we go full stream for stint number 12. So not too far away now. 20 odd seconds for that next swap, and then you can enjoy Webo's expertise for the next couple of minutes while I'll be having a little bit of a break.
A well-earned break for Jaeger, absolutely. This is Macho Monkey on your screen, then leading the race by 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Gained a couple of seconds so far over Pyrex, who has obviously gone out and put on the new tyres. He's just getting those up to temperature, whereas, of course, Macho Monkey, the lap times, the gaps will open out and close down again throughout the course of this huge green hell. The gaps will open out and close down again throughout the course of this huge green hell racetrack. But Pyrex is currently 2:48 away, but he's got a 7-second only gap to Paymate, and that is already closed in. Paymate, unfortunately, the green machine is no longer green, but he is certainly driving with the visor down. Not that you really even need the visor in a GT3 car, but we still race with visors. So,
racing in style. Here
absolutely. Nick in 4th, Snowman in 5th, and then we have Javi here for Arix Racing in P6. The number 7, if my livery is correct here, the number 7 is out then 1 minute and 59 away from P5. So fairly large gap for the McLaren, sponsored by eBay today. So I hope they haven't got their parts second-hand from China, but we shall see then. Snowman, 1 minute 12 from Nick as things stand. So we have currently the second fastest team in qualifying at the front of the grid, waiting for that last minute racing car, the 45, of course, to come out. We were talking earlier before that happened. We're expecting that to be around and about 10th position, and I hope everyone's doing well. Do say hello on the chat so that I can make sure that you're all with me. My second screen isn't showing any live chat at the moment. I will try. I know Ray was looking forward to myself and Jaeger together, but that will be we're going to keep you waiting on that one. Arix Racing then with Javi at the wheel. It's a nice livery. I do enjoy that one. Very sympathetic to the curves and shut lines of the McLaren. Good stuff from the Arix team. Can Macho Monkey hold on to this near 3 minute gap then? And what about Paymay? Let's have a look at Paymay. Now, hello, Macho Monkey has come into the pits with damage, I'm afraid to say. I imagine I'm not going to be able to catch that in the replay buffer, but clearly he has damaged that front and front left. This is going to be a bit of a story then. The leader into the pits for an involuntary pit stop. New tyres going on board, repair being made to the front splitter. So that's going to cost a significant amount of time. Let's see how that has affected the gap then as we follow the BMW of ORT. I tell you, Jaeger disappears and we have the leader in difficulty. It is. We'll wait for the next mini sector or next sector to be complete here. We're coming up on that. I think that's Brünchen corner. The next mini sector on the way out of Brünchen. Over the exit curb, and well, it's telling me he hasn't lost any time, so it'll be a little while before we arrive at the problem area where Macho Monkey had his incident. Let's track with Paymay then, because that gap has come down already by 3 entire seconds, Paymay, on the first flying lap here. And flying he absolutely is. Beautiful little jump there. Let's have another look at that, because I do enjoy watching these cars getting airborne. I know it's not the right livery, but all the same, very enjoyable as he is about to head on over the jump. Woo! There we go. Excellent stuff from Paymay, pushing like crazy right now, which we absolutely love to see. I realised my live chat wasn't functioning, so you're all here. You're all here. You're all saying hello. When I turn it off and turn it back on again, I can see you all standing by and ready. We're still not where the problem was for Macho Monkey, so we are out at Duttinger and heading down that main straightaway. So it must have been on the slowdown at the end of the lap here that Macho Monkey came unstuck. I think we're entering the final sector of the racetrack with Pyrex. There's a massive gap between Javi in P6 and P7, who still have not exited the pit lane yet. Evo saying what a showdown this could be for the final 2 podium places. So let's see then. It might have been in this particular zone where we get very close to the barrier with Pyrex there on the way onto the Grand Prix circuit. And if that was the case, then it was a very late bailout. Yeah, so gaining 20, 24, 25 seconds or so, Pyrex. But at the moment, he won't be as concerned with the gap to the car in front as he will be to the gap to the car behind. So if Macho Monkey was going to come unstuck on his opening couple laps there, it was better done and in the final sector of the racetrack where he can minimize any time loss to the pit lane. So that gap now down, dropping by 25 seconds or so. As Jakey says, everybody do a rain dance so Paymay can cook. He's already cooking without the rain. He's already on it. BX Royal has come out of the pits finally then in the number 11, and he comes out for the Project Platypus Hoonigan liveried Mercedes AMG GT3, nearly 5 minutes apart from P6. Then we have official 001. I'll call him if I call him the 001, I'm going to get confused. It's the number 69. There's always a 69, but official is your driver. He exits the pit lane 36.7 seconds away from BX Royal in that P7, and that is the 69 car. My second screen is now turned off, so there we go. The 69 Apex Hunter Racing, setting the 8th fastest qualifying time. He is in 8th position, so exactly where he plans to be. Here is Caplero in P9. He's come out of the pit lane, 28 seconds. In the number 35 Aston Martin. Behind him is Mehdi, and he is out there racing in the 45. As we were expecting, 2.5 seconds only from P9, what was our closest gap on the grid so far. But let's go back to Paymay. It's going to be a difficulty here. We're going to be chopping and changing between the battle for P2 and the battle for P9 as things stand. Look to be some scattered dirt and dust in the wake for Paymate to follow Pyrex. So that's going to be fantastic. AHR in the BMW art car livery, says James. Yes, indeed. And then again, over the jump then from Paymate. 3.6 seconds, remember, down from 8.3 early on. Over to Mehdi, now 2 seconds apart, using the dirt, using the dust, using every inch of the apex as well. And heading then onto the Nordschleife circuit we go. He's actually been given a blue flag here. Let's ride with him as he's following Caplero. Visual Racer, Dutchman, has exited in P11. And he is 52 seconds behind this fabulous qualifier, Mehdi. On the clawback now with the team. Last minute racing, who of course qualified on pole position but have suffered a disconnection penalty of some 3.5 minutes or thereabouts. So we're going to go over the rise, over the crest here, wait for the nose to sit down before being able to turn in to the corner. But Mehdi is absolutely on it here. 1.4 seconds only away from our Italian Caplero GT in the Aston Martin. Building the speed, keeping it pinned, 172 miles an hour. Forgive me for not switching over to kilometers an hour. I feel like I'm apologizing for that frequently, but I also commentate over American and UK leagues, and they tend to like the MPH. Just still the outlap for Mehdi here, MCET 59. Wow, that was commitment through the corner. Let's go to chase cam, shall we? I'll keep an eye on Paymate and Pyrex, but I think this is where the battle is going to be decided shortly. This is Paymate, still 2.3 seconds. He's gained another 7/10 or 8/10 of a second on the approach to Pyrex. We have a real barnstormer for you here in the final stint of the 24 hours of Nürburgring. This is Mehdi in the 45 Nismo GTR. Oh, getting a little bit squirrely there. That is far braver than us mere mortals are willing to commit on our outlaps. Half a tank of fuel as well on here as Jakey calling out that gap to P2. Yeah, we will stay with it, don't worry. Going to keep our eye, but I think we're going to be closing in here on a move. There's a lot of mist in the mountain here. I'm expecting atmospheric conditions to change. That looked like Caplero getting all washed out there on the left-hander. And again, he's really suffering on these new tyres. Mehdi is going to be struggling, I think, to find a good opportunity to make the pass. You can go too wide through the carousel. We'll see if he can wait that long. But it is a very, very narrow, twisty, torturous part of the racetrack here to try and action an overtake. There is such a thing as getting too close too soon or too close to the wrong parts of the track, but I'm sure Mehdi is going to be equal to it. This is a tremendous run, and he peels to the left-hand side. Will we have a big fight with the 35? One wheel on the grass, two wheels on the grass, but easily through in the end from Mehdi and into P9 then. This is tremendous work from the Frenchman, who set the pole position and has already set this final stint alight. Let's go back to Paymate then. I don't see that changing anytime soon. With the pace of Mehdi, the commitment and the way that Aston Martin was handling, it looks like Mehdi will have the measure of him as the Lexus with Paymate at the wheel, chasing down that BMW of Pyrex in the ORT, the Overboost Racing Team, Portuguese entry. And that gap now down to 0.6 of a second only. I will have a look at the the drivers who have still to feature on screen. But of course, eyes need to be on the overtakes when they happen here at endurance racing. Down the long straightaway. Should get a good slipstream here. 161 plays 160, 159 miles an hour. So definitely the slipstream working for Paymate. We'll see if Pirex decides to fight this. Of course, this is over second position. This is not the lower order of positions. This is not a driver who is making up ground off pace. This is a genuine fight for position. That was a late move from Paymate. And down, deep down into the right-hander. Great move from Paymate. Again, great commitment. And let's see if he can hold on, just brushing the wall on the approach to the Grand Prix circuit. Not enough to pick up any damage. A new fastest lap, of course, of this stint, only 8:05.552. The previous stint, 8:04.4, the closest we have to the same racing conditions in at least my information to this point. Mehdi hoping to dip beneath the 8-minute mark anyway, but there goes Paymate into P2. So let's catch up with the rest of the grid. There goes Caplero in P10. Visual Racer we talked about in the Sector 7 car. Already being gapped slightly by Caplero from the gain of Mehdi. Then we have France in P12. He is 1 minute 9. So we've got, excuse me a second, we have the 764 of Sector 7. We have the number 20 in P12, 1 minute 59, ahead of Prima in the Lexus in the 64. And then Honor still waiting, the Canadian driver still waiting to exit the pits here in the 77. So some distance behind at the moment, at least 2 laps, if not 3 or 4 from the leader. And there's Macho Monkey hanging the tail out and going for the fastest lap here on this stint, I believe. That's the plan anyway. So Macho Monkey still just halfway through the racetrack on this 4th lap. Well, 3rd racing lap for him. As you can see then, 1 hour and 37 remain of the 24 hours. Paymate has built the lead out to 1.3 seconds. Pirex trying to stay with him, but I think it will be a very difficult challenge to stay with Paymate at this stage of proceedings. So Pirex down to P3 now for ORT. Last season ORT were the absolute pace of the field. This season it's been a struggle, certainly for the races I've commentated over. ORT have struggled to get going. Snowman is P5 at the moment. Just going to have a look through our gaps. Here is Arix and Javi with BX Royal in P11. He's 5 minutes away from P6. 35 seconds official. Further back in the art car for Apex Hunter. We've got Mehdi, who's put a gap of 3.7 seconds on Caplero over the course of less than a lap. Absolutely flying out there, but Nick is the fastest driver at the moment for Esports Race Asylum, 8:05.311 in this stint. So Mehdi in the 45. Let's see if he can, now he's freed up, start to set the purple sectors, and there we go, 1.1 seconds faster than he went on his first flying lap, and that is only into the start of Sector 3, so some great pace. Remember, Macho Monkey having an extra pit stop on his first warm-up out lap, essentially. Here is Caplero in the Aston Martin, See if that car is gripping in any better than the last time we saw him. I think he's got that settled in a bit better now. Jakey saying seeing a 2-minute 32 gap to the lead makes me sad. It's far from over, Jakey. It's far from over. We've already seen, as I was saying, Macho Monkey having to take an extra pit stop. Cost him nigh on 30 seconds. So he's only got to do that another 5 times for the lead to close in. But who knows? Who knows? Here is Visual Racer for Sector 7. This is the Aston Martin, the 764, who qualified in, this is the Boomers in the Vantage. So they qualified P10, just behind their teammates in the Makuga Lexus RCF. France in a little bit of no man's land. A minute in front, 2 minutes behind in P12. Unlikely to get a great deal of action going on there, as Prima is picking up the blue flags for our leader. Sorry, for Paymay, I believe that was behind. Let's maybe have a look. There he is. There is the white and blue of the Lexus and the Makuga Sector 7, who have dropped several positions from qualifying. Let's have a look from Paymay's perspective. No, that was Macho Monkey. So down to 10th place and 11th and 12th. This is the Makuga again in 13th with that blue flag being picked up. And Honor is out of the pits. Honor is out of the pits in the 77, running 5 minutes and 38 behind P13, let alone the leader. That looks to be 22 minutes away from the leader, I think, although I'm not sure how accurate that particular stat is at this stage. 2 minutes and 37 separating P1 and P2 at this stage. But it's Macho Monkey versus Paymay essentially for this run. All things being equal, try and run, I think they'll be running around the 40-minute stints between tyres. How is Paymay doing? Well, he hasn't opened up any larger a gap from Pyrex than we saw before. 3.2 seconds is that gap. So I think cooling the tyres a little bit, cooling his jets as well. I wonder if the drivers are just going for those soft tyres early or just going to use up the whole stint here. The clouds are gathering. We do have some dark clouds overhead. Let's go driver eye view here for Paymay and see just how dark that is looking. Certainly certain parts of the racetrack, it's going to be a little bit worrying. So we had a very, very short shower, just essentially for Macho Monkey to tackle for a minute and a half or so at the start of our stint. And it just moistened the racetrack ever so slightly. I'm just going to keep my eyes peeled though, because conditions are worsening overhead at least. And we may still end up with a bit of rain on this one. Ray is, I think, shouting at me, "Don't jinx it," or maybe at James. I'm not sure. You have to make sure. Just let me know who exactly you are yelling at, Ray, in your all caps chat. Paymay in second. We have Pyrex then in our third place. Now has dropped a little bit of time. But it looks like Nick is putting in some good lap times, and we're closing in on P3. Nick in the 44 for Esports Race Asylum. That looks to be the view where you could just about see Pyrex approaching. There he is. So we are reeling him in now. He's shouting at all of us. Great. Okay. That's great. So on board then with Nick, and we can see the ORT car in front. Pirex, it seems, struggling a little bit. Started second, might be at risk of dropping to fourth here. In only the very first few laps then of the stint. Running roughly 8:05 laps at this stage. What was Pirex running? Wow, 8:10. So yes, definitely struggling for pace out there at this stage. Is he on a different tyre? No, I'm trying to make excuses for him. But I'm not succeeding. Through the chicane. And then about to turn onto the terrifying green hell. Whoa, yeah, the rear end getting very lively for Nick. Just, over and above the motion camera that we're riding on already. Let's stick with this. I like the fact that they've gone for a little Nürburgring 24-hour sticker on the back window. I will have a look a little bit later if anyone has put on additional stickers or changed liveries. Definitely seems to be saying Godzilla on the back. I think that's in reference to the Nismo GTR perhaps. But 1.6 seconds now this gap between Nick and Pirex. And the time difference, some 5 seconds over the course of the lap on the previous lap there. Little bit of understeer through the second part of the double right-hander for Nick. I want to say Flugplatz through there. Getting airborne once again. I can see the throttle trace there. Completely pinned to the bulkhead was Nick. Full commitment. You'd love to see it. While the car gets airborne, not even a hint of a lift or a brake to dip the nose down and avoid the jump, which is the safer way of going. But no. Over we go again. Brilliant stuff from Nick here so far. Closing that gap down. One of the slowest portions of the racetrack here. And it really surprises you when you get to it. Still, those dark clouds threatening, but not delivering any rain. Nice lines from Nick at the moment. You can see Pirex still kind of struggling here a little bit with the car. Nick getting that second apex and the throttle down nice and early. Big gain in this sector. Very much within striking distance now. Big snap from Pirex that time, and Nick is going to need to just be cognizant that he might end up joining Pirex here in an accident. So whether that means ease off the pressure until the opening arrives or get past as soon as possible. I'm pretty sure he's going to be driven to get past as soon as possible. The number one, of course, reigning champions here. But so far this season not been going quite to plan for ORT. Nick putting himself on the outside. That's a little bit dangerous. A little push perhaps. Tiniest little contact, I think, between the two. Let's wait for potentially the overtake to come. Nick's making us wait for it here. 0.3 of a second now. Down onto the brakes, almost at exactly the same point there. And it looked like perhaps Pirex a little bit too late for himself on the brakes as we climb the hill once again into the famous carousel corner. The Nismo really struggling over the bumps. And Pirex a little bit lower on the banking. Great to see both cars in view here. Get a really good comparison, the two drivers. Nick only 2 minutes 49 away from the leader. Now, that was the gap just about. That's only 3 seconds stronger than the original gap between P1 and P2 at the start of this race. So Nick has put in a really good gain. Paymain naturally as well. This one is for P3, of course, overall. Stamping on the throttle. Are we going to wait for the straight, I wonder, here now? Suddenly Pirex competing nicely with Nick's pace through this sector anyway. Little spark flies off the back of the ORT. Little climb of the hill before we head on to Duttinger. Well, I'm sure Nick has taken that carousel in a tidier way, but tricky to follow another car so closely. This is his eye view of what's going on. And now we should get that slipstream nice and comfortably. Should be able to power by the BMW. Well, very late on the move. We wait to see ORT in our rearview mirror. There he is, going to try and hook back in, I think. Has he passed a little bit too soon, Nick, as they approach the camera position? ORT are going to go to retaliate immediately. He's actually got the inside line for the upcoming braking point. And Nick just swipes across the front, takes the racing line, but uncompromisingly so. Stamps on the brakes, and Nick wasn't having any of that. Nick up into P3 for Esports Race Asylum. There he goes. So very, very nice work. As I think we've got admin being a bit of a troll at the moment, saying this looks like it looks as easy as playing a video game here. Down into the hairpin. Certainly going to trigger some people with comments like that. Lap 6 of the 16 total for this stint. Macho Monkey leads Paymate by 2 minutes and 43. So now Macho Monkey has settled in to a better pace. He's actually just put a lap on the Makuga S7R car. So that, no real resistance, I imagine, from the Makuga. Nick out in P3. We saw the overtake. And here is Pirex then. We've seen a lot of him, and unfortunately, probably not feeling too good about the race performance so far. Plenty of racing still to go, of course. The Snowman is in P5, and he has almost identical gaps front and rear here in the Chevy, in the racing colours of Team Finland. Javi, he is 1 minute and 37 away. And Snowman has pitted. I don't see any damage on the car, so Snowman does not have a full lap of fuel remaining on the car. So he's managed to do 4 laps, I believe, which is getting on for that kind of 40-minute plan, there or thereabouts anyway, but may have only been able to do that 5 flying laps. He's on lap 6 for himself here, as he then refuels and gets ready. But the first driver to pit in a scheduled plan anyway, and he manages to do something in the region of 30. Well, he did. It's 38 minutes. The stint is old, but and there is an hour and 21 left. But he's going to have to extend this stint a little bit, I think, to make it work. 4 minutes and 57 down. Still not a lap down, P5. So he's going to have to run the full distance, unless Macho Monkey's pace is extremely greater. Let's have a look at Macho Monkey's pace. 8:05. He has set an 8:01. So for P5, I think he's catchable, by Macho Monkey before the end, but he has to calculate this based on the full distance. We have a yellow flag on the circuit ahead of Snowman. We have a yellow flag, and I think that was potentially the Aston Martin in front here, the all-green Aston Martin, who is clearly struggling with the tyres a little bit. Green flag once again, so we're okay. Nothing too dangerous, but we'll try and find out what happened there. Arix in P6, BX Royal in P7 at the moment. They're 5 minutes from the car in front in P6, but 37 seconds only from official. I think, was that Caplero? I think it was, who was off the circuit, but he's avoided damage in the green Aston Martin for Loose Moose Racing. Qualifying up in 6th position, the Aston, and the car number 35, but dropping down to 10th throughout the course of this race, and a big snap over the curb from the Aston, driven by our Italian Caplero. So certainly not feeling at one with the car at the moment. But a good gap then for Visual Racer, just 0.6 of a second as they come up. They have been just lapped by P5, the Finland crew, as Visual Racer, our Dutchman, chases down here the Aston Martin of Loose Moose. Stephen asking, what was the fastest lap? Well, I think you're right. I think by implication, Stephen, the fastest lap was 8-minute flat 0.8, and it has now been broken by Mehdi, by MCET59 on your screen. Mehdi has now got underneath that time, 8 minutes flat and 0.6 of a second. Street Time saying that's the fastest lap now. No, I think Stephen is referring to what happened before during the course of the entire broadcast, the entire 24 hours to this point. And the information I received at the start of the stream was that the fastest overall was an 8-minute flat 0.8 or 9. So I'm pretty sure Mehdi has now taken the outright fastest lap of the entire race. Macho Monkey enters the pits with 2 litres of fuel remaining. And he, of course, had that extra pit stop, but didn't fuel up earlier on. As far as I could see, it was quite a quick pit stop. So he's in now, and we'll have a look. Just check in on Paymate, how much fuel he has. Yeah, he'll be in at the end of this lap. So back to that gap between Visual Racer and Caplero. Actually, Caplero now getting the car underneath him a bit more, and he's managing to follow in the wheel tracks, get a little bit of slipstream on behind the Finland car. As our admin says, new fastest lap of the event confirmed, the fastest lap on your screen. So we will have, in this final stint, the fastest lap decided, come what may. 764. Aston chasing the identical Group 3 car in front, and both of them actually a little bit quicker, or at least able to run with the pace of the Team Finland car in front. So this is very interesting. P5 is being caught, or at least the P10 and P11 are matching the pace here, and P9 is much further up the road already. Mehdi, change up to 6th, please, Visual Racer. Just running in 5th. That's very, very high engine note. And just losing that little bit of time now. So here you have Caplero following the 66 GT Finland Racers C7, the Corvette. Little short shift. Now, what's the difference between the two cars? The difference between the two cars, the reason why we have this situation, that's Mehdi, is that the Finland car has been on track a lot longer, essentially, So he is running out of fuel and tyres. And now sometimes that makes the car a little bit faster, sometimes a little bit slower, but he's certainly having to tiptoe around here, whereas Caplero is on relatively new soft tyres, having already pitted. I think he may have had to make an unscheduled pit stop. Might have to run a little bit longer than he's comfortable doing. But this is explaining some of the difference between the two cars. I'm sure Caplero would claim. Look at Payme entering the pit lane on 0 on the fuel. So either he just lost time, or potentially I think he might have gone into low fuel mode. So it's not quite as good as it looks. Down to 1.2 seconds now between Payme and Nick. That's pretty magic from him. This is the Finland car in P5. And then behind him, we had P number 9. P number 9 is official. So here is Caplero behind the P5 Finland car. A lap down on him, but potentially looking to unlap himself from that 5th place. Can we see Mehdi's fight for position? Well, I was expecting a position fight for this one. But I think we might have just missed that gap, unfortunately. Let's just check out behind here. We have overtaken on board Mehdi with the hazards on, and I wonder whether that was actually a bit of a gimme then, if he's decided to put the hazard lights on. I feel like maybe there was some a little bit of cooperation there. So Mehdi up to P8. Yeah, sorry James about that one. We're going to have a 3-way battle for second. Let's just see if Caplero goes by, and I'll have a look, because this is the straightaway. This is probably the best overtaking opportunity with all those, all that slipstream. Been watching this for quite some time now, and the Aston Martin just stalling out on its aero and not able to get the better of the Corvette on the straightaway, sadly. So still lots of work to do then for Caplero. Here is the battle for second position. This is Payme in P3, who has just been caught and passed by Nick. So I wonder if that was something that happened just in the pit lane. I think perhaps we may have had a short fuel pit stop go on. Yeah, look at the fuel difference. Oh, you can't, unfortunately. But yes, definitely Nick has shorter fueled this stint in relative to Payme. Payme with the greater amount of fuel on board. Nick went for track position. Didn't want to go for an equal stop here, or at least has decided to short fuel this stint and then run a longer stint. And it's paying off at the moment because he's already putting on a gap on Payme. So Nick up to P2 on his lap 7. That is the 44 car. Only on the 7th lap. Has gained 2 positions since the start of the race. That's pretty good. That's essentially 19 seconds from what was P2. Nick has caught and passed 2 drivers within 6 racing laps. Macho Monkey's gap, 2 minutes and 52 seconds. He's opening that gap a little bit. Nick with perhaps Nick and Payme slowing each other slightly. But Payme, who looked to have the pace earlier on the first stint, on this second stint has longer fueled. He's driving a heavier car now, but he'll be presumably able to stop that little bit later, maybe another lap prior to the end of our race. Pirex is in P4, and unfortunately the battle for P2 and 3 is becoming a disappearing battle for him. He's got 1 minute and 25 behind. No real threat at this stage from Snowman in 5th, who was holding off the P10 of Caplero from regaining position. But Pirex then running through, and 3.2 seconds. It is ebbing and flowing slightly in this battle with Payme. I wonder if that, again, is the fuel difference. Now, I'm not sure there's a full lap of fuel between the two of them. Maybe there will be by the time they get to the end of this stint. Remember, all the manufacturers, all the models of car operate on a slightly different BOP, fuel economy, top speeds, handling. but they try and equalise over the course of a lap. Macho Monkey leads us from Nick and Paymay. I think I might have heard Jaeger return to the comms booth.
Hello again. So let's get on with the Weber and Jaeger show for the final hour of the race, shall we? Just in time to see that Nick move up into P2. What a hell of a drive. Hashtag not washed. Nick, go on, lad.
Rumours of Nick's washing were most premature, it seems. Yeah. So Nick then 2 seconds to the good now, and he goes off in hunt of potentially trying to pressurise Macho Monkey a little bit. It'll be a while before that happens, but we may see mistakes and we may see rain before the end of this race. Remember, Nick's still on that outlap, as it's kind of crazy to think, but such is the Nordschleife and the challenges of running around here. It's so difficult to extend an extra lap on the fuel, but I wonder if Paymay has in fact managed to do that. We shall see as this stint matures through to the final stint. So we are probably about 30 minutes, I would estimate, away from the next pit stops for the leaders anyway. Pirex runs in P4.
What a race. Yeah, still. That's just the end of it. I mean, there was so much drama throughout these nearly 23 hours.
I feel spoiled
Yeah.
today, Jaeger. We've got close gaps, we've got battles. This is not usual for the end of a 24-hour race. This is very, very good to see.
Yeah. Shout out to the drivers then. You have to please the commentators on the final stint.
Definitely. That is the priority number one, of course, is to make it an entertaining finish. Snowman just setting a personal best sector through there. Still, the Aston Martin in P10 directly behind him is unable to overcome that difference. Where is Mehdi at the moment? He's put 6 seconds on P9. I don't think he can actually see BX Royal. I think that might have been the ORT car in front of him. Let's have a look from his perspective. It certainly looked like a white, blue and red livery, but it's a little bit too far away for us to see on that camera angle. Just looking for any narrow gaps. But here is Prima in 13th. Honor is out in 14th. We have Race Asylum 2nd and 14th at this stage, and 77 still working the wheel hard. But one of the things, Jaeger, you'll probably have just seen on screen is we have a new fastest lap of the outright race as well, Mehdi, an 8 minute and 6/10 of a second lap.
What a surprise.
Wow, look at Macho Monkey still pushing like crazy. Doesn't want to give up the tiniest bit.
Well,
I'm going to leave you for just a second. I'll be back any moment.
Right. It's my show again. Let's roll. We see. Hopefully, we get to see quick lap times again. So we're running with Nick, from what I can tell. But it's probably a bit delayed. So I cannot really do play-by-play at the moment with a bit of a delay happening. So bear with me. Just listen to the cars. So what's that gap now? Roughly 2 seconds between Nick and Paymay. Oh, that's interesting. It's had plenty of time, Tom. I just want to have fun with Webbo for the final stint. This is a bit of a tradition, so I don't want to take over that show. My throat is sore. My back hurts. My eyes are tired. No, stop whining and complaining now.
Your wrist is struggling to use the mouse anymore. It's terrible. Did we have any singing overnight? Yeah, okay.
I didn't do a night stint, but I had an early morning stint, and yeah, of course, there was some singing.
Nice.
It's tradition.
I hope someone has timestamped that for us in the comments. Please make sure, because we need a supercut of all the songs to finish the season out. I think it's
So
part of the intro show.
You're the third, fourth, fifth that's suggested now. So the plan is to release a double LP best of Jaegeroki. We have so many wonderful songs now compiled.
Fabulous.
So one album is not enough. So
Double LP release. That's great.
yeah.
Payme is not letting Nick get away here. 1.4
Nope.
seconds. So Payme on a little bit of a charge. I wonder if Nick is trying to extend this stint. He's shorter fueled, and instead of gapping here, kind of looks like Payme is pushing hard anyway at this point. Maybe he brought the tyres in a little bit gentler, allowed Nick to feel like he had superiority, and now is going to haunt him in his mirrors. Just a reminder, the fastest lap of the race is on your screen, 8 minutes and 0.6 of a second so far. We're hoping to get a sub 8-minute lap. Certainly Jaeger is planning on that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You remind me. I can do polls now in that YouTube chat. So let's go for it. I wanted to start a poll.
Do it.
Yeah. I'm trying. I'm on it. My hands
Do it
are
faster.
slow.
Go, push. We got Pyrex in P4. We'll keep an eye on that gap, but it's only fair that we show the rest of the action. Of course, Pyrex running P4, 9 seconds, lost 2 places throughout the course of this stint, but I think he's keeping his powder dry and hoping to launch a late race charge. The Snowman still holds off the Aston Martin, who is a lap down behind him. Will be, I'm sure, Caplero will be sick of the sight of the back of that Corvette. Arex is in 6th place. Arex Racing with Javi at the wheel in 6th. BX Royal running 7th. I can see it. I can see it. Yeah.
People interact with us. Finally.
Love me, says Jaeger.
Yeah, no, it's just all because of you, because we have reached like that 500 subs count.
Brilliant.
With that last stream, so we have enhanced features now available to the YouTube channel. So that's all because of you. No, jokes aside, we are really, really thankful and grateful for your support.
It's all the viewers, isn't it? It's the viewers and their commitment to watching, which is tremendous. And of course, everybody here at the International Racing Organisation. And in no small part, I'm sure, Jaeger, to your efforts to bring this about. Mehdi is just under 18 seconds away from BX Royal. Perhaps we can have a poll there. What position will Mehdi finish in this race as well? But I think P7 is on the cards by the gain of this just this few moments while we're watching him. We've got BX Royal, who's on his outlap of an 8-minute 31. We have Mehdi 11 seconds faster on his in-lap than BX Royal. 11 seconds. That's monstrous in terms of gain. So this is your tremendous Frenchman Mehdi, and his prodigious pace. Already the fastest driver in qualifying, the fastest driver in the race so far, and trying to get that P7. I think P7 is the most achievable, and we knock on wood to make sure that we don't jinx anybody from a further disconnection. Hopefully we're going to run this one to a conclusion without those issues. Official is running in P9, 15 seconds behind Mehdi. Then we have Caplero. I like that with the green hell on the roof. We just caught that nicely. I hadn't seen that before, but we get these great camera angles here at the Nordschleife. And Caplero then still running behind the Finnish car. And he cannot catch a break. That Aston Martin, just before you rejoined us there, Jaeger, got a great tow, pulled out from the tow down the main straight, and the car just seemed to slam on the brakes, and it suddenly, as soon as he got that clear air, there was no boost from pulling out of the slipstream. Unfortunately, It was a really, really difficult period there for the Aston driver.
Yeah, sad moment, right? For all of your Aston Martin fans and lovers, but we've seen it throughout the entire event. It has other strengths, but straight line speed is not one of it. Yeah.
This is the confusingly named France K88, who's a UK driver, driving by the name of France for Project One Racing in the number 10. So that is confusing for me anyway, but I'm quite easily confused. We have the 64 Prima in the Mikuga S7R car, our Aussie driver. What time is it in Oz? Must be middle of the night in Australia. I think we'll be looking at, I want to say 3-4 a.m. something like that. So commitment here from Prima, and Honor at the back at the moment anyway, some 22 minutes and 49 seconds away from the outright lead of the race, which belongs to Macho Monkey, and he now has a 2 minutes 59 second gap out to Nick. And Nick and Peimei are door to door as we rejoin them. There goes Peimei after the hairpin through into the left-hander, onto the Grand Prix circuit, of course, and Peimei has made the overtake. Let's try and catch that overtake in its entirety. Here we go then, down into the hairpin. Nick doing everything right, but Peimei just clear, driving around the outside, holding on to the inside through the left-hander, and then onto the straight. Great overtake from Peimei. Lots of patience there, and a classic case, Jaeger, of losing the battle to win the war, I think, over the course of lap 8.
But also mutual respect there, both of the drivers, very clean. So, and yeah, you don't have to fight like every turn. So wait, so Nick has still that slipstream if he can keep up with Peimei for the rest of this lap, and then it's roles reversed.
Yeah. Let's hope so, because we've so far had a ding-dong battle between these two. Some great pace at the front of the field here. Not quite living with Macho Monkey's outright pace, but they are obviously battling. At certain stages, they've been faster. Ray can't watch anymore. Down to nerves rather than boredom, hopefully. But yeah, James also crediting Nick for leaving the space. And there you have your poll results, Jaeger.
The stupid thing is I can't see that. Now it's appearing. Okay. So yes, smashing. Look at that. It was like, where is my poll? The results going.
Excellent.
It took some time. I'm using the YouTube Studio app there for all the control view, and it just disappeared, and then it reappeared, the results. So, oof. All right. Finalized. Tell Maddie, please, we need a sub 8 minute lap time. If not, chat won't be pleased.
Oof.
And
displeasing the chat is possibly the worst crime in endurance racing. So Mehdi, yeah, we'll get onto team radio. I'm sure we'll end up with a Gallic shrug in reaction from Mehdi in the pilot seat there.
And there's a pit stop incoming, pretty sure, for the drivers, so they get fresh soft tires.
Whoa, Nick with a tremendous run there. Is that Metzgerfeld?
Not yet. This is Adenauer Forst.
That's it.
Close.
So he was very close for a moment there.
Approaching Metzgersfeld now.
Here we go. Tyres screaming for mercy from Nick. Not holding back here. Remember, his strategy was to shorter fuel than Paymay, get track position, which would have worked if he'd been able to stay in front. Paymay just building the speed throughout the course of this stint. Let's just have a quick look at Paymay's lap times here. 8:05, 8:07, 8:10, then an 8:28, 8:32. I think with the fighting, essentially between the two of them. But Nick, having gone for two 8:05s, an 8:09, a 24 and a 28, and an 8:06 on the last one. So initially, a good burst of speed, a good difference in the lap times. But as this stint has built, Paymay more than equal to it, and recovering the position back to P2, we'd have a definite fight on his hands here. As getting Paymay just missing the apex slightly, but maintaining the momentum relative here to Nick on the circuit.
Still a good opportunity to get closer for Nick.
Fascinating battle then between these two drivers. We'll stay obviously with it as long as we can. We'll have a check out with, I just want to check on our Finnish driver here and see if he still has a green-nosed loose moose behind him. He does. And of course, the qualifying, these two positions were reversed. In qualifying, loose moose qualified 6th position. GT Finland 7th. Finland now running 5th overall. Loose moose down in 10th place at the last time of checking. So kind of partly explaining why they're so close in pace outright. Nick, though, still chases down just less than half a second between this P2 battle as they both ride very wide out over the exit curb. Very close to the wall. P7 to P8 gap, I'm being asked. That's Mehdi. So Mehdi is 7.6 away from BX Royal. 7.4 now, definitely falling. So one of the questions I wanted to know was whether people thought we would get Mehdi up into P7 for the team. Still pushing very hard. It looks like the Nismo is a very drivable car here. 1.6 seconds on this lap. Mehdi is faster to this point over at the extreme northeast of the circuit. He's 1.6 seconds up. I think we should stay with him.
Don't hyperventilate now. so interesting fun fact, by the way. So I had intel from the last minute racing team, and I was being told that Maddie actually hates driving the Nissan with the downforce adjustments. So he's a sucker for that Nissan Nismo GTR, but with the downforce adjustment, he doesn't feel the car like that at all. So
this is an unhappy Mehdi setting these times. Sometimes I find drivers drive better when they're unhappy. Got a little bit of red mist, but he's now 1.7 seconds. Jaeger, he is faster than the fastest time that he set back on lap 3 of this stint. Of course, lap 3 being essentially lap 2 at race pace. But here we go. And, oh, this could spoil it, Jaeger. The windscreen wipers have just come on Mehdi's car automatically. I think he might still be on because we're just coming through Dürtinger now. And there's a car in front, but 1.8 seconds. He's just got to get the car stopped down at Tiergarten area. But he's got a good buffer, and the windscreen wiper stops, so we have the lightest rain essentially on board. But this is Mehdi's fast lap then. Could it be on lap 8 of the 16 as the fuel is coming off? 1.8, nearly 1.9 seconds. Just got to get this car stopped down comfortably. Great positioning from him as we cut through. I don't want to miss Nick and Peimei, but this could be it from Mehdi. That looks smooth through the final part. There it is, 2 seconds faster than he's been before. 2 whole seconds. Tremendous stuff from Mehdi, and the gap to BX Royal, 3.8 seconds now. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Chet, are you happy now?
Yanis is saying called it. Great, as did 74% of our live audience. But were we expecting it quite so soon? And there you go, those windscreen wipers again. This has got to be playing absolute havoc with the drivers' minds, because they can't see the rain on the track surface at this stage. There's no standing water, and the wipers just keep coming on and going off, keep coming on and going off. Now we were getting a little bit of sparkle on the windshield, but from time to time, though, Jaeger, that was going to be very difficult. It's almost worse than psychological rain, is watching those wipers come on and off.
Yeah, this looks like exactly the same pattern as last stint, where it was like the lightest of rain possible with the game, and then we went on to like nearly heavy wet conditions.
It's basically it's summer in northern Germany, I think, is what we're simulating here. So it's just it could rain at any moment. Just always have an umbrella. Through we go. And this gap then now between Nick and Peimei, 0.9 of a second. Peimei backing off slightly at this point. I think Den's saying we want a sub 7 minute lap now. So I think we're going to have to find a little shortcut if we can to achieve that. Now the rain is really coming down, Jaeger. I have to say, in the Nordschleife with a VR headset on, when the rain comes down on a tin top car, it is the spookiest feeling. It is petrifying. But that surround sound feeling of the rain is something quite special. But the drivers
Bullets
now
hitting your car.
this is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant then from everybody so far. I'm going to go back to Mehdi in P8, because if he was quick relative to the others in the dry, I think he's going to be pretty quick in the rain as well. This makes Stephen finalise there, say, I can't wait to see what Le Mans brings. What's the date for our Le Mans race, Jaeger?
24 hours at Le Mans. Wait a second, I have a graphics prepared for that.
Oh, terrific.
Pretty sure. Yeah, of course I do. So it's the 11th to 13th of July. So just a little sprint, the 8 hours at Monza, sitting in between the Nürburgring and the Le Mans 24 hours. So here we go.
Brilliant. This is Mehdi then, catching BX Royal for P7. Still driving as if it's dry on the circuit, but we are looking at something around 33% standing water. You can't really see it on track from the spectator view, but my graphic is telling me that there is a fair amount of standing water, and it's only going to increase with the rain intensity at this level. And of course, to classic racetrack, classic distance racetrack, a dry line develops quickly. Around the Nordschleife, it's a different matter, because the gaps between the cars is so great, the water just tends to puddle and collect, and then you get the rivers down the camber of various corners. You've got to know this place like the back of your hand, or just be a fantastically instinctual driver. Half a second now between P7 and P8. I expect that Mehdi is going to breeze past BX Royal, and that's no disrespect to BX Royal at all, but Mehdi has engaged alien mode today.
That gap has been in a I can't speak anymore, but yeah, it was come down so fast, so he's right behind. But also with that rain, wasn't it like Grid Life Racing who were asking for rain, for more, for all of it? Again, the question, are you happy now? Come on.
Are you not entertained? Yeah. Here we go then, Mehdi to the inside. BX Royal pretty much laying out the welcome mat and bowing in front of Mehdi, who just made that about as easy as it's possible to make it. BX Royal knows, I think, that his fight here is not with Mehdi, and maybe if he can follow Mehdi behind, he might learn a thing or two about the car and this circuit. Of course, very different cars, the GTR and the AMG, but BX Royal then allowing Mehdi through.
And he's gone.
Yes.
Yeah. It's frustrating and fascinating at the same point.
Definitely. Now, the windscreen wipers have stopped again. So, now they've started again. Okay, great. So I can say nothing with certainty at this point. The AMG operating with 2 windscreen wipers. The GTR with a single one in the center. Not the most interesting of facts, but it's a fact nonetheless. Where is Macho Monkey and Pei-Mei at this stage? Well, Macho Monkey is 3 minutes now in the lead. So despite that additional pit stop and damage, he has regained plus 20 seconds since the start of the race. Macho Monkey not taking his time here, not stroking at home, keeping himself interested by keeping pushing throughout the course of this race. We are 10 laps into the 16. We are down getting towards the final pit stops now, I think, as the fuel is burning off on Nick's car. Nick is likely to be one of our first to pit, I believe, although of course Macho Monkey will be 3 minutes further up the road, but Nick was possibly the shortest fueled, so I think they'll pit on the same lap, Macho and Nick, and Pei-Mei has not been able to extend this stint, I believe, to the point where he can run an extra lap. Just the difference in fuel econ, I think, between Nick's and Pei-Mei's cars. Pei-Mei 1.5 seconds behind now, and absolutely no water on this point of the circuit on the main straight. It is bone dry for the drivers, so there's no question that intermediates are being called for. They've just got to live with the current position. Let's see how things are looking for Pyrex there behind, 18 seconds down from P3. Where are the rest of our cars? So pretty much it's the north side of the Nordschleider where the rain is collecting and sticking. On the south side, no rain at all, no water at all. And I think the rain has now stopped, but there is still the threat of spinning in that northern half of the circuit.
Interesting. So again, the catch-22, like whatever you do, it's wrong.
So we've got Pei-Mei then, just concertinaing before back and in and out from the gap to Nick. I'm just going to compare lap times here previously. So Macho Monkey, his fastest is an 8:07, which was enough to take the fastest lap outright for the 24 hours before Mehdi started to really go for it. Mehdi in P7, how is he doing on his lap times? He had his in and his out laps, of course, and he's about halfway worn on the soft tyres for the practical usage of those tyres. The number 45 clearly has the pace here to essentially win the Nürburgring 24-hour, but has to co-drive with the rest of his team and had to suffer, unfortunately, from a disconnection earlier on.
No, that car didn't have a disconnect, so I have to correct you on that.
Do so, yes.
So that car went like all the way since the beginning, with just some unlucky calls there in those tricky mixed conditions in those middle stints that led to that precision they're currently running in. But it was like tough for everyone. And then once you are in this, I call it the vicious cycle of being on the wrong tires all the time. So you're on the softs, then it starts to rain like throughout the lap, and you pit for interest, and it starts to dry again. Then you pit again, it starts raining again. So it was like crazy scenes happening, and you made that wrong call on that one lap, and then you had to suffer for at least 3 laps with the wrong decision. The timing, that's sometimes key, and so
1.8 seconds then between Nick and Pemi. Remind me, was it ORT with the disconnection?
It was actually that car we are currently running with, the not so green car on your
right, the number 5
screen. The number 3.
Number 3.
You see it on the left hand side if you have the little bit of a preview. It shows the green livery. So that car was leading, and then during the driver swap they had a disconnect. So that's why also we heard those comments like they lost 3 minutes 31 for the disconnect, and they're 3 minutes behind the leaders now.
Justice for Paymate, I think, is what we're looking for. But at the moment, very equal in terms of stint pace with Nick. Nick back in front again. They have each had 2 stints in front of each other throughout the course of this set of tyres. They'll be coming in at the end of the lap, though, and about to head on to Döttinger is Macho Monkey. Sector 7 car leading the race by 3 minutes clear. And I'm sure coming in momentarily for what he will hope to be his final stint. Has anybody taken the tyres to destruction point yet, Jaeger, throughout the 24?
I would say yes. Last stint I was running, I had esports Race Asylum very own Blue Racer in that 77 BMW, who opted for a one-stop on soft tires, and those soft tires, they didn't look that good after the end of a very long first stint. So there was basically nothing left on them. It wasn't probably the quickest strategy, but hey, they were running last, so whatever, try something.
Why not? Yeah. Absolutely. Well, still 3 minutes back are Nick and Paymate. Paymate, I think, might have had a small error on that lap. That sector or 2. Drop back to 2.4 seconds now. It looks like the Nismo able to run with a little bit less fuel and weight penalty to the end, so we may see again advantage to Nick. I'm anticipating he gains further throughout the course of this pit stop. If he has to take on less fuel, of course he'll then gain time. relative to Peimei, and Peimei has unfortunately dropped back to 2.8 seconds. I wonder if Peimei's worried about the fuel to the end of this stop here, because it certainly seems like he's losing time considerably. I think he's picked it back up again now, so I think maybe just an off track or a hesitation at this point.
Also, you see the top 3 in the race, and you see the top 3 in the overall championships, and they're the same. So yeah, again, what a surprise. I mean, nah, it's not. I mean, see that those teams so consistent, even with all those setbacks they endured during those races so far, they still kept on going, and yeah, they're up there for a reason. So can't beat talent, I guess.
Much as our drivers are motivated to try, for sure. So Monkey back out of the pits, about 52-53% of fuel into the car. New set of soft tyres. We'll see. I'm assuming a bid for a new fastest lap, or fastest for him at least, for Monkey. But we have Nick then heading down the straight to finish out his final run in towards the pit stop, his final in lap. Pirex going through the carousel aggressively. He's got a huge amount of damage though, Pirex, right now. Front and rear damage. I presume he's pirouetted and hit the barrier. So that's pretty much killed, I think, Pirex's bid to try and recapture a potential podium today. He's got a penalty on top of it, and that really sucks when you've damaged the car, you've been off circuit, and then race control hands you a half-second off throttle penalty for going off the circuit.
You clearly gained some time there
Right.
while you were spinning, and yeah.
Not cool. So Snowman Antonin in P5 still has at least another lap, if not 2 laps of fuel remaining on the car. He is 5 minutes 22 away from the lead, so still on the lead lap at this point. Seems to have now gapped P10. We've got Mehdi in for his pit stop as the car jumps. The Corvette nose slams back down into the ground. Great to see. The driver's still pushing crazy hard. Pirex entered the pits. He's getting refueled. Mehdi's getting refueled at the moment, and he's coming back out again. BX Royal staying out, running a lap longer than Mehdi, but I'm not sure it's going to help him overcome our Frenchman, as the Dubby sponsored Project Platypus car 11 slowly, well, I should say calmly rumbles along. That AMG running very low on its rev limit in comparison to the other cars. Certainly the Nismo, she's screaming around the circuit. Mehdi back out again then. Half a tank of fuel on board. And going to run this to a finish then from here. I wonder whether it's worth watching him on his first flying lap here again, if he'll be going for another fastest lap. He currently holds the fastest lap, a 7-minute 58.592, which is 2.5 seconds faster than anybody else has been able to get around this Nordschleife today.
Yeah, and pole position was 7:57.7.
Yes.
So that's, yeah. See, race, super pole qualifying, one shot, it doesn't matter. If you have the pace, you have the pace.
Absolutely. And number 69, BMW of official on screen at the moment. One of the more unusual gamer tags for me. But touring on the Grand Prix circuit at the
driving
moment.
for TCR, but he's doing the endurance races with AHR. very quick driver.
Yeah, his fastest so far, 8:07.2. But the Nordschleifer does tend to sort the specialists from the generalists in terms of racing. You've really got to put in the time to study the Nordschleifer. And I was very surprised, Jaeger, to hear you before I joined the comms booth talking about the fact that you haven't been to the Nordschleifer. I thought that it was a requirement, a national requirement for all Germans.
Yeah, of course. In Germany, you take your driving license permit on the Nordschleife. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I
this is what
thought
we
it
do.
was a yearly requirement, national requirement. You had to visit the Nordschleife, otherwise you have to, rescind your citizenship.
I mean, if it would be a little bit closer, like this is. I mean, it's just yeah, it takes quite some time to get there from my side. That's probably the biggest obstacle.
Yeah. Visual Racer in P10. Caplero running P11 has lost a position then to Visual Racer, and Caplero in the number 35, losing 2 positions over the course of the race. We've obviously seen the struggles that the Aston Martin has with straight line speed earlier on, and that betraying him slightly, unfortunately. Jaeger isn't German, says Ray.
Yeah, it's official now.
You've been an Austrian masquerading this whole time, is that?
What an imposter. I mean, Austria and Switzerland is way closer than the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring. So, yeah.
We are hearing from chat here from Jakey that Peime's wheel died. Peime has had a problem. He's being passed at the moment by Mehdi. He is losing time. I think he may have entered AI mode. So he is now dropping down like a stone through the order. So the drama does not finish with 4 laps to go, as 4.5 laps to go, as Peime has had a mechanical issue. So dropping down the order, Pirex, after being some 40 seconds away, now has half a hope of getting back onto the podium. I think Peime has recovered, but he's lost, he's hit damage. So with 30 seconds on the pit stop for a damage repair, front and rear, both front wheels have suffered damage. He's wiggling the car around just to get some idea about how the car is handling. Peime, the problems compound here for the racing team, and this is a big problem then for Peime, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, this looks bad. So hopefully he can get it fixed somehow. But it's that, I don't know, that noise you hear every time if the wheel is not working correctly. So every time you, I don't know what it is. It is downshift, upshift. Is it the brake?
Can we name and shame? Do we know the equipment Peime is running?
Come on.
I always like to get into that with because I still haven't committed to an expensive DD rig, so I need to know what's happened. Can the bad not just leave them alone? Says hands up. So yeah, the gap's still dropping. Pirex, Fanatec, says Jakey, of course.
Yeah.
So not only can Fanatec not seem to deliver goods or operate decent customer service, but yeah, equipment letting people down. Peime sadly dropping down. So the gap to Pirex, 29 seconds. But I'm worried now that Payme may have to pit here to get rid of this damage. Jaeger, the rate at which he is losing time. It's 4 laps to go.
Yeah, if he keeps that gap, he should be fine to stay in P3, but it might be close.
I think second place is dead for Payme and Gridlife. Perhaps you can tell me what happened in qualifying for Gridlife. How did they end up qualifying so far down the order in 13th position of 14?
So Jake, he had the 1000 IQ strategy, so it was a 30-minute timed session.
Yeah.
Right. So the drivers have to do one entire out lap before they can actually start their first flying lap and then the second flying lap. But on that second flying lap, the tires were already going off, not that good. So Jakey was the only driver to do an out lap, an in lap, and an out lap to go for the fastest lap with best tires, and then he misjudged the time.
So confirm, Payme is in. Payme is in. So we'll be repairing that damage. So Pyrex and ORT with a strong chance here at picking up a podium at the end. BX Royal has just pitted as well. And I think that is on schedule. I want to say that's a new set of softs, an appropriate amount of fuel going on the car. But Payme in. So let's stay with Pyrex, who takes that third place. Now, there's not going to be a big delta in tyre performance over the remaining 3 laps of the race. And behind Pyrex, it is super close. His tyres are up to temperature. Payme is sliding around, getting excited at the opportunity to race here. But with a fully repaired car now, Payme, do we fancy Payme's chances? 1 second only between the two. Payme has already been able to pass Pyrex. Of course, the sooner he can do it, the better.
So far, it looks like no hardware issues at the moment. He seems to be pushing again. Wait. I'm knocking on my Fanatec wheel currently. You hear that?
Trying to get the Fanatec angels to bless Payme with performance to the end.
Yeah. What pole? What did I miss?
I don't know. What does Ray look for? What's Ray looking for here? I wonder.
Ray, you're a mod. You can also start a poll in the chat. Go for it.
Absolutely. Lap 13 of 16. We still have a real contest over the podium. Looks like Macho Monkey and Nick have checked out from this current battle, but this is the gap between P3 and P4 on your screen. Will Payme make it back to P3? Or will he make up the entire pit stop, you're asking? I think that might be out of reach, given the fact that he and Nick were on such similar lap times. And they're on the same fuel load as well now.
Can I copy paste it? Probably yes. That's so much easier.
I think by the time we get the poll up, I think Payme will have negated the point of the poll.
I cannot paste it. No, it's broken. There we go.
Here we go. Hi to Joshua. I forgot to say hello to somebody earlier who just joined up and was kind enough to say hello. But hello to everybody, of course. We're into the final half an hour of racing, at least for our leader and those on the main lap. Payme 9/10 of a second behind Pyrex. Yes, we ride on board with Payme in the Lexus, in the Apex passenger cam. Just listening to his engine note.
Only one vote against this one.
do we have an
Why?
ORT live viewer? I think maybe. Make yourself known if you voted no. Paymate, 0.6 of a second away now.
Oh,
But every
It's shifting,
meter he
it's
travels, that
shifting.
tyre difference is reducing. I think the Lexus will be quick enough on the straight to make the pass.
80-20 split now for
Oh,
ESO.
Interesting,
People getting
interesting.
doubts now. Oh.
Little bit of wheel spin from Paymate. Macho Monkey's in the pits again. He wants to make this one interesting. So Macho Monkey pitting. Why is he doing that? Just a bit of fun to end the race. Go for a new set of soft tyres, I imagine. No damage on the car, so we're okay for the leader.
Fastest lap.
Just fastest lap, and there we go. Managed to miss the actual overtake. So let's have a look at this again. This is Paymate and ORT's Pyrex in front, who pirouettes into the barrier. And there you have it. So unfortunately, Pyrex making that incredibly easy for Paymate and damaged the car. Now that's going to be a difficult question mark now for Pyrex. Obviously, he's got a good gap behind. He can take that pit stop to the GT Finland racer Snowman. So I think that's going to be the plan.
So
The yeses were correct. Nearly collected, Paymate, says James. Yeah. Pyrex into the barrier, damaging the front and front right of the car. And now it's a question, does he decide to pit at the end of this lap? He'll have a look at his pace over the course. And yeah, he is struggling, especially through the carousel there. And the car grounding out, I think, as he got offline. Didn't stay on the high line round the carousel. Tried to cut back down into the dip, and looks like unsettled the car as well. Yeah, it looks like this car is a problem and a handful for Pyrex. So Paymate back into P3, but is a minute now, an entire minute away from Nick. So the pit stop cost him at least 30 seconds, but I think he lost some time behind Pyrex as well throughout there. Hans are saying ORT, he thinks, will still be happy with the result, given their bad luck throughout the course of the season so far. But I don't know if the reigning champions will be happy with fourth, Jaeger. What do you think?
It would be the best result of the current 2025 season.
Right. But will their expectations be in 2024 spec, I wonder? Will they still be hoping to look at this with the two BMWs fighting now? This is the 69 trying to unlap himself, I think, because Pyrex has the damage on the car. I don't know if the BMW manufacturer manager will be on the radio. So don't take each other out, boys. The 69 of Apex Hunter looking for that chance to get by. That might have passed now, but Pyrex probably, I'm guessing, heading towards the pit lane because he's lost some 7 seconds since the damage to our GT Finland driver. But the BMWs go head-to-head down the long straightaway, and the slipstream really working out very nicely for the number 69 in the Art Car livery, which I think works as often as it doesn't. The Art Car liveries, some of them have been horrid in my opinion, but sometimes they do look very, very nice indeed.
That's why it's art.
This is true. Subjective. Yeah. So let's have a look. Into the pits comes Pyrex to repair that damage. New set of boots. Have a bit of fun out there to finish out the race as well. How is Mehdi doing? He's still 5 minutes away from P6, but he just set a 7:59.3 on that lap. Let's ride with him for a sector. Now the tyres are fully up to temperature. I mean, they might even be past their best here. I'm wondering if it's lap 2 or lap 3. He's 4/10 down through sector 1. That might be already out of reach. So I think we may have seen the fastest from Mehdi. A 7:58.592. We caught the latter half of that on the stream. I'll stay with him though throughout this this run as he shaves the wall, maintains his pace to his fastest through sector 2.
Come on, just 5 minutes to find.
Yeah, I'd be hoping we run for another 24 hours, and I think Mehdi might make it by.
Your late pit stops now incoming.
This is true, yeah. So the GT Finland driver in from P5. Finalised saying, I think Monkey's about to try for the fastest lap. I think now 8/10 down, Mehdi will be out of contention. Let's see what Macho's up to. He's only managed an 8:07, so he needs to find a second and a half, 2 seconds from his fastest over the course of this lap. Fresh softs. But still the outlap, so we're still waiting. We'll come back to Macho Monkey. Probably just bringing those tyres into temperature. James saying it's a big risk to go for fastest lap at this point, but he's got 2 minutes and 38. Yeah.
Nah, don't think so.
Back in your box, James. From that comment, I think they're from Jaeger. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was unanimous here from the commentary booth. You have no clue, James. What are you? A driver?
I'm trying to, do you drive or something, James? Try and talk to the commentators about something here. No, come on. Pyrex P4 is 32 seconds away from Paymate. Fully repaired car now. 1 minute gap to the Finnish driver Snowman for GT Finland after he took his late pit stop. He had a free pit stop behind. Didn't get too excited about the prospect of catching Pyrex on those new tyres. I wonder if we'll have a domino effect of the drivers now all taking that final. But who would fancy their chance to outperform Mehdi over the course of the Nordschleife endurance layout? I wonder. Would anybody dare to dream that they could beat Mehdi, apart from possibly Macho Monkey? Time will tell. And just abusing our bollards there, Javi, in the McLaren.
I mean, let's place that idea into Race Asylum's party chat. Nick's probably all ears. What?
Yes. I think everyone should go for it.
Yeah.
Give extra points. Yep. So Mehdi in 7th, BX Royal in 8th place. We have Official, whose nickname is redacted. So that's great. Going full anonymous here is Official in P9. Caplero, P10 for Loose Moose. I thought Loose Moose were an all-Canadian entry, Canadian-owned and sponsored, but Italian driver Caplero in the matte finish Aston Martin Green Hell version.
It's very international, that team. So 2 Norwegian drivers during that event, then the Italian driver we see currently. It's a German driver that lives in Canada and a Turkish driver that lives in Canada. So, not native Canadian. I don't
Macho
know.
Monkey is 2/10 up in the first sector on this flyer. I don't know if Mehdi listens into the commentary during his racing and likes to know what's going on with the fastest lap. And Macho Monkey's then lost those 2/10. He's right close to the challenge here for fastest lap on his penultimate lap. This is. Let's see what he can do. Hello to Cupcake, who joins us for the final few minutes.
Let's just say fastest lap on the GP track. Here we go.
Well, he got it for the GP portion of the fastest lap. Yeah, it's by 33 thousandths of a second only. So we've got Macho Monkey doing a great job at this stage. Let's keep with him for as long as he stays purple. Oh, seesawing the wheel. Is that Hochhiken? That section?
Yeah.
And he's up by the smallest of margins. He's clinging on to purple sectors here, is Macho Monkey at this point. Let's see. Higher place. Already getting the thanks in. So he gets props for already starting to put the end of session thanks messages in, which we like to see straight away. And then he's dropped by a small margin. He's still up on his best, but only by half a second at this point, Macho Monkey. Mehdi's pitting again. Jaeger. Mehdi's going for it. I think he must be listening in, or at least someone in from his team is communicating that Macho Monkey is potentially trying for a run. Mehdi, at the last possible opportunity, is pitting. Now, does that bring BX Royal into contention? It might do. 31 seconds, they separate each other. So Mehdi doesn't want to drop down to be behind BX Royal here. Just going to ride with BX Royal until he gets to the pit lane exit.
Fine. Yeah, that's...
He's out already. There he is. Okay.
Plenty of time, yeah.
Back in my box now for getting excited about that. But Macho Monkey, let's see. As we've just got a couple of corners before the next update on the lap. Lucas is ready for this to be over, he says, after the roller coaster of emotions. Lucas saying Mehdi won't be able to complete a flyer. Rain on the radar, says Hidder. And Macho Monkey is still putting in a personal best. At the moment, it's not enough, but obviously there's a lot of racetrack left to run. Hans is saying there will be all of this again next weekend. Not here, for the split 2, is that?
Hashtag split 2, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, James, I was going to say something similar, but I don't like to, unless of course it's James. But James himself says that to Lucas that he will be able to do the final lap and set it. He's not a lap down, Mehdi. I'm just going to confirm that once we get this lap update. So what lap is he on? Yeah, he will have a final lap. He's a lap down, yes, but only one lap, and it's lap 14 for him. So one of the things that you have to watch in Gran Turismo is the fact that the lap count... Oh, and running wide goes Monkey. He's still 6/10 faster than he's been before. But I don't know if Gran Turismo is going to let that one slide there, Jaeger, as he goes 4 wheels off the racetrack.
It looks like no penalty.
No penalty at this stage, yeah. But will they just... will Gran Turismo just essentially delete the lap but not give a penalty?
No, not in race conditions. This would be then in a specific time trial event or whatever way they can set strict limits or whatever, but not in an open lobby in a way.
half a second still. Macho Monkey is faster than he's been before, but he needs to find 2 seconds total faster than he's been before.
+2 is needed, yeah, basically.
Yeah. So losing ground to Mehdi in the middle portion of the lap. I don't know if he can recover that throughout the course of this hot lap. Mehdi himself will be gunning for it. But this is really what we're talking about to the end of the race, because I think the other gaps are too great for, I think, anybody to really be changing positions at this point. My feeling, I'm just going to run through the order. My feeling is that the racing is done with. It's the fastest lap attempts and the bid for that extra credibility and bragging rights between Macho Monkey and Mehdi. Nick is in second, Paymate in third. We've got Pyrex here for ORT in that fourth place. Snowman in fifth. We've got Javi in sixth place for RX Racing. There is Mehdi, still on his outlap. And Lucas saying that he's going to be about 15 seconds away from the 3-minute timer overall. For the extra time to finish out the race for those drivers a lap down on the leader. BX Royal in 8th place. We have Official in 9th. Caplero in 10th place. There is a gap of 4.6 seconds between Caplero and Visual Racer, and Caplero now has a penalty on the car to pay at the end of this lap. So Visual Racer for Sector 7 could start to think that he could close in as the multinational driver combination. 4 flags on the back window of Sector 7's entry here. Visual Racer is 3.8, 3.7 seconds. Take another second off that after the penalty, as long as the 764 doesn't pick up a penalty themselves throughout the course of this lap. France is in 12th place, 40 seconds away. Prima and Honor are running in 13th and 14th positions. This then is Macho Monkey's final lap. He did set a personal best lap by only a few thousandths of a second in the end, so didn't manage the tyre wear throughout the course of the lap. I think he'll try and go for it again. He's still purple again, but I think those soft tyres will be dead and buried now, as we have a look perhaps at Mehdi still on his outlap, and he has one final chance to further lower the bar on that fastest lap attempt. Mehdi 7:58.592.
We'll see. That maximum 3-minute run over time might be very, very tough to beat. We'll see.
Indeed. This is then the final lap for Macho Monkey, and he's already not on course to get the fastest Grand Prix circuit lap. I think those tyres, Jaeger, are too old now, despite the fact that he's on the lightest fuel that he can possibly be. I think the tyres, certainly that front left, is less than optimal. Quarter of a second slower than even he has been before, and as we were saying, he needs to be tracking at a 2 second faster. He needs to be gaining, not losing time throughout the course of his lap.
So yeah, I guess I'll turn off that timer now, and it's official. We are on the final lap.
Absolutely. I'd love to set a poll if any of our mods are racing for Driver of the Day nominations, perhaps, or calling out standout performances other than obviously, or Team of the Day, maybe. I mean, you want to see who you think is worthy of a special call out, or if you want to just leave a comment for your driver or key achievement throughout the course of the race, do so as we start to summarize and bring this one home. the final lap for Macho Monkey. For all of those, of course, on the lead lap, they will see out 16. Where is Mehdi right now? Let's see. So, Mehdi still on the outlap, about to close up then. He is... Let me see. It is going to be very tight for that 3-minute timer as he approaches to start his final lap, essentially, because he's 1 lap down. Let's see what happens, because his tyres are absolutely perfect. Tyre and fuel combination right now, at best as I can imagine it's ever been throughout the course of the race, given that he took that extra freebie pit stop. And straight away, he's purple by a 10th in the first sector of the Grand Prix layout portion of the track. The first sector of our endurance layout. Lemon Master saying, I've never been so happy for a 9th place before. For
AHR?
69 AHR, yeah.
We look at the gap, 11 minutes, 14 seconds. So if Macho Monkey is not slowing down by roughly 14 seconds, then Maddie won't be able to complete that lap.
So you think the Macho Monkey should slow down just so that Mehdi can get the fastest lap? You're thinking that's what we need? Pyrex pits with, I think, not enough fuel to finish the race. 10 litres of fuel remaining. Pyrex now pitting. That's not part of the plan, but it's a freebie. So I think he's okay. This is Mehdi on his final lap, sliding it onto the Nordschleife. Still, he's got a James Bond gap of a 007. He is up at the moment as he enters the Nordschleife. But this is possibly where Mehdi is at his best relative to the other drivers. Certainly Macho Monkey was able to live with Mehdi's pace the first 2 or 3 sectors of this layout. But then Mehdi seems to stretch away throughout the course of the rest of the lap. It's basically Mehdi against Mehdi now in this final racing lap. As we see if he can actually get home in time before the timer runs out. Where is Macho Monkey? He's currently heading out of kilometer 14, heading in towards Hoge Acht, I want to say, at the extreme northeast of the circuit. 2 minutes 49 is his gap to Nick. The number 5 qualifying in 2nd place thanks to problems for last minute racing. They lost their pole position and lead of the race, dropping all the way down. But the number 5 having a smooth run of things throughout the course of this 24 hours. River Ruckus putting in some thanks to the team behind the stream and the racing at the International Racing Organisation here. Macho Monkey closing this one out. Just have a quick check on Mehdi's progress. Where is his next sector update going to come? I can see we've got Macho Monkey heading through Schwalbenschwanz.
Oh,
is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember my high school German pronunciation. It's been a long time. 55 thousandths of a second. Mehdi is still within range of a potential fastest lap if Macho Monkey finishes this one out. There's no teammates to run a formation finish. Don't need to do any of that nonsense they do at Le Mans. As Macho Monkey then 2 minutes 51 ahead, and will be closing this race out for his Sector 7 Racing Esports team in the RCF GT3, saving their fastest qualifying driver to run the final stint, Macho Monkey. And the final braking zones are dealt with. Little wiggle on the way out, some style as he's weaving around. Macho Monkey and Sector 7 Racing Esports win the Nürburgring 24 hours here at the International Racing Organization. Congratulations to the car number 5.
Well done. Yeah, again, great team performance. We're always up there at the front, and then survive those crazy middle nighttime stints with the weather. So
When it gets really dark as well, Jaeger, in the nighttime.
don't get me started.
Just try to wind you up as we finish up here. Let's see Mehdi's latest time as he heads into close out his sector. He's still close enough to set a new fastest lap. Back though to P2 and Nick for Race Asylum in the 44 car. Qualified third. Good battle with Paymate throughout the course of this stint. So call out to Ray cheering on ERA boys here. GG's coming in from several of our viewers for the win as well. As the timer, of course, will be started. We've probably got 2 minutes remaining of the extra time. Nick, not yet on the final straight. Just check in with Mehdi while we have something still being raced for at the end, and he's up. He's now up. If he manages to take this fastest lap, it will be by a very, very small margin. But Jaeger's shutting that one down already.
Yeah,
Not going to happen, he says.
Macho Monkey was too quick on that final lap.
Yeah. Denying Mehdi the opportunity potentially here. Looks like Nick, though, will finish before the timer elapses. Not far to go now. I don't know. Maybe Nick won't. Looking at the timers, 34, 3 and 2 seconds to go. Oh, I think he'll just about get there. So it should be Nick from Paymate and Purex. Just to say, we're looking for any team managers or drivers who wish to have a chat post race. We'll do our best to get you something interesting to look at while we talk. But yes, that's the plan.
Lucas
There is second place for Nick. Congratulations. Second place for ERA's Nick over the line.
Congrats.
And we'll confirm those provisional results. I don't think any penalties, as harsh as they might be, might affect the order of our final race standings. Let's go through those while we've got them. It is going to be Macho Monkey taking the win for Sector 7, and ERA's Nick taking that second place. Paymate finishes in P3 for Car 3 in the Green Machine, followed by Purex in P4 for the reigning champions ORT. Snowman is 5th for the GT Finland racers, and Arex Racing's Javi finishes out in 6th place. Mehdi, the Alien, finishes in 7th place for the pole qualifying last minute racing and picks up a fastest lap, a 7-minute 58. The only driver, to my mind, who got underneath 8 minutes, and he did it in style, finishing just 0.7 of a second lap slower than his pole position lap. Mehdi, a 7:58.592. BX Royal finishing in 8th place in the Platypus racing car, and then we have the official 001 69 for Apex Hunter finishing in 9th place. Visual Racer for Sector 7 finishing in 10th. Caplero in the 33, I think that is 35, excuse me, in the Aston Martin, finishing in 11th. France finishing in 12th with Prima, the Sector 7 Makuga car in 13th, and Honor bringing home the race in 14th position for his Race Asylum team. There we go, Jaeger. That was your provisional race order finishing.
Yeah, well presented. So, nothing to add from my side. So we wait for. Oh, Nick wants to join us as well.
Hello, Top Shaggers.
So I can officially go with the new graphics we have for post-race rundown team interviews. Look at that. We are looking
I'll
so
have to wait
professional
some
now.
20 seconds before they arrive on my screen, but and I will celebrate when I see them. Nick, you are fresh out of the seat. How are you feeling?
Well, I would say I should be tired, but I've only done one stint this race. But yeah, this rain has certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons, that's for sure. It's definitely been an interesting race. It's kept everyone on their toes, that's for sure.
So how was the battle then with Paymay? It was a close run thing. Coming out of the pits, I know you short of fueled at one point, got ahead of him, and then it was back and forth between the two of you.
Yeah, so first stint on the tyres, I was just able to be a little bit quicker than them. I was able to catch up, overtake Pyrex, and then it was a battle between me and Paymay. We came into the pits, and the GTR is a little bit better on fuel, so we were able to take like 6-7 litres less, and I was able to jump him, and then yeah, all of a sudden I started getting cramp in my left foot, so I had to slow down, and it was really awkward having to battle him, and I'm like, no, my foot is killing me, so that was a little bit awkward. And then yeah, come the next pit stop, I was able to jump him again, and then that was it pretty much. And then I don't know what happened to him, but I saw he disappeared like 25 seconds behind, and then it was then just making sure I don't bin it myself.
Right. How many kind of heart-stopping moments did you experience through there? I know foot-stopping moment aside, and make sure you eat enough potassium to avoid foot and leg cramps in future. But,
That's a good idea.
But yeah, how often were you kind of feeling, the Co-Brown moments? We had some rain throughout the course of that stint as well, a little bit of unexpected perhaps. How was the Nismo, and how were you feeling throughout the course of it?
Yeah, no, that's fine. It was only little patches of rain, and I'm probably one of the worst wet drivers you'll ever find. So I was happy it was only little patches, to be honest. So yeah, it was enough for me anyway. And no, it was just basically just making sure I kept it on the road, and I know I had Paymay right at my backside at the time, but it was we're teammates as such in one way or another, and it was basically just don't make a mistake and try and bring the car home. P3 worst and P2 if we were lucky, and that's what happened.
You
well, congratulations.
The real mad parts of that race. So we want to welcome Antonio for the race-winning Sector 7 Racing Esports team, and also Lucas for Grid Life Racing here in the chat. So
yo.
Good
What's
afternoon. What's up, Antonio?
Fine,
Tell
fine.
us about your experience. You did 2 stints in crazy conditions as well, I think. So guide us through this race from your perspective.
Oh, yeah, well, the weather was kind of messy because it was raining, but it was like we were doubting about putting intros or putting softs. And yeah, in the second stint, I made the wrong decision in the second time it rained, because it was like raining strong, but it was mid-bar, and on this track it's like the water is disappearing pretty fastly, so it was better to stay on track and on soft. But I went on inter, so yeah, well, I just lost like 30 seconds at least there. And
yeah, I saw you had a little spin as well.
yeah, I spent like 4 times. I was terrible in that race. I just like 4 times I had damage. I was like, yeah. Let's just finish it because I was doing like some bad driving there. Good thing is that in the first, like when it rained the first time, I made the good decision. So I gained time from the guys behind, and I didn't spin when the track was wet and I was on dry, so I gained time also there. But I don't know, when there is rain and I'm on dry tires, I'm not spinning. But when the track is full dry, I'm spinning. I don't know why, but this has to be studied, to be honest.
Too
Yeah.
easy then.
Yeah, maybe it's too easy, so I spin. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, you looked like you were on dry or in the wet. You looked like you were just full send in the wet on the slicks, and then in the dry you were a lot more timid, and it just made no sense watching.
I don't know,
Good
but
job, Antonio. Good job, dude.
because I was going for the versus lap, because like with the condition we had, 59 was possible, and I wanted to do it. But first I got the wrong strategy because I put inters instead of soft, and when I pitted, it was like 2 laps remaining, so it was over for fastest lap.
So let's. So I got it under control. Wait for it. So
There we go.
I'm
Sounds
There it
right.
is.
I'm transferring it to my side now. So Webber, why did you stop?
So
the
start
stream?
it
Yeah,
all
come
over
on.
again, right? Start this all over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
I'm sorry. That must have been my bad on that one. I thought you'd transferred onto something else.
No,
My
it's
bad.
it's always
I
like
think this little goof up here was the story of the race. Goof ups everywhere. Everyone having a problem.
goodbye. Yeah, to sum it up, drivers had fun. They were going for fastest laps. They had difficulties in the wet, definitely in those mixed conditions, or maybe in just in those dry conditions when it wasn't like that hard to drive. Suddenly we saw some crazy spins happening. But yeah, who was involved in that mad stint number 2, where like suddenly we had like 8 cars, then within 4 seconds after that downpour. So Lucas,
All,
were you?
all I know from stint or after my stint 1, I was 2 minutes and 30 off of Antonio, and that was appalling. I was very upset and very angry. And I had a busy day schedule. When I handed the car off to Jake for stint 2, I took off and went to our actual local racetrack and turned some laps there just to try to also get my mind off of my horrible stint. And I come back home and we're in first. And I was just like, what's happening here? I have no idea what happened in stint 2 or 3, but we went from 13th to P1 to P6, back up to the podium. Then we're slowly fighting back up to. Ultimately, we get back in the lead at the end of stint 9, and Jakey, right as Peyton's entering the pits to hand over, Jake disconnects. So we go from 8-second lead to 3 minutes and 31 seconds behind the leaders. And we came back. Resilience, we came back from 5th place and still captured our podium.
I think many teams had those stories happening.
I think so.
It was
Yeah. They were everywhere. No?
Everyone.
Yeah.
Many team is even worse situation.
By far the most chaotic race we have ever had in this series.
It was totally fun to watch and to spectate, to commentate on.
And
I must say.
Yeah, it has to be.
We were what? We were 18 hours in the top 5 were separated by about 55 seconds.
Yeah, that
That's
usually
insane.
never happens, yeah, in those endurance races.
And then that's when all the chaos happened. But thank you guys. I appreciate it. Y'all take care. Antonio, again, congrats on the win. Nick,
Thank you.
congrats for the boys
Yeah.
taking P2 again.
Congrats to S7R.
Thank you all for
Esports.
Jaeger. Jaeger, thanks for the concerts as always.
Tried my
That's,
best.
that's
Long
the
may it
real
continue.
highlight of the show.
What's that?
Long may it continue.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone.
Take care, mate.
Take care, yeah. So yeah, we will be back then, I guess, in a couple of weeks' time for the Monza 8 hours.
4 or 5 weeks, yep.
And then the
Oops,
next
I came back.
the next big one, right? Le Mans 24. It's not too far away as well.
Only here at the International Racing Organization would anybody describe an 8-hour race as a short race.
Yeah.
And
That is very
just
true.
Yeah.
skip past that and say no. The next big one is the next is
Yeah,
Le Mans.
let's try to focus on the big ones now. I mean those 8 hours is there compared to those 24, a piece of cake, like with all the stuff you have to do. It's like just 4 lobbies you have to like organize with hosts and race directors and streamers and so. This is really easy stuff compared to the 24-hour events. It really takes a lot of effort in build up and then in the execution and then also the aftermath. I mean, it's not over for the admins, for the stewards. So it will be
And
never
how
ending.
many
and
how many energy drinks have you got through, Jaeger?
2. I kept it
2.
civil, yeah.
Very good.
Oh, that's very civilized.
Yeah. Well, I need 1 for the F1 race later, so it's still a bit of time. I have to stay awake somehow, but yeah.
I was
This is
expecting
true.
a massive pile of them, to be honest. Empty cans just by his rig.
Yeah, whatever. But then, yeah, also like we have the same thing happening next weekend for Split 2. And yeah, I think the work never stops here at the IRO. So again,
Certainly
massive
doesn't.
shout out to the entire crew there.
Hopefully, yeah, next weekend is just as exciting. Yeah.
No,
No more rain.
Okay.
no. Please.
Bone dry race.
I
Trust
can't.
me, it will be perfect weather in Germany next weekend.
I can't cope with what happened today. Yesterday. I don't even know what day it is anymore.
It's Wednesday. You're meant to be back at work.
Have you stayed up with the whole race, Ray?
Oh yeah, of course.
Wow.
I can't
Fantastic.
leave I can't leave everyone alone.
That's true. Leave people
Goes wrong.
unsupervised.
Are we still live? We're not, are we?
We
Stuff
are.
goes wrong. So
It's a well-oiled machine.
someone has to be there. And then when you've got people like Nick and Evo who drive, and Jake and James and King Ears and Kings, ORT Kings, and Shadow Chef and McNaughty and all these people on the admin who are also drivers, that leaves me. I do this so that they can drive. but then they need rest. So
Yes.
I don't. It's easy for me.
She's used to it.
Wow. I say easy. It's fucking. Oh, it's bloody hard. But,
Yeah. Just
Sleep
tell
is
the truth.
overrated.
Yeah, how
the
it is.
driving's the hardest bit. The driving's the hardest bit. So yeah, a bit of paperwork is a drop in the ocean.
Whew. Yeah, so I guess we're
I'm gonna
all
go, I need a
knackered.
nap. But thanks, guys.
Yeah, well done, guys. Thank you
No
as
problem.
always.
Well done.
And
Good to hear from you
What a
guys as well.
race.
yeah,
Yeah, congrats, and another successful IRO stream, I think. So hopefully
Definitely.
we'll look at those metrics afterwards and
yeah,
see how it's been going. But certainly that chat looked very, very active throughout, Jaeger.
it was. And also, again, a big shout out to the community for supporting us. It was the first stream where we received some super stickers and super chats as well. So it's rolling. We are getting there.
It's
So
happening.
yeah, so really thankful for that. Numbers looking very good so far from live. So thank you for that. Much appreciated. And yeah, see you at Monza for Split 1 in a couple of weeks' time. That's my signal to actually end the broadcast, right?
Yeah, let's end
Certainly
it.
is.
End it.
And
Do
go
it.
and have some rest and then
Yeah.
drink
Okay, love you, bye.
all that stuff. Oh, bye, Nick.
And he's gone.
Thanks, guys, for the end of that, for finishing it out. It was a great stream, great way to end, and we had plenty of action. It was blooming brilliant. Can't have asked for a more exciting race if we tried.
Yeah.
So what? Yeah, I'm tired. So I won't leave you any longer. But thank you ever so much, and I will see you at the next one.
See ya. Love ya.
Good
Love
stuff.
Bye.
you.
Bye.